Pranams to Sri Sadguru, pranams to Sri Swamiji. I have great pleasure to commence the proceedings of the second day of this Kārya and Akārya workshop seminar with the blessings of Sri Swamiji. Swamiji will be joining us shortly. He has blessed us to get the proceedings started. Yesterday, we had a very wonderful session of series of lectures, and it was a very erudite scholarship of the Honorable Governor, which set the proceedings into good shape. And we had a set of very useful and thought-provoking lectures through the day. In the same sequence, we will commence the proceedings for the day. I hope everybody has had a very peaceful rest overnight. Chennai has become much pleasant after the downpour the last few days. And I hope we are spared of the rain today, because it's quite a cumbersome thing if you have the rains disrupting our peaceful deliberations today. Today in this plenary session number 3, the chairperson will be Dr. Shakuntala Bora. I request Dr. Shakuntala Bora to take the chair. She has been a very prolific philosopher in her own merits. She is currently working as the associate professor in the Department of Philosophy, Guwahati University, Guwahati. She did her MA and PhD from Northeastern Hill University. Her areas of academic interest are philosophy of Prashanatriya, Upanishads, Gita, Brahma Sutra, philosophy of Mahabharata, philosophy of Nagarjuna, and philosophy of J. Krishnamurti. She has authored and published more than 10 books, and she has edited 7 of them. And she has 38 numbers of papers and presentations made in national and international fora. She has chaired 10 numbers of sessions in national and international conferences, and published 13 book chapters and another 13 number of published articles. Her profile is very exhaustive, so I will take the pleasure of inviting her to chair this morning session. And along with her in this session, we have Dr. Tyagarajan Rajagopal. He is the former professor and head of postgraduate and research Department of Sanskrit, Presidency College, Chennai. I request Professor Tyagarajan to take his position in the chair. Samskrita Ratna, Dr. Tyagarajan is the former professor and head of the postgraduate and research Department of Sanskrit, Presidency College. He is holding the prestigious Sanatana Dharma chair instituted by the Kuppuswamy Sastry Research Institute, Chennai. He is also the president of Yajnavalkya Sabha, Pallavaram, and he is the director of Vedic and Spiritual Service in astroved.com. He is a visiting professor in many universities, and he is on the board of studies and member in the Department of Vedic and Spiritual Science in Wellness University, Florida, USA. He is the chairman of the Sri Dayananda Digital Library, Chennai, and the chairman of Vedic Studies in Kantalur, Sala. He has attended several national and international conferences, and has got a lot of publications to his credit. I welcome you, sir, to be part of this wonderful morning session, the plenary 3. In this session, we also have Dr. Sri Priya Menon, whose lecture got moved from yesterday. She will also be there. Shri Priya Menon is one of the co-founders of Swari Foundation and the head of the HR faculty. She's a alumni of Lady Sri Ram College, Delhi, and Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, National Institution of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, Bangalore. She works with individuals, families, and organizations for mental health and user rights of community. She's also founder of the Good People Diaries, which is an online platform to highlight positive views of the social sector. I request Shri Priya Menon also to join the session now. Shika Sharma. Ms. Shika Sharma is a faculty of philosophy and critical thinking at Flame University, Pune. She, in fact, chaired the session as chairperson yesterday in the evening. She has worked as the research associate for India Center, Flame University. She's a PhD candidate at Mumbai University and has done the MPhil from Mumbai University, master's from St. Stephen's, and bachelor's in philosophy from University of Delhi. With exhaustive experience in teaching philosophy and interdisciplinary sciences at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels, her areas of interest are Indian philosophy, Indian ethics, moral philosophy, political philosophy, and philosophy of religion. She has had the benefit of participating in several national and international seminars, and she has also published several articles on Indian spirituality and asceticism. I request Ms. Shika Sharma to join the chair. We have Dr. Radha Raghunandan. She's the honorary director and general editor at the Adayar Library. With a MA in Indian philosophy from the University of Madras, MA applied Sanskrit from Sastra, diploma in manuscriptology from the University of Madras, and PhD from the University of Madras for her thesis titled Contribution of Tattvarayar to Tamil Advaitam with special reference to Sasivanna Bodham. She is a research author and translator of Vedanta-related works and manuscripts, editor and reviewer. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining the morning plenary session today. Now we'll set the session in motion with Dr. Shakuntala Bora taking over the chair. We may have one more speaker today, Dr. Parveen Sultana, who would be joining us slightly later. And we have an online paper by Professor Sachidanand Mishra. It's going to be quite a tight session in the forenoon. So I request all the speakers to stick to the time, and the audience are requested to keep the mobile in silent mode. And we'll look forward to a very interesting and exhaustive deliberations on the Kārya and Akārya theme today. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Shakuntala Bora to take over the session.
Thank you, sir. And thank you I'm thankful to Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham for giving me the opportunity to come here and for choosing me to chair this session. We will start with yesterday's speaker, who couldn't speak yesterday, Ms. Sri Priya Menon. She will be speaking on Kārya and Akārya, a social worker's perspective in a multicultural world. Ma'am Sri Priya Menon, and we will be having 20 minutes for each speaker. I requested the speakers to finish it before 20 minutes, and we will have interaction. I request the audience to keep the questions short so we can have more questions. Thank you.
अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाखया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. He who removes the darkness of ignorance of the blinded by applying the ointment of spiritual knowledge, he opens our eyes. Salutations to that holy Guru. Good morning, namaskara to everybody gathered here, esteemed audience, speakers, participants in the audience. Pranams and salutations to Swamiji. Thank you for having me here among such an honest gathering. When Swamiji called me, I was thinking, what should I say in front of philosophers and seekers of truth? What do I have to present? So I thought that I will present my perspective. It is a perspective that of a social worker. I work with individuals and families in the area of community development and mental health. A large part of my interactions are with very young people, and whatever we have gathered from all these deliberations on philosophy, my aim is to carry this back and apply it in my own field. I would urge and advise you also to please take it back home and apply it in real life and not just leave it at deliberations. So first of all, I would like to begin with this shloka. This is Nirvana Shatakam by Adi Shankaracharya. Mano buddhya hankara chittani naham, nacha shrota jihve, nacha grana netre. न च व्योम भूमिर्न तेजो न वायु चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम न च प्राण संज्ञो न वै पंचवायु न वा सप्तधातुर्न वा पंचकोश न वाक्पाणिपादौ न चोपस्थपायु चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम न मे द्वेष रागौ न मे लोभ मोहौ न मे मदौ नैव मात्सर्य भाव न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्ष चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम न पुण्यम न पापम न सौख्यम न दुःख्यम न मंत्रो न तीर्थम न वेदा न यज्ञ अहम भोजनम नैव भोक्तम न भोज्यम न भोक्ता चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम न मृत्युर्न शंका न मे जाति भेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बंधुर न मित्रम गुरुर्नैव शिष्य चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम अहम निर्विकल्पो निराकार रूपो विबुद्ध्वाच सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणां न चासंगतौ नैव मुक्तिर्न मेय चिदानंद रूप शिवोहम शिवोहम. The whole proposition of this prayer, or I would rather say declaration, is that I don't have to worry about anything because I am not any of these things that try to define me. Given this proposition, we are talking about Kārya and Akārya. In front of this truth, we are talking about what we should do and what we should not do, and what constitutes action and inaction. Coming back to a little bit more of local contextual, although historical, opinions. Whatever I am presenting is a series of verses, a series of texts that has inspired me to think in this direction. I am only presenting dots, and I am leaving it up to you how you want to connect it. So Thiruvalluvar in Tirukkural says, Solludal yarkum eliya, ariyavam solliya ennam seyyal. So he says, it is easy for anybody to speak about large things. It's very difficult to execute what you've spoken. Then he goes on and says, உருவுகண்டு எல்லாமை வேண்டும் உருள் பெருந்தேருக்கும் அச்சாணி அன்னார் உடைத்து. Even big chariots that run have small linchpins which makes the wheels rotate. So every small part, every human being, every dot, dust, dash, and particle in the universe has its own purpose to fulfill. That is that object, whether animate, inanimate, and a living being, that person's objective and purpose in life. Goes on, says, துன்பம் உருவரினும் செய்க துணிவாற்றி இன்பம் பயக்கும் வினை. So while doing this work, there will be several hardships, several challenges, several obstacles, deviations, distractions, but the job is to pursue with firmness. Why I am citing Thiruvalluvar is because everybody's language and way of looking at it, everybody's sense of humor and perspective is very important when we are talking about something as large as philosophy, purpose of life, how to do things, etc. And we are not on this journey alone. So understanding the context of a person while working with large communities, groups of students, large companies, being leaders, being teachers, parents, family members, even philosophical, I would say people who leave milestones in philosophy. Everybody over here has had a very rich contribution to shaping the discourse. So all of us have a unique perspective, and listening to each other and learning from each other is part of making that story happen. Here, Hazrat Shams of Tabrizi, who is very famously known as the mentor and beloved of Hazrat Rumi, Maulana Rumi, says, God is busy with the completion of your work, both outwardly and inwardly. He is fully occupied with you. Every human being is a work in progress that is slowly but inexplicably moving towards perfection. We are each an unfinished work of art, both waiting and striving to be completed. God deals with each of us separately because humanity is a fine art of skilled penmanship, where every single dot is equally important for the entire picture. And it is easy to love perfection and to want it, but the difficulty consists in loving the human with his good and bad. We mostly know as much as we love. Only loving God but not its creatures you can never really know, neither really love. So all of this history, rich history and tradition that we carry, what is the context in which we are applying it today? What am I seeing? I am seeing a world full of inequality where there is gender war, power war, religious wars. There's a lot of countries and continents which are existing in a post-colonial haze and a struggle to catch up. There is economic and class inequality. There is politics that is happening in every space that cuts across all of these categories. There's geographical differences. There's technology that is coming that was not there previously, at least not in the terms that we are familiar with these days. And we have our young ones along with this in our journey. So what do we do? What are the disturbances that we see? Guru Nanak beautifully says this in Japji Sahib. Antu na sifti कहनी na antu, antu na karane deni na antu, antu na vekhani sunani antu, na jape ki manantu, antu na jape kita akaru jape paravaru. So the whole conversation over here is that there are a lot of people with a lot of troubles, but on top of all of that, there's just one person, and he is appealing to that God whose just glimpse is enough to provide people with whatever they need in whatever format they need. So going ahead, the anxiety, depression, the stress, and other health issues, which are usually mocked when we are discussed as in very subtle philosophical discussions, we are aiming for perfection and betterment. But when we see flaws and imperfection and challenges, there is a tendency to mock, and there is an absence of empathy. So my first realization would be that these are phases and situations that all of us go through and continue to go through, and we cannot afford to be mocking them at this point. And it is unfortunately the human condition by default. In compare and contrast to the real nature of self, this is the real nature of self that we are dealing with every day, and that's quite tough. The violence and the injustice and the loss and love of care, the isolation that a human being feels, and the disconnect from fellow human beings, the barriers that they have towards self-knowledge, these are the things that prevent people from acting in their own true nature and in true welfare for other people. So when we facilitate social change, we define justice as a social worker. We look at Bhagavad Gita's model, and we look at studying and developing as a community. And we think of leaders who have the insight and the empathy that Krishna had for all the characters in the Mahabharata. We seek to expand awareness about the truth and also look at how other people can cultivate the same thing. I don't need to explain the meaning of these shlokas to this audience, but nevertheless, the right that we have to work is to only work and not be thinking about the fruits of the action, because changes have a ripple effect. We end up influencing other people without even knowing how we are influencing them. Therefore, with a tremendous amount of foresight, a lot of the effects and the consequences of what we are doing, we may not be even around to see what its effects are. Going ahead, Krishna also says, Yatvatana punarmoham evam yasyasi pandava yena bhutanya sheshena drakshasya atmanyatho mayi. While you act without delusion, you shall find that I exist in everybody. That is a wonderful message, and that is a wonderful perspective to work in the social sector with. That if you end up thinking that what is my right and what am I supposed to do, what is right for me, without thinking about what is better for other people, the thing that is supposed to give you your results will also not happen. So what are the factors? What is the location of change for me as a social worker? It is the individual primarily, but it is also their family. It is also a community, a set of people who identify together and work for their own benefit and welfare. And then there is a larger question of what is Kārya and Akārya in terms of rules and laws that we function in. So a lot of unspoken rules are also there when we talk about an organization, implicit rules that are not talked about. The cunningness, the cleverness, the shrewdness, which is the law of the land, is also a rule and a policy, which creates conflict inside an individual. So how does an individual act within this? If they go completely against it, then they will be penalized by the group that they are coexisting with. So how do we navigate that? So these are specific instances where I get to apply the concepts that we just discussed before. Okay, so this is a shloka that talks about attachment and detachment and how wise men act. So wise men need certain qualities and should have certain capacities. First of all is self-awareness. Second thing is about the power dynamics in any situation. Who has more power? Does rebellion, confrontation, negotiation, argument, persuasion, flattery, there are different ways of creating change. Which one is the apt one in which power dynamic is something that we need to figure out in every given situation. There is no point of losing sight of the collective goal or the larger goal if you just want to prove a point and win. You won the battle but lost the war. Situation happens. So self-awareness about how to act and when to act in those situations is something that facilitates us towards Kārya, proper action. Gratitude and empathy towards all beings. So gratitude and empathy, thinking about that this collective goal towards doing Kārya of any kind is there only because of other people's existence. So gratitude and empathy, even for the toughest rival, enemy, competitor, whoever defines themselves, even if you don't define them as that, they might define that in relation to you, that they are your enemy, they are your competitor, they are your senior, junior, whatever. But empathy and gratitude towards them helps us to put ourselves in their position and think about what is good for them. Can I collaborate about that? And self-regulation, which of course we have so much of literature and knowledge about regulating the body and the mind, how these are instruments in the larger conversation about what we are doing for the common good and the social welfare. Krishna says, Yasya sarve samarambha kama sankalpa varjita jnanagni dagdha karmanam tamahu panditam buddha. So while on this journey, our individual desires and purposes, even if they are for the better good, even if we consider it to be very pure, what ends up happening is that if we are worried about what will happen to me or what will happen to my action, it still restricts us. It still falls within the effects and what will happen to us and what will be our emotional situation after performing that action. However, a wise person is a person who's done their job to the best of their ability and has the maturity to say, I've done my job. Let us have some faith that everything else will be taken care of by the other parts of the instrument in the larger scheme of things. So here in an interaction where there is work to be done together, what kind of communication should be carried out? It should be mindful, should be assertive, where not anybody can come in and take over your time and stop you from doing what you're doing. So you have to assert your boundaries, set your boundaries, communicate your boundaries respectfully. There's also the changes that happen while you're interacting in yourself and in the others. There is a level of emotions, the range of emotions, the up and down that happens with it. There is an immense need for rest and pause. A large part of our time is spent hurrying through a lot of things. So we forget that rest, relaxation, and pause is very important in doing work. And of course, reflection about what is going on internally, externally, between people, between us and the environment. All of that has to be reflected on. And these are skills that need to be developed by everybody and not just people who have knowledge about it. So knowledge transference is also a very big Kārya that we have collectively taken up on ourselves. For people in power, it is very important that they acknowledge that they are in a place of power, that they have unknown influence on other people, the context of what are the spaces they are occupying, whether they as leaders are humble, have gratitude for being in a place like that, and forgiveness, the room for forgiveness and for improvement, and the courage to face the consequences of their actions and their inactions. Krishna says, Yadyad acharati shreshta tattad devetaro sayat pramanam kurute lokastadanu vartate. The way that great people act, people will look to act like them. Secondly, this is a very funny remark that Krishna makes. Yadi aham na varteyam jatu karmanyendrita mama vartamanu vartante manushya partha sarvasha. If I, as God, do not engage in action, what will happen? People will take it as an indication to relax and not do anything. So that's the reason I am performing action, is what the Lord is saying. So that's also, I think, an interesting concept to reflect on. Why does God have to act? Why does God have to take avatara, come to the world, tell people things, do things? So he says, I also have to do this. Otherwise, the world will perish. And if I don't transfer this ability to you to be able to stay equanimous and perform action, your function will also not happen properly. And therefore, things will go in downhill. This is also a shloka that was brought up in yesterday's discussions, and which is a very interesting take on things. Shreyan swadharmo vigna paradharmat vanushtita swadharme nidhanam shreya paradharmo bhayavaha. So what is swadharma? It is not just the job you're doing or your identity. It's also about certain carrying vasanas that are prevailing upon our personality and nature, certain things that don't sit well with our conscience. If we act contrary to what we believe to be the truth and we believe to be the right thing, we automatically don't get the consequences that we are hoping for, because it's not making us comfortable. It is going against our own true nature. So I think this is a very interesting take. And Swami Chinmayananda ji says, comments on this shlokas, in its right import, Swadharma means type of vasanas. To act according to one's own taste, inborn and natural, is the only known method of living in peace and joy. To act against it would be acting in terms of paradharma, and that is very dangerous. So I would encourage all of you to think along with me, along these terms, about all these spaces we occupy where not everybody is coming from the same context, not everybody is aware of Bhagavad Gita, Vedas, Shastras, theories and scholars of philosophy. Not everybody is even educated. Not everybody is able to understand the language of love. Not everybody is a happy person. So when we take all of these things back at work, at home, what happens when people react to us even when we come across with best of intentions? How do we do conflict resolution? How do we create situations that nourish people based on this information, based on this knowledge? I think this is a long journey, and the best definition of Akarya would be to do our job and not really worry, because everything is already taken care of. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Swamiji, and thank you all speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Sri Priya Menon. Basically, she has given us what we actually look for in philosophy. Philosophy is not merely theory. It doesn't have meaning unless and until it is applied. So the paper is open for discussion. Can we have some comments, and may we have some queries so that she can reply? I would like the queries to be short and the comments as well. Thank you.
Basically, you talked about the practical applicability, right? Now, so when we talk about Krishna-Arjuna bond, so for Arjuna, Krishna was available as a counselor. That, which karyas should he, so that kind of thing. Now, for me, who is my Krishna? Now, if I want to decide that, see, I want to take this karya and not this, who is going to guide me? And at the same time, so if the classical texts are there, Bhagavad Gita as a guide is there for me, but I did not develop that kind of rationality in me. Definitely, I will be needing some Krishna in my life. So how do I tackle this issue?
It's a lovely question, and it's a very practical question. I would say that according to Krishna himself, he says, wherever I am needed, I am present. So discovering Krishna in one's own self, and in every guru and in every person as a pointer, and then using the instruments that you've been given, your own rationale, your own study, your own experience, so your own anubhava of a situation, your own analysis of a situation will tell you whether it was a right interpretation or not. And definitely nothing is permanently true or absolutely true given cross sectionally. There are several things that you will realize later on, but that learning and realization will help you not make a mistake again. So your interpretation of Bhagavad Gita or your own text, the way that you take it forward, is not finite. Akarya by itself is you not being worried about what is going to happen. That is my interpretation. I hope I've answered the question a little bit, but it's a discussion. We can take it forward.
Do we have any comments or queries?
That was a very lovely answer you gave. Having the Gita is for us from Bhutan and so
if I don't get fruitful results, so then I have to keep on doing my actions, my karya. And once I receive that fruitful result, then all those akaryas were negated.
Ma'am Shikha Sharma, let us keep it with the speaker. Let us keep the discussion with the speaker. Thank you.
I suppose what the speaker said is true, that Jesus part of it. If you're not able to do that, that's not the end of the world either, because you are in a context. And I think what here said about the necessity of setting ourselves as lacking or not complete or Krishna and all that are also possibly ways to be body of. Because Atmeva also. I mean, you have to be guarded about that. I think you're very right.
Thank you, Ms. Sri Priya. We will proceed to the next paper. It is by Dr. R. Tyagarajan, and his paper is Chanakya Smriti on Kārya Akārya.
Vani Jitasuka Vani Alikula Veni Babambudi Droni Veena Sukha Sisupani Natagirvani Namami Sarvani. Respected Swamini on the shrine and Swamiji on the dais and the other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am thankful for the foundation for having given me this opportunity to speak on what is Kārya and Akārya. Yesterday, people have talked enough about Kārya and Akārya. All were based on Bhagavad Gita. What Krishna said, Kārya and Akārya, action and not to do action, or sometimes the other way of doing action, thinking in a different way. Everything is an action. But when we talk about action, we have not much dilated are expanded upon what is an action, how to do an action, and why to do an action. So these things are discussed very well by Chanakya. That's why I have taken that. We have talked about, I am just skipping the paper. It's a big paper, but I wanted to be very crisp because the time, though given in the invitation 25 minutes, the chairman has already said it is to be reduced to 20 minutes. So I am to be a little bit cautious with regard to time also, which is suggested by Chanakya himself. Be cautious about time. So kim karma, kim akarma, everything is over. Karmano bodhavyam, karmana, it is over. Yesterday, everything finished. Akarmanacha bodhavyam, gagana gati, karmano gati. So all these things we have already have an idea about it. Now, Vedas say in an imperative language, dharmam chara, do dharma, which implies undo or don't do adharma. Those scriptures and commentaries elaborate the works to be done, yet by no means they fit into the matrix of do's and don'ts or prescriptions and proscriptions. Activities take place in and through the body, mind and senses are designated as karma or action, and the knowledge supreme as akarma, inaction. There is a proverbial statement from Prapanna Gita, Janami dharmam, nachame pravruti. Janami adharmam, nachame nivrittihi. Enapi devena hridi sthitena, yada niyuktosmi tata karomi. What a beautiful explanation for this Kārya and Akārya. Yes. So dharma is known. Everybody knows because people have instructed, Vedas have instructed, Smritis have instructed. But my mind is not going into it for doing any action. I am not getting away from adharma also because I like it. Because we here and there see people who doing adharma are prosperous. So my mind is rather dragged towards that direction. So this is exactly explaining the dilemma of action, and the solution is suggested there in the idea focused in the explanation of Ramanuja, who says, karma known as living a righteous life culminates in self-knowledge. The man of self-knowledge discharges his earthly duties to the best of his ability. Karma and jnana are complementary to each other. In a nutshell, Veda is the root of dharma, and dharma is the cause of perfection of life, and adharma is the dead end, causes one to have a U-turn towards the cycle of birth and death. Therefore, Smriti text emerged to direct people involved with Kārya based on dharma towards such perfection. Any action contrary to Akārya goes without saying, leads to bad end. So now there is a question with regard to the Smriti text. In the Parasara Smriti, they are asking, you tell me about dharma. Now, what is dharma? It's to act. Bruhi dharma swarupajñe sukshmam sthulam cha vistara. Sukshma dharma and sthula dharma. Vistara bruhi. You tell me in elaborate manner. Then, for which he says, Shrunu putra pravachyami. I am just skipping certain lines due to time. Shunu putra pravakshami shunvantu munestada. Oh son, you hear this, I will tell you. And Munis who are there, they are also to hear what I say. He says, Kalpe kalpe chayotpatya Brahma Vishnu Maheshwaraha Kruti Smriti Sadachara Nirneta Raksha Sarvada. They are who are just telling this is right, this is wrong. Now, Kachit, I'll give the English meaning also for those who are not much proficient with the Sanskrit. In each Kalpa, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and the expounders of the Veda, the Smritis invariably perish and are born again. Na Kachit, Veda Kartacha, Vedam Sutva Chaturmukha, Tataiva Dharman Smarati Manuhu, Kalpantare Antare. So once again he recollects even Manu. And then he is telling what is Dharma and Dharma. Anye Yuge Dharma Tretayam Dwapareve. It is different. What is the Dharma preached in the Krita Yuga is different from Treta Yuga. The time is changing. It is stated by Bharata Smriti itself. Dwapareve Anye Kaliyuge Nirnam Yuga Rupanusarta. Yuga Rupanusarta, the Dharmas are changing. You cannot say that Dharmas are not changing. So, Bharata Smriti says, in conformity to the character of the age, the rules of law for men differ from age to age. The rules for the Krita differ from Treta rules. The laws are not identical with the Kali Yuga. Krite to Manava Dharma. Why I am justifying this? Why I have taken Chanakya and then attributed Smriti to the title? There is no Chanakya Smriti. You have Yagika Smriti, Manusmriti, and other things. But I have given the title as Chanakya Smriti. He recollects what has been stated by the Smriti. Shastra, Tasma, Shastra, Pramanati, those things are always there. But even when you say Shastra, Tasma, Shastra, Pramanante, that Shastra has to be tested by another Pramana, or rather not testing, at least to be explained by another Pramana. Because in nowadays, you find even a small child is asking, you do this, if you say, with all your experience, you are instructing the person. Then immediately child asks, why should I? When you are not able to explain what is what, then the child is not convinced. And it goes in its own way. There is no regulation. There is no dharma for it. So, what Chanakya tries to do is, he is trying to explain that dharma through, we have Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, Shabda, Pramanas. And this Upamana Pramana he has taken in his hand. For anything he says as to do or not to do, he gives example. See this. That's why you have to do this. So convincing is the recollections of Chanakya. Therefore, this paper is trying to say what Chanakya says is up to date, because each Smriti has to be updated every now and then. So now he has updated that seems to be more applicable today. And even this Chanakya Smriti also may be updated in due course of time in future. Because when the Kali has got its own mature stage, the Sruti may be different, or the laws and dharma may be different. Now, Dwapare Sankalita Kalo Parasat Sutaha, they say, then they are coming to this. Then Chanakya says, we will begin his work on Niti Shastra. Aditya idam yata shastram. First he starts. Second sloka. Aditya idam yata shastram naro janati sattamaha dharmopadesha vikyatam Kārya subhashubham. That man is really brilliant. By studying these rules from the Shastra, learns the deliberate tenets of duty and understands what ought to be followed and what ought not to be, and what is good and what is bad. Tadaham sampravukhyami. Lokanam itakamyeya. Yena vidyatmatrena sarvajyatvam prapadyate. You learn this. Because a person who is living in this world should know what to do and what not to do. How to do. When to do. These things have to be analyzed. There is no use simply think what is Kārya and Akārya. How to do. When to do. Where to do. These questions have to be answered. Chanakya has got his own answer. It is not his own. He has recollected from those Smritis only, from the Shastras only, and he is doing it in his own way, in his own fashion. Sometimes he has got the knack of taking away the entire verse from others. From, for example, Vartaviri, which you will see in due course of time. Then I am skipping so many things. First, to save yourself. He said, first save yourself. Otherwise, what is the use of living here? Or rather, can you save others without saving yourself? Or maybe Atma Bandhu you refer to. Yeah, so he says, first don't Apadarte Dhanam Rakshe. Then I'll go in English so that I can skip Sanskrit version. Even a Pandit comes to grief by giving instruction to foolish disciples. By maintaining a wicked wife and by excessive familiarity with the miserables. Then don't live there. He is giving him instruction. Don't live. It is an action. Living is an action. He says, do not inhabit a country where you are not respected. Cannot earn your livelihood, have no friends, or cannot acquire knowledge. So there is no use of staying there. So do not stay for a single day where there are not these 5 persons: a wealthy man, a Brahmin, well versed in the Vedic law, a king, a river, and a physician. Then he says, foolishness is indeed painful. Whenever he says certain things as an advice, that advice has to be converted into an action, for which only he is just giving you ideas. So more painful than either is living in another's house. That means what? Don't stay in another's house for a long time. As a guest, you can go, and for a day you will be respected. The second day you will be driven out, or rather even they will have some sort of feeling that why he is staying for a long time. So this practical knowledge you should have first. Then he is talking about marriage, whom to marry, where to give your daughters and all. Then just skipping. Then do not trust. Don't trust whom. Do not put your trust in rivers. Men who carry weapons, bees with claws of horns, women and members of royal family. Don't trust them. Anything may happen at any time. So be cautious. Then take the best from everywhere. That's what he said. Vishadapi Amrutam Grahyam, etc. He was giving slokas. All slokas I have given in paper. If it is coming in the form of books, everybody will be knowing the Sanskrit version also. Extract nectar from poison, even gold from filth. Knowledge from enemies. They also have knowledge. So acquire the best out of them. Good words from even children. So this reminds me of the Vedic dictum. Ano Bhadra Kato Yentu Vishwata. Then avoid him who takes sweetly before you, but tries to ruin you behind your back. For he is like a pitcher of poison with milk on top. Then nurture the children very well. How wise men should always bring up their sons in various moral ways. This is lacking now because the parents themselves are going away from morals. How can they expect? The children who have knowledge of Niti Shastra and are well behaved become a glory to their family. Then among children, many a bad habit is developed through overindulgence and many a good one by chastisement. Therefore, beat your son.
Oh.
There is nothing wrong. That's what he said. Tasmat putram cha shikyam cha, even the disciple. Kadaye. That is straight the instruction. But at the same time, what he says, Kadaye, natu ladaye. Don't fondle them. So, this is the practical thing that you will have to learn, you will have to do. Then, let not a single day pass without your learning a verse. Read. At least half a verse. Or a fourth of it. Or even one letter of it. Nor without attending to charity, study, and other pious activities. Then, where to have friendship, he says, do not keep company with a fool, for as he is only a two-legged beast. He who befriends a man whose conduct is vicious, whose vision impure, and who is notoriously crooked is rapidly ruined. So don't have such friends. Excess doing in anything is to be rejected. Don't do excess. But what he says, excess of beauty caused Sita's downfall. Excess, that's why I told you, he is giving the pramana for justification of the statement that he makes. Then excess of pride caused Ravana's downfall. Excess of charity caused Bali's downfall. Hence, reject all excesses. So don't do excesses. Then he says, sometimes when you say that you are so strong and everything, okay, but be safe. Try to run away from that place. Where to? He says, he who runs away from the fearful calamity comes. If you say that I will face it, then you will be destroyed. Then a foreign invasion, a terrible famine, and the companionship of wicked men is safe. To run away from them is safe. Then be a bhakta. Just as a fish by their sight, turtles by their thoughts, giving example. And this is an information also for us. Turtles by their thoughts and birds by their touch look after their babies. Contact with great men will take care of ordinary men. That's what we say. The Dikshas, different types of Dikshas, even Sparsa Diksha, Dip Diksha, all these things. That he is giving it in a different way. Then Atma Hita. As long as your body is healthy and under control and death is distant, try to save your soul. When death is imminent, what can you do? So try to save your soul. That's why he says. Then certain things, reject whom? Go along with many. Go alone. And also with many, he has got certain examples that I am just skipping and going fast. Reject whom? Men without religion must reject. Because he has nothing to hold. So with whom if you are going, you have no hold. So reject him. And a person without mercy. A guru without spiritual knowledge. There is no use. A wife with an offensive face, and a relative with affection should all be rejected. Without affection, should all be rejected. Then think time and again. Consider again and again the following: the right time, the right friends, the right place, the right means of income, the right ways of spending, and who am I and what my power is. You should know who you are, what's your power. Then act. You will be successful. And see God everywhere, he says. For the twice born, the fire represents God. For God resides in the heart of the rishis. Those of low intelligence see God only in his statue, but those of broad vision see the Supreme Lord everywhere. Everywhere you find. This is the greatest philosophy that is being taught even in the Vedanta. Then test men of 4 things. As gold is tested in 4 ways by rubbing, cutting, heating, and beating, so a man should be tested by these 4 things: his renunciation, his conduct, his qualities, and his actions. So you will test on these lines. Then follow religious dharma. Dharma, he says, dharma ekoti nichala. All things, even wealth and other things, are chala, moving. Dharma ekoti nichala, he says. Follow religious dharma. And then he says, who are all to be treated as father, who are all to be treated as mother. And then he gives one example. Learn to listen others. More practical. Listening helps one to understand dharma. Listening makes the malice in one vanish. Listening helps one to acquire knowledge. Listening helps one to obtain liberation. So, and then he says, learn to yearn also. Be a wealthy person, yearn, and then give it to others. So, like that, he is going. Then I started with conscious of time. Be conscious of time. Of course, I am not going to be a little bit conscious of my time. Time improves all living beings. Time also kills them. Time is awake. Time is awake when all others sleep. Time is insurmountable. Then be cautious about karma. The soul goes through his own course of karma, and it alone suffers the good and bad results thereby accrued. By itself, it gets entangled in samsara, and by its own efforts, it extricates from samsara. Then you must learn to attract others. He says, learn from others certain things. Of course, it's a big thing. What he says, you must learn from dog. You must learn certain things from. Of course, if you are interested, I can say, but the time is going off. From all animals, you will have to gather informations and then try to follow that. So the nature itself is a teacher for us. Just like Dattatreya had a lot of gurus, 24 gurus. Then don't declare this to anybody. What not to be declared? A wise man should not reveal the laws of wealth. Don't reveal the laws of wealth. So nobody is going to help, but at the same time they will criticize you. Hey, this fellow was lost. So the vexation of his mind, don't tell. The misconduct of his own wife, don't tell. Then being cheated by others. When you are cheated, don't tell it to others. And disgrace that you have undergone. Then don't be shy in some places. You are always prone to shy, you know. Don't. He gives us shyness in monetary dealings, in acquiring knowledge, in eating, and in business. He becomes happy. So don't have. then be happy with these people, they say. Then I'm just skipping. I'm finishing. Some important things I don't want to this that's why I'm just looking at it. So like that, so many things are there. I just directly know the value of mercy, leave the pride of birth, do this for attaining salvation, awaken from sleep, then don't awaken others. At which time? Don't awaken others. Read the classics to attain sharp intellect. Be original, don't copy, do things yourself. Proceed with precaution, leave one for the other, and then leave of 8 things as a student. Eat silently while you are eating, and then have sadhu darshanam, have them as your bandhu. Then kartabyo dharma sangraha, follow the following virtues. He says he gives a list of virtues, and he says be like a Rama. As a Vasishtha instructed, be like Rama. So don't do this. Don't feel shy to acquire wealth. Acquire wealth rightfully, everything follows you. Protect your wealth. Don't wish wealth for by doing that. He is giving some example. Gradually develop these qualities. So like that, he is giving leave attachment. Don't totally rely on fate. Be cautious about karma. Let your actions be organized. Do service to Guru. Act after due circumspection. Don't act with pride. Speak pleasing words. Be at a distance. Do a single deed and control the words. Know your own quality. Do these to be peaceful. Tyaja, Bhaja, Guru, Smara is there. Then avoid wicked company and associate with saintly persons. Acquire virtue day and night, and always meditate on which is eternal, forgetting that which is temporary. So these things are the you should know the self. Reading maybe the Shastras. 1 minute. Okay. Know the self. Reading merely the Shastras is useless. Is it? One may know the 4 Vedas and the Dharma Shastra. Yet, if he has no realization of his own spiritual self, he can be said to be like the ladle, which is starts all kinds of foods, but knows not its taste. Then don't lose noble qualities, develop good qualities, stop boasting yourself. If you start boasting yourself, you will be degraded. Even Indra, you may be Indra, but even if you are an Indra, you will be degraded. People will say, why he is boasting himself. Otherwise, people will have a high esteem about you. But if you boast yourself, then finish. Then gifting the right person or to be gifted, speak pleasant words. I'll come to the end. Then at last, what he says is that help others. That's what the governor at the end of his speech rightly, emphatically said that you should help Paropakaraha Punyaya Papaya Paravedam. There are only 2 things. If you are to live happily, help others. And what is sin? If you are disturbing others, if you are just giving some harm to others, then that is sin. So have your own formula of punya and papa, and then act according to your consciousness. Then you will be a successful person. If you are a successful person with these qualities, you can change the entire world. The vibration will be 10% improve, and then that everything will improve, and the nation will improve, the whole globe will improve. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Tyagarajan has talked about the Dharma kind of having meaning only when it's acted out. And he has touched upon a book that we haven't come across to yet, Chanakya Smriti. And that is why probably Chanakya.
Person who took the paper and talk also.
And that is why probably Chanakya had reference when he talked about Kārya, how to do, when to do, and where to do. The theater is open for discussion. May we have some short comments and queries?
Is there any kind of advice on Kārya and Akārya in this? Like this world, this technology is altering everything. Like in this world of artificial intelligence, is there any kind of specific customized advice?
No, I did not hear you. In the world of artificial intelligence, is there a specific advice for conduct or Kārya?
Certainly. A good question. When you have your conscious of time, the conscious of time is there. In this time, unless until you are given a time, you will not be able to finish it. So for that work also, this is the thing that once again we hear from you.
I was asking that in this world in which technology is actually changing everything, there are concepts like artificial intelligence which are coming up now. Is there any specific advice on Kārya and Akārya?
Making viruses is Akārya. To steal through crime, that is Akārya. But we find it. Of course, we have got all crime police, others who are also tracking. That is always there, right from immemorial, from Vedic days. Both bad things and good things were there. Asuras and the Devas were there. And who is vetoing the other? That you will have to think. Every time, see, this cannot be changed. Even the next yuga also, or other, even after some years also, even the complete technology has doubled, means then also you have got certain regulations. Those regulations are to be followed. If you don't follow, you are doing Kārya. So Kārya is Kārya. What is Kārya? It is a karma. What is a karma? Kartavyam karma. What is ought to be done is called karma. What ought not to be is akarma. What you do it in your own way, in a different way, thinking in a different way, that is vikarma, you can say, in your way. So these things are always there. It's a permanent level. So whether it is technology world or in any type of world changing, it is always there. That is, these instructions will become more applicable today. Should be applied by us in these industries. Otherwise, the industries will go back because man is prone to think in negative lines.
Thank you very much.
Very briefly, comment about dana being the principal quality for Kali Yuga. It is often said.
Yes.
That is also a very pragmatic advice given to us of with the social nature of enterprise today, and helping others, as the governor said, as you concluded your talk. Your views on that. Does that also mean that you have to generate wealth to be able to give?
That's why even Chanakya says, you earn wealth. Don't bother about income tax officers, but show the proper accounts for income tax. There is no bar in acquiring wealth. But actually he says, rightfully you should acquire wealth. Acquire wealth. Enough or more than what you have. Spend it as dana to others. Because when you are giving dana, then your heart is satiated that you are doing a great service. The other person also is benefited. Both are benefited by this. So, giving gift is the best way of satisfying oneself. Once your mind, say, after all, what we are always aspiring for, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. All mantras at the end of it says Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So this Shanti, if you are to attain, then give it to others. There is no use of holding the excess for you. So excess has to be avoided even in this also.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We always think to do dana, we must earn the wealth ourselves. And in my experience and to the best of my knowledge, as madam would also aver to it, it's not necessary that I should be wealthy or I should have earned the wealth. I should know who has the wealth and who has the heart to share that wealth and who needs that kind of help. And I can be a mediator between both, channelize it. And that is also my share in doing that.
That comes as a barometer.
No, that can be, but still it is done. It has some role in done. Thank you.
Thank
There's
you.
also the concept of Robin Hood.
Yes. But in negative manner is.
Thank you. Thank you to the speaker and thank you to everyone who has participated. The next speaker is Ms. Shikha Sharma. Her paper is The Dilemma of Kārya and Akārya in Kant's Deontology.
I'm feeling very nervous in front of such excellent scholars, Professor Paneer Selvam and others. Pranam Swamiji, thank you for providing me such an excellent opportunity to be a part of this seminar. So since yesterday, we have been listening to excellent papers explaining the notion of Kārya and Akārya. It gave me a good insight and a reasonable understanding of the concept of Kārya and Akārya. I was there chairing the session where Dr. Venkat Krishnan, so he highlighted this theistic perspective of it given in Vaishnavism, that if our actions are done with the intention of serving the Lord, then it is qualified as, then it becomes Kārya or qualified as Kārya. And in the absence of such intention, it becomes Akārya. Then yesterday, Dr. Srinivasan tried to incorporate ethical and metaphysical approaches in Madhvacharya's philosophy. But because of the time constraint, he could not cover the relationship between the two, whether they go hand in hand or a subsequent antecedent relation is there, which I can discuss with him post-seminar. Then Professor Paneer Selvam's paper beautifully explained the notion of Kārya and Akārya captured in both Advait and Mimamsa. And as we were discussing yesterday, sir, with Professor Paranjit, so he made an excellent, exciting and challenging remark about how saying Aham Brahmasmi or Tattvamasi will, he's saying that by uttering those words will not provide any framework to run the society. And how Mimamsa's concept of Vidhi and Nishedh can serve that very purpose. So, and you also highlighted that, but again, because of the time constraint. So in my paper, I will cover this concept of Kārya and Akārya in the ethical domain concerning Kant's deontology, without mentioning metaphysics or its relationship with ethics. So the first fundamental question here in the ethical domain is, why should I be moral? Why should I do the right thing if I can get away doing the wrong thing? So here Kant talk about So Kant, Immanuel Kant, 18th century German philosopher. So he was the one who highlighted, of course, in sync with John Locke, idea of personhood, which is really important in modern philosophical and ethical thought. So he is saying that the capacity for rational self-determination makes person uniquely valuable. Now, yesterday, Professor R.C. Sinha also talked about this intrinsic value attached to humans, attached to person. So they have an intrinsic value, that is dignity, which makes them valuable.
open my life.
So Kant's deontology is basically talking about the means-oriented approach. Your intention is what matters, right, sir? So this word coming from Greek words deon and logos, which means duty, science or study of duty. Basically, it is normative ethical theory, prescriptive in nature, and it prescribes that morality of an action should be based on whether that action itself is right or wrong under certain series of rules rather than based on the consequence of the action. So he did not focus on the consequences. Next point, what he highlighted in his deontological theory is that this theory, prescriptive theory, is not given by any tradition or a God, any supreme reality. So God is not the lawgiver, but it's our rational conscience, which consists in obeying our conscience. So this is what he said, and then he said that moral laws are rational laws, laws which we form for ourselves. And then he said that when we form those laws, they have that special force which he called and labeled as categorical imperative. So when he says moral, it is your voice of duty, your dharma in Indian context. So this voice of duty commands you to do the right thing without thinking of any consequence, good or bad. Now, when he says doing the right thing, so that takes precedence over your personal interest and inclination. So yes, of course, we are influenced by our personal desires, appetite, which Plato and others highlighted that internal stability or internal balance is required. Similarly, Kant also talk about that not suppressing, but managing your personal inclination and desire, and how your rationality or reasons should overpower all these things, all your desires. So actions, those are motivated by that sense of duty, are moral actions, are qualified as moral action in Kant's deontology. So now, when Kant says doing the right thing, you ought to do this, you ought not to do this. So what I understood is basically he is referring to injunctions and prohibition. You are supposed to do this, you are not supposed to do this. So now when he says prohibitions and injunctions, you ought to do it without any exception, are those categorical imperatives or that sense of duty absolute in nature? That is the first question I raised. Kant called them as categorical imperatives, and he said that they are absolute in nature. Those are injunctions. And that is considered as karya, which you should do. The fundamental principle of moral duty, that is categorical imperative. I have used this quote from Bhagavad Gita. Tasma shastram pramante Kārya and Akārya vyavasthito yatva shastra vijnanoktam karpa karpu mihasi. Therefore, the scripture is your authority as regards the determination of what is to be done and what is not to be done. After understanding your duty as presented by scriptural injunction, you ought to perform your duty. So Kant, of course, he called them those categorical imperatives, absolute in nature, and then he provided some of the maxims, which are, of course, absolute and universal at the same time. So what are those maxims? The first maxim, he said, act only on that principle which can be a universal law. Do not use any person, including yourself, as a mere means to some end.
act as a member of kingdom of ends. So these are the maxims. Of course, I'm not going to discuss all this, but I'll focus on the first important where we talk about the universality. That why this notion of sense of duty or doing the right thing should be universal in nature. So this I have taken from Metaphysics of Moral. If there is such a thing as moral obligation, if as Kant himself says, duty is not to be everywhere an empty delusion or a chimerical concept, then we must establish that our wills are governed by this principle. I ought never to act except in such a way that I could also will that my maxim should become a universal law. So whatever I am doing, I have to keep that in mind that it should be a universal law without any exception. In this context, I have used this Heinz dilemma. I'm sure many of you must have heard about this dilemma here. So in this fellow called Heinz, his wife is suffering from a rare cancer. The drug cost him around $2,000. He somehow managed $1,000. Because of that greedy chemist, he was not able to get the drug. In that scenario, what should he do? Should he steal the drug? Or should he allow his wife to die in the absence of the drug? What do you think? What should he do? What should be his karma? Yes.
In Tirukural, there is one word, Koimayum Vaimai Edethai. What it says is, if it's going to produce a benefit which is sinless,
Okay.
then even speaking a lie is as good as speaking about it. And that is applicable in the sense also.
Okay.
That
So there is an exception to lying in this particular case.
the rule, there is always an exception to the rule. And that is what most of us make use of as saying the loophole in the law to get away with anything that we do.
Okay. Professor Srinivasan, I want to ask you. So what Madam said in one
Ma'am,
context,
we will keep the discussion for the last.
this is a typical discussion kind of a talk. So if you allow me, I have time, I will finish on. Don't worry about that. So, yeah.
But then we will do a paper later.
Yeah, of course, I will do it, yeah.
எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு சந்தேகம் தான்.
English.
தெலுங்கு பரவாயில்ல translate பண்ணுங்க.
இப்போ வந்து Hein is going to steal a drug from that chemist. அப்படின்னா what it will be the result? இவங்க wife காப்பாற்றப்படலாம். ஒருவேளை அந்த கெமிஸ்டுக்கு வந்து அந்த ட்ரக் வந்து அவன் ஒரு வியாபாரி தான், அதை அவன் ஓன் பண்ண, அது அவனுடைய வாழ்க்கையில அவனுக்கு ஒரு மரணத்திற்கான காரணமாக அந்த ஸ்டீல் அமைஞ்சிடக்கூடாது இல்லையா? அப்போ இவன் செய்வது நியாயமா இருக்குமா அப்படிங்கிறது அடுத்து ஒரு செயின் ஆஃப் ரியாக்ஷன் வருது. அம்மா சொன்ன மாதிரி பொய் சொல்லலாம், வினையாற்றுதல் அப்படிங்கிறதுல வந்து ஒரு சின்ன வித்தியாசம் இருக்கு. சொல்வது வேறு, வினை அதனால் நிகழ்கின்ற வினையாற்றுதல், அதுல இருக்கக்கூடிய சந்தேகங்கள் எனக்கு.
Yeah, translation.
Madam said is, what I said was regarding speaking a lie and trying to say that it is as good as speaking the truth if it's going to produce a positive result. But in this case, by stealing, which is an action, a karma, by stealing, maybe he would say his wife, which is a positive result of that karma. But the chemist being a seller, a vendor, he would definitely incur a loss and a very unfavorable result with his livelihood also. So how?
No, but he is greedy, no. So even if he's incurring loss, that is not because he's already charging $1,000 extra for that drug. The cost is $1,000. He's charging $2,000. So how is he in any sense at law?
No, one way of looking at it is, okay, he is incurring a loss now. Maybe this man may, because he being,
What about he is having a $500 in his hand? Actually, the drug cost is $1,000.
yes.
Can he steal?
That's the question.
Question she is posing.
So what Kant said that in any situation, in any exceptional situation, this person Heinz cannot steal the drug, even if at his life cost. He should not do that. That is why he labeled those rules as categorical imperative. In no situation they are to be compromised. So what he said that those categorical imperatives.
அரசியல் பிழைத்தோருக்கு அறம் கூற்று ஆகும். இப்போ ட்ரக் அந்த கெமிஸ்ட் வந்து $1,000 வந்து $2,000 விற்கிறாங்க. அந்த அரசு தான் அதற்கு பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும். அரசு வந்து வீழும் அப்படிங்கிறது, அந்த நிர்வாகம் வீழும்ங்கிறது தான் தமிழ் மரபு.
The best is, don't steal the drug, steal money and pay.
In any case, he will be stealing. What Kant said that you have to build a maxim which can be universalized. So now in this exceptional situation, because I have to save my wife, I need to steal it. Let's say in some other situation you are hungry. You cannot wait that okay, lunch will serve at 2 p.m. But somehow you are hungry. Let me steal that banana from Sadhguru's mass photo. That there is a banana. Let me steal it. Let me eat it. So then in that case, you say, no, I was hungry. That is why I took that banana. And then in that case, everyone will have some kind of, excuse. And then we are going to universalize.
Nothing wrong in exceptional cases. One help yourself in front of the police. So, you give us your opinion, sir.
If that is for this conclusion, there is a comparative analysis. There is a discussion based on. No, I still have them. No,
No, she has got 5 minutes.
Swamiji orders that I should say something on that. I have been very closely observing the discussions. And the suggestion made by this gentleman was, you steal money and then buy the drug. I think I can go one step further. Murder the fellow and take the property. What is wrong? But best thing is, the pharmacist is not willing to sell you for $500. Murder him and take the property. Very simple. Now, whenever there is a law, either you agree with that or try to amend the law or abrogate the law. Otherwise, what is the point? Everybody will, a murderer will have a justification. A fellow commits a murder and he fights to the Supreme Court. Do you agree then at that time? There are some clauses in law where killing is allowed. Section 76 to 106 IPC is exception to the law, where you can do certain things which obviously appear to be against the law, but justified. They are called justifiable acts. Technically, you may call it. So, when there is, no, let me complete, sir. If there is a law, we have to follow that. If you think the law is a trite law, only thing is amended. Not, no, I won't follow. Then what's the point? What's the definition of a citizen? A person who is law abiding. If you are not law abiding, you are not a citizen. You are unfit to be in the nation or in the world. So if you say, I can do this to compensate that, it is double mistake. Not one, you are compounding a mistake. Law is law. You can't violate that.
So that is absolute in nature.
What can you do for that? Then every poor man can say, that man is rich, why not I take some money from him? What is your answer for that? You can't level like that. It is his karma, that's all. He has to strive and work out his karma. If you find a solution like that easily, no criminal can be prosecuted. The whole country or society will become criminals. As a policeman, I don't agree with that. That's not so.
That we cannot steal the drug. That's it.
Madam Khan, I think the argument has gone to,
Just one thing, sir. Dr. Abu, then
is a classic case of conflict between, it's a classic case of conflict between Samanya Dharma and Vishesh Dharma. Samanya Dharma says you should not steal. But this is a specific Vishesh Dharma situation where unless the drug is given, you cannot save the wife. So it transcends that. That you have to say what is Satyam and Nritam. Satyam, Satyameva Jayate na Nritam. Satyam always conquered, but there were situations where Satyam has to be transcended by Ritam, the cosmic order. The cosmic order says save the life. The Satyam says don't steal. So this Ritam overtakes the Satyam.
If I may intervene. Actually, your debate has gone between, it is an argument between whether it is on deontology should be the criterion and whether situational ethics. So if you can just point out, or if you will specify what is it that you are looking for, because otherwise the arguments will go haywire. That do you want the argument to be between deontology, because people out here are talking about situational ethics, and the Indian ethics actually, Indian ethics actually combines all. So what is it that you want your answer for?
Right. So answer is for, I have given this point that Kant's deontology is absolute in nature with no exception. Now, when Ramon uncle said that, situational ethics you pointed out. So now in that case, he is not ready to accept any exception. So in Indian context, I just want to know, and we need to draw the parallel, which other situations we can incorporate to understand such kind of a situation. Because he is very rigid about it, that we cannot compromise on this notion of duty. Whether it's stealing, lying. So another dilemma is this, lying permissible? So this, where he highlighted this example of, let's say, my friend's life is in danger. He came to my place, that friend came to my place and asking me, can I hide in your house? Now that murderer who is looking for my friend, he knocked my door and asking for my friend. In that situation, will I lie to that murderer, or will I say, what will I say? So that is why it is this, I am here to give the Kantian position. At the same time, I need to hear from the scholar, from an Indian perspective. So
Get out of India.
There is a thing raw phenomenon, right? I've given you the rules, and following the rules, you do as you wish.
And the report is the reaction.
Yes. And we need to face the consequences.
yeah, that's what he said.
That is it.
That's what Kant said. Consequences are unpredictable, so you cannot think of consequences beforehand. So in this case, if I need to safeguard my friend's life, I cannot lie to that murderer that my friend is not in my house. So that's what, when it comes to this notion of Kārya and Akārya in Kantian deontology, what Kant said in the sense of duty, that these are absolute in nature with no exception involved. The rest I can discuss in my. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. So more than giving us what she thinks about Kārya, Akārya and Kant's deontology, she has placed a question in front of the house, and she was looking for an answer. So as we were having it in between, so I will skip over the discussion and the queries now, and I'll go to the next paper that is by Dr. Radha Raghunandan, and her paper is Discerning Inaction in Action, the Secret Trait of the Non-Doer and Non-Enjoyer. Madam, please.
My pranams to Satguruma, to Swamiji, to my professor Sunil Silver, to all the learned scholars, friends, others who are gathered here. A lot which I wanted to say have already been discussed since yesterday morning. So it leaves me that I need not go on repeating some quotations which have already been quoted. And yet, when I speak, I may need some of them for the continuity of my talk. So kindly bear with me. Please don't look upon them as a repetition. Yeah. So. Yeah. Now, we know that Indian philosophy, it has so many all schools of Indian philosophy have talked about karma. And Advaita is what I wanted to take as the basis for my talking. But then in the end, I think I have to make it more universal. After listening to all the talk, I need not be Advaita specific in what I want to talk. And it will turn out to be more universal than Advaita specific. Anyway, Advaita approaches the process of this karma, this is action or activity, and the effect of karma from the perspective of Atma-jnana, from the perspective of self-knowledge. And according to Advaita, both originate from the same source. What is the source? Whether it is karma or karma phala, both of them, they originate from self-ignorance, ajnana. And since the self-ignorance can be sublated to self-knowledge, we also can overcome the effects of karma or channelize our karmas through an awareness of the self, that is through our self-knowledge. And this is inevitable even in our actions like bathing, eating, sleeping, and also scripturally prescribed actions and proscribed actions. Professor Tyagarajan used the term, that is for Vihita karmas and Nisheda karmas. And I would add the Vihita karmas also here. And we may use these rules in all our activities. Now, Lord Krishna says that no one can remain inactive even for a moment. And here I would like to add, that is because our mind can never stay restless even for a moment. Technically, we may say that in deep sleep, the mind is at rest. And I would say mind is not at rest because it is storing all our vasanas, experiences, impressions during that time. As long as that process is going on quietly, the mind is not quiet. It is doing some function. But Krishna says that yes, nobody can remain inactive, but King Janaka and others, they realize perfection by action alone. And this is possible for such wise people because they could discern this inaction, akarya or akarma, in action. In Gita 4:18, it said, karmani akarma pashye. And therefore, though they were executing their duties, they were doing all their duties, all their actions selflessly. And as a result, those people turned out to be as good as no doers, non-actors. And because they were non-actors, they became non-enjoyers, abhoktas of the results of whatever they were doing. And therefore, their actions became as good as fruitless actions, karmas without any phala. And the crux of my talk is going to be, the wise person is a non-doer and therefore he is a non-enjoyer of action. And I intend to present this possibility based on the Upanishadic allegory of two birds perched on a tree, and also some Puranic instances in the light of the Gita. the Puranas, we have this analogy of the two birds, very famous analogy. They occur in the Rig Veda Samhita, in Mandukya Upanishad, Mundaka Upanishad, and Shvetashvatara Upanishad. And I would not quote, I would just give the quote is here. I will give you the translation. Two winged beings, inseparable companions, perch on the same tree. Of them both, one eats the sweet fig fruit, the other looks on. And here I would like to draw upon Bhagavad Pada's cemetery. Now, Bhagavad Pada says that this tree, it symbolizes one's body. And because of the similarity of destruction of both the tree and the body, it symbolizes one's body. The literal translation of Dva Suparna, that is Dvau Suparna, that is two beings which possess beautiful plumage. That is the literal translation. Or the term, this is what Bhagavad Pada says, or the term could refer to birds, pakshas, because of the similarity to birds. Now, Shankaracharya, interestingly, in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.19, he interprets the word Suparna differently. And there he uses this interpretation as Suparna Shabdena Shipra Shena Uchyate. He says, by the word Suparna, a far-flying Shena bird, Shena is meant. The meaning of this word, Suparna, is a fast-flying Shena. Now this Shena, it can mean whiteness, or it could refer to a hawk or a falcon in what we are aware of among our birds. Now, this is just an interesting explanation that I could come across when I was going through this Bhav Suparna. The two birds on the same tree, they represent Jiva and Ishvara. This is the explanation Acharya gives. They represent Jiva and Ishvara in the same body. The Jiva is conditioned by the tree called body, and it is dependent on the tree called body. And for want of discrimination, this Jiva, it eats the fruits resulting from the karma of the nature, which is of happiness or sorrow, and which karma, which fruit they produce various and peculiar tastes by way of experiences of pleasure, pain, or a mixture of both. The other bird, Ishvara, now who is eternal, pure, intelligent, free, and omniscient by nature. And here an oft-quoted phrase about Ishvara is Nitya Shuddha Buddha Mukta Svabhavaha Sarvajnaha Sarva Sarva Upadi Ishvara. This is oft quoted about as a definition of Ishvara. And this Ishvara, again, it's a self, it's an Atma. It is conditioned by Maya as a whole. Now, this word Ishvara, both of them are on the same tree called body. This Ishvara does not eat the fruits of the trees, but it remains a silent witness of all that is going around. And in the Kathopanishad, while instructing this boy Nachiketas, Lord Yama makes a subtle reference to both these selves as enjoyers. Now, what we saw in Mundaka Upanishad and other places is Ishvara is not an enjoyer. He's simply watching. Whereas in Kathopanishad, Yama says Ishvara is also an enjoyer. But he indicates that these two enjoyers are different from each other, like shade and light. That is Chaya Tapo is the term that he uses. In that, one self, that is the Jiva, it gets shackled in samsara, whereas the other self, that is Ishvara, is free from it. Interestingly, both of them are mentioned as enjoyers, and therefore Shankaracharya, he gives a wonderful explanation here He says, this remark of comparing both of them as enjoyers comes under the logic called Chatri Nyaya, the umbrella logic. That is, when some people are carrying umbrellas and going in a crowd, we say all men carrying the men, there go men with the umbrellas. There are some men some of the people who are not having umbrellas, and yet it becomes a general term for all those people who are going in that crowd. And in these analogies, it is always clear that the jiva is always active, either doing a karma or enjoying the fruit of a karma. And by saying that Ishvara is a silent witness, we may hasten to think that Ishvara is inactive. But that is far from the truth. Why? Because Ishvara is always busy, either doing creation, sustenance, dissolution, always listening to our prayers and granting or not granting, punishing, all these things are happening. And that way he is the dispenser of the fruits of the karma. He is a karma paladata. And interestingly, not randomly, but appropriately, depending on our karmas, not on his karma. So he is very active. For him, his karya, whatever is his activity, is a sport, it's a leela. And therefore, whatever Ishvara does becomes a non-action for him. It becomes an Akārya for Ishvara, not for the jiva. Now, is it possible for us human beings that all the actions that we do or must do can become or can be made to become non-action? To say that this is possible for all varnas, ashramas, genders, I will draw upon the instances of Kapila Muni, the only son of Kadamrishi, to represent Brahmacharya ashrama and Sannyasa ashrama, and the Kshatriya king Janaka to represent Grihastha ashrama. Now, without going into much details, this Kapila Muni, the earliest mention about him is in the Rig Veda, and there we see the Rig Veda mantra and Ralph Griffith's translation to it. It translates Kapila as tawny. Tawny means red color. And the translation of the mantra indicates that this is one of the 10 sense organs. That is what we understand from the Rig Veda mantra. But if we see our Puranas, in the Puranas, if we see the Puranas, like the Brahmanda Purana or the Bhagavad Gita 10:26, here in the Brahmanda and also the Srimad Bhagavata Purana, which I will be touching upon, the Brahmanda Purana very clearly says, the Lord Narayana will protect us all. The Lord of the universe, Narayana, is now born in the world as Kapilacharya, indicating that this Kapila is an incarnation of Lord Narayana. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna affirms that this Kapila is none other than himself. That means Kapila Muni is an incarnation of Lord Narayana. And we have the story in this Srimad Bhagavata Purana. I will not recall the story from Srimad Bhagavata Purana. The same thing, the same story is translated in Mahabhagavatam in Tamil. And because I would like to share our literature also in a public forum whenever I get an opportunity, I would like to share those particular verses from Mahabhagavatam in Tamil, and I will give the translation, the story remaining the same. The story is Kapila Muni is born to Kardama Rishi, who is already, he has had 9 daughters, he has given them away in marriage, and now he is ready to leave for the forest for a spiritual pursuit. And at that time, his wife Devahuti is asking him, who will now instruct me on the spiritual knowledge? At that time, Lord Vishnu or Lord Narayana appears, and by some accounts it is Lord Brahma who appears and says, Lord Narayana himself will be born as your son and instruct you. And then Kardama Rishi waits when the son is born and is old enough. The son is also, the Kardama Rishi leaves, and when the son is old enough, he instructs mother. This is the Kapila Patalam, or that is in the Bhagavata Purana, which is reproduced in the Mahabharata. And I have just reproduced this Tamil, this one, I'm not going to read them, but there is one particular word that I am very particular about, and that is, if you see that the word Teribai is there. Teribai Agiya. Oh, sorry. Yes. See, should I see the word Teribai? Teribai Agiya Devakutai. This is important here. I mean, this is something interesting. I won't say very important. What it suggests is this Devahuti was already about 25 to 31 years old. When we say that she was she is by the word Teribai, it means that she was already old enough. And she has already given birth to 9 daughters who are old enough, they've been married. And at that age, she is giving birth to a small boy who then has to grow up. And that boy is also now ready to leave. Kapila Muni, he is ready to leave, he wants to leave. And this is where I am very interested. So, this is the time when Devahuti is asking the son. But what is interesting is the scenario where Devahuti is going to ask the son to help her. I think I may overshoot the time, I don't know. Okay. So, it is in Bhagavatam, very interesting portion. I'm very interested in explaining this. Same as Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 25, Text 6, it describes a scenario when Devahuti requests the son to impart her with spiritual knowledge, and Kapila imparts the same to her. And what is the verse there? Tam asinam akarmanam tattva margagra darshanam swasutam devapurutyaha dasuhu samsmarati vachaya. Now, for Srila Prabhupada, he translates this verse as when Kapila, who could show her the ultimate goal of the absolute truth, was sitting leisurely. This is what I am interested in. He was sitting leisurely before her. Devahuti remembered the word Brahma had spoken to her, and she therefore began to question Kapila as follows. And naturally, she is going to ask for spiritual knowledge. And that is where the story proceeds. But my interest is in this phrase, sitting leisurely. This is noteworthy in my opinion. In effect, according to me, he interprets this Akārya, that is Asinam Akarmanam, that is this Akārya, as being relaxed. Yesterday, in his talk on Dvaita philosophy, Professor Srinivasa Acharya, he mentioned how the pace of anybody's actions should be, anybody's thinking should be, it should be equivalent to the pace of a 9-month-old, 9-month pregnant women. That is what the kind of pace at which we should be moving, or even our thoughts should be moving. And I think, this is one example of how leisurely the pace can be for a person when Devahuti is approaching Kapila. Now, if we see this, then we can come to a conclusion. We can understand from Kardama Rishi's life and from Kapila Muni's life that or Devahuti's life, that Grahastha, and here I'm talking upon the point of women. Okay, Grahastha, it is not a shackle. Even Sadguruma, Grahastha is not a shackle for a self-realization. This is what I would like to bring about. And here there's a small episode we can bring about on Yajnavalkya Maharishi and King Janaka. They are exemplars. That even they, who were Grahastha, they were not shackled by what this was doing to them. The same thing, when Yajnavalkya Maharishi, he visits King Janaka, he is asking, what brings you here? Is it cattle or is it what? Or discussion on philosophy? And the Maharishi says, both. So they can go hand in hand. I'll be talking about prioritizing very shortly because I don't have much time. And again, the Yoga Yajnavalkya also, when King Janaka, he organizes a yajna. At that, this one, even at that sacrifice, this Ragi, Vachana Devi, and this Maharishi, Yajnavalkya, they are engaged in a debate. And her question is, you have two wives. So her question is, how can you also be a self-realized person? How can you get into this kind of a pursuit? And Yajnavalkya points out, it is not love or possession per se that can cause the bondage. It is the attachment to the possessions that causes the bondage. One can love others selflessly and can remain detached despite having possessions. Then they are liberated. And this is what Yajnavalkya explains to Gayatri. And in the Yoga Vasishtha, we have the story. In the Yoga Vasishtha, we have the story of King Janaka. We have the story of King Janaka. There, Vyasa, he sends his son, fire. The son is born from the fire of sacrifice, yajna. And therefore, now this boy, he doesn't want to get into Grihastha or anything. But Vyasa wants the son to know that it is possible that even in Grihastha one can get self-knowledge and self-realization. So he sends him to King Janaka. And of course, Shuka, he is very apprehensive about this man. How can he teach me anything about self-knowledge or self-realization? Now, Janaka gives him 2 lamps filled with oil and sends him around. He says, go around the city with these 2 lamps. Not a drop should spill out. And take in all the sights of the city and come back. And when Shuka comes back, no, he has not filled the oil and he has not taken the sights in. He has made his rounds around the city. And this is how Janaka tries to make Shuka understand it is possible to remain a Grihastha doing all the activities and yet not lose sight of what is the highest Purushartha. And what happens is, in this, our obsession with Yogakshema is what? Is the obstacle to liberation. Yoga is accumulation and Kshema is preservation or protection of what is accumulated. If we are always preoccupied with accumulating and trying to protect, we are never going to think of the higher goals in life. And so this is actually Jadabarada's life, if we think about it. At the time of his death, because of his fondness for a little deer, he is only thinking of the deer and not of what is all this self-knowledge has got to knock at that moment. And he is reborn as a deer. But thereafter he gets his liberation, it's a different story.
Ma'am, now you wind up.
Okay, sorry. Give me 2 minutes, please. So I would like to say this inaction, as far as I see, Akārya, it can happen. How it can happen is some 2-3 ways. One is you prioritize your duties and your responsibilities, as Kardama Rishi, he waited for Kapila to be born and to teach their children. And same way Yajnavalkya, he left his sons and everybody in the care of Katyayani, and that is mutual. Katyayani left his son and he took Maitreyi along with him because she was interested. So he does not see dereliction of duties and responsibilities. It only signifies the prioritization between what is Shreyas and what is Shreyas. And if we see regarding this prioritization, it has been the Shreyas and Preyas have been explained in the Kathopanishad 1-2, and it very clearly says that these are the 2 paths. Shreyas is there, Preyas is available to all of us. But what we need to do is to prioritize. and to act as is the need of the hour. And in the Gita 9:22, Lord Krishna, he assures that one need not be obsessed with the Yogaksema, that he will take care of that responsibility for the Yogaksema of those who are devoted to him. Yesterday, we were all given the small pocket book, Upadesha, her Upadeshams. In that, Sadhguruma, she says, it is on the 20th October 2002, she says, let your faith be strong, whatever happens. When he says, he will look after you, he will look after you. You must not be anxious. And so this way, if we are going to go about our duties, let us do our duties. And they said, yesterday also discussed, today Dr. Shikha Sharma also pointed out, it is best to do one's duty according to one's own dharma and swabhava, rather than, do somebody paradharma bhayavaha. And there also yesterday, His Excellency, the Governor of Kerala, he preferred to quote from 1847, which is also equally relevant. But one thing I would like to talk about, one thing I would like to mention about this, it's equally important to remain relaxed in our mind, to delegate our responsibility appropriately. And here, just as he quoted from Chanakya Smriti, Thiruvalluvar, he gives this formula for that. He says, he gives, I just picked up only two couplets, there's a long adhikara on that, I just picked up only two. What these two couplets, I will read them out. Seivai nadi, Vinay nadi, Kalakodu eida ulardu செயல், that is one. இதனை இதனால் இவன் முடிக்கும் என்றாய்ந்து, to give it a thorough thought, அதனை அவன் கண் விடல். These are the two things that I have picked up. What they two couplets say is, one must identify the right person for an action. You must weigh what that action entails and do it at the appropriate time. And before delegating the responsibility, one must give a thorough thought to who is capable of executing that action, by which means would he be able to complete that action successfully, and thereafter you entrust the responsibility to that person. This means all these that we studied, that we saw in the case of Kapila or Janaka or Yajnavalkya, they all were following these rules. And in my opinion, relinquishing the results of actions, it's not in my opinion, it has been said, relinquishing the results of actions, that is Karma Yoga, it is superior to relinquishing actions altogether. Don't relinquish all your actions. You must do what you are supposed to do. But do not be attached, do not expect the results. Somebody said, what about the fruitful results? If I say fruitful results, that means I am expecting every action of mine to give me a result which I expect. It need not be so. It can be an action, a result which I do not expect at all. It can be not only contrary, it can be bhayavaha also. It doesn't matter. But
Ma'am, please wind up.
Yes. This means sannyasa does not mean giving up all actions. It only means giving up your attachment, your expectations to the results of those actions. And here he emphasizes, Krishna emphasizes what we must never give up. And he says, never give up action in the form of yajna, your dhana or austerity. And these must be performed. That means these are imperative. And the reason is that these are purificators. These are pavanani. And I was just mulling on this word pavanani, purificator, because we all know the word purifier, air purifier, water purifier, and everything. And then I went into the internet and I was saying, oh, purificator is something that was hitting me all the time. Why not purifier? It just happened that I came to know there's such a difference, that a purifier removes more dross impurities, whereas a purificator, in my understanding of what I saw, it could remove something more which is already the gross impurities are removed. And so I thought, let me use the word purificator, because a wise person has already refined his mind through sadhana chatushtaya. It is enough refinement already. So what more? And yet he is asked to go on refining himself, because there is a possibility of always gathering some impurity, like we are dusting our house every day. And now I would like to conclude with a popular quote. Some of them, some say that it is by Lao Tzu, which is pronounced as Lao Tse or Lao Tzu. He is a Chinese Taoist, a Taoist philosopher. And some say it is by Frank Outlaw, a man who was part of the Confederate guerrillas during the American Civil War. But the more appropriate thing for me to say would be that it is the source is unknown, and it is watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. In short, the secret for one to discern non-action in action is to convert action into non-action. To remain mentally relaxed, even while physically active vigorously, is to watch one's thoughts. And here it helps to recall Kapila Muni and King Janaka to mind at such times for instance. Thank you all. I know I've overshot my time, but I wanted to give you these points. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We will club two papers together for discussion.
Yes.
And this is the last paper. Professor Sachidananda Mishra will not be coming online. And from the last plenary session, Dr. Parveen Sultana will be speaking now. She is an assistant professor, Department of Tamil, Justice Bashir Ahmed Saeed College for Women. And her paper is Acting or Forsaking Action to Achieve a Goal, a Literary Perspective.
அப்பா நான் வேண்டுதல் கேட்டு அருள் புரிய வேண்டும். அப்பா நான் வேண்டுதல் கேட்டு அருள் புரிய வேண்டும். ஆர்வீர்க்கெல்லாம் நான் அன்பு செய்ய வேண்டும். தப்பேதும் நான் செய்தால் நீ பொறுத்திடல் வேண்டும். தலைவா நின்னை பிரியாத நிலைமையும் வேண்டுமானே. கண்ணியத்திற்கும் போற்றுதலுக்கும் உரிய இந்த அற்புதமான ஆன்மீக பேரியக்கத்தின் தலைவர் அவர்களே, மேடையில் வீற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய சான்றோர்களே வணக்கம். எனக்கு இந்த மேடை புதிது. வாசித்த வாசிப்பின் காரணமாகவும் வாய்த்த குருமார்களின் மீது நம்பிக்கையும் தான் என்னை உங்கள் முன்னால் இங்கே நிறுத்தி இருக்கிறது. பிழைகள் எல்லாம் என் வசம். நான் ஏதும் கருத்தோடு பேசினால் அது என் குருமார்களுக்கே போய் சேரும் என்பதனையும் மிக தாழ்மையோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு, கார்யா கார்யா என்கின்ற இந்த மகுட வாக்கியத்தோடு இயங்கக்கூடிய இந்த மாநாட்டில் நான் புரிந்து கொண்ட சில கருத்துக்களை இந்த மன்றத்தில் வைக்க விழைக்கிறேன். எல்லா கேள்விகளுக்கும் சொற்களால் பதிலை கண்டுவிட முடியாது. பலாப்பழம் எப்படி இருந்தது என்று கேட்டால் சுவையாக இருந்தது என்று சொல்லலாம். இனிப்பாக இருக்கிறது என்று கேட்பார்கள். இனிப்பு என்றால் என்ன என்று கேட்டால் தேன் போல இனித்தது என்றால் தேன் சாப்பிட்டால் போதுமா, அது பலாப்பழம் சாப்பிட்டது போல் ஆகுமா என்றால் கிடையாது. சர்க்கரை போல் இனிக்குமா என்றாலும் கிடையாது. பலாப்பழத்தின் சுவையை உண்டபின்தான் அறிய முடியுமே தவிர உண்டவர்கள் சொல்வதனால் அந்த ஞானம் நமக்கு வருவதே கிடையாது. ஆனாலும் குருமார்கள் தன்னுடைய உணர்வு ரீதியாக உணர்ந்தவற்றை ஒரு பலாப்பழத்தை சாப்பிடாமலேயே அந்த பலாப்பழத்தை சாப்பிட்ட அந்த பேர் உணர்வை பெறுவதற்கான வழிகாட்டுதலை புரிகிறார்கள். அதனால்தான் நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில் குருமார்கள் தேவைப்படுகிறார்கள். காரியா என்றால் செயல், அகாரியா என்றால் செயலற்று இருத்தலா என்கின்ற ஒரு கேள்வி எனக்குள் நீண்ட காலமாக எழுந்த வண்ணம் இருக்கிறது. நான் புரிந்து கொண்ட இந்த கருத்தை என் மொழியில் சொல்கிறேன். மொழி அறியாதவர்களுக்கு என் மொழி அறிந்தவர்கள் மொழிபெயர்த்து சொல்லிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். வள்ளுவர் இப்படி ஒரு குறளை பேசுகிறார். எனக்கு பல நாட்களாக அந்த குறள் மீது ஒரு பற்று உண்டு, ஒரு ஈர்ப்பு உண்டு. எல்லாம் புரிகிறது, ஒரு சொல்லில் மனம் சிக்கிக் கொள்கிறது. அந்த சொல்லுக்கான விளக்கத்தை தருகின்ற பொழுது ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் ஒரு ஸ்கூல் ஆஃப் தாட் உருவாகிறது. அதில் அவர்கள் நின்று கொண்டு அந்த உண்மையை, அந்த பேருண்மையை சொல்லிய வண்ணம் இருக்கிறார். வள்ளுவர் இப்படி சொல்கிறார்: செய்யத்தக்க அல்ல செய்ய கெடும், செய்யத்தக்க செய்யாமையாலும் கெடும். எதையெல்லாம் நீ செய்யவே கூடாதோ அதை செய்து விட்டால் அது கெட்டுப்போகும். எதையெல்லாம் நீ செய்தே ஆக வேண்டுமோ அதை செய்யாமல் இருந்தாலும் கெட்டுப்போகும் என்கிறார் வள்ளுவர். அப்படி என்றால் எதை செய்யாமல் இருப்பது, எதை செய்வது? வாழ்க்கையில் கெட்டதாக ஒரு முடிவு இல்லாமல் நன்மை நோக்கிய பயணத்தில் நம்மை கொண்டு செலுத்தக்கூடிய விஷயத்தில் எது கெட்டது, எது நல்லது? நான் அறிந்த வாக்கில் ஆன்மீகத்தில் பற்று கொண்டவர்கள் உண்மையிலேயே பாக்கியவான்கள். நமக்கு மேல் ஒரு சக்தி இருக்கிறது, நமக்கு மேல் நம்மை இயக்கக்கூடிய ஏதோ ஒன்று இருக்கிறது என்று நம்புகின்ற பொழுது, அதை நோக்கி நாம் பயணப்படுகின்ற பொழுது பல்வேறு விதமான விபத்துகளிலிருந்து நம்முடைய ஆன்மாவை நாமே காப்பாற்றிக் கொள்கிறோம். எனக்கு தெரிந்து இனாக்ஷன் என்பது அல்ல, வினை அல்ல கர்மா. வினை ஆற்றுதலுக்கான மன உந்துதலும் சிந்தனை நிலையும் தான் கர்மாவை உருவாக்குகிறது. இந்த சிந்தனை நிலையிலே நாம் செயலற்று இருத்தல் என்பதாகத்தான் நான் புரிந்து கொள்கிறேன். நீ எதை கொண்டு வந்தாய் என்று இழப்பதற்கு என்ற அந்த பகவத்கீதை சொல்லுகின்ற அந்த வாசகம் ரொம்ப ஃபேமஸ். நீ எதை கொண்டு வந்தாய் என்று இழப்பதற்கு நீ எதை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாய் இங்கிருந்துதான் எடுக்கப்பட்டது, நீ எது கொடுத்தாயோ அது இங்குதான் கொடுக்கப்பட்டது என்கின்ற சொல்லெல்லாம் அடிப்படையில் இந்த காரியா மற்றும் அகாரியாவை பொறுத்ததுதான். நான் பல வேத நூல்களை வாசிக்கும் பழக்கம் கொண்டவள். பைபிளை வாசித்துக் கொண்டிருந்தேன். பைபிளில் ஒரு வாசகம் வருகிறது: கர்த்தர் வீட்டை கட்டாராகி கட்டியவர் பாடு விருதா. இறைவன் தான் வீட்டை கட்ட முடியுமே தவிர நீ அதை கட்டிவிட முடியாது. குதிரை யுத்தத்திற்கு தயார் செய்யப்படும், கர்த்தர் ஜெயமோ கர்த்தரால் வரும். நீ எவ்வளவுதான் காரியங்களை செய்து கொண்டாலும் முடிவு என்பது இறைவனிடத்தில் தான் இருக்கிறது என்று அந்த பைபிள் சொல்லுது. இந்த சப்மிஷன் இருக்கு இல்லையா, இந்த சப்மிஷனை சொல்லுது. எனக்கு சில சொற்கள் அதுல புரிய மாட்டேங்கிறது. இந்த சப்மிஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது என்ன? என்னுடைய தாயார் நான் 10 வயதில் இருக்கின்ற பொழுது கஞ்சலஸ் என்கின்ற ஒரு சூம்பியை பற்றி ஒரு கதை சொன்னார். ரொம்ப இயல்பா இருக்கும், பார்க்கறதுக்கு பெருசா ஒன்னும் பெரிய கதையெல்லாம் ஒண்ணும் இல்லை. ஆனால் என் தாயார் சொல்லுகின்ற பொழுது அதிலே இந்த காரியா மற்றும் அகாரியாவினுடைய சூட்சுமம் அடங்கி இருப்பதாக எனக்கு தெரிந்ததனால் 35 ஆண்டுகள் கழித்து நான் அதை சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். என்னுடைய தாயார் சொன்னார், கஞ்சலர் என்கின்றவர் தூர பயணம் செய்து ஆன்மீக கருத்துக்களை பரப்புவதற்காக பாலைவனமாக கடந்து சென்று கொண்டிருந்தார். அவர் வந்து சேர்ந்தது ஒரு காடு. அந்த காட்டிலே தண்ணீர் தாகம் இவருக்கு ஏற்படுகிறது. தொழுது முடித்து விட்டு இறைவனை வேண்டிவிட்டு போய் தேடுகிறார். அங்கே ஒரு காய்ந்த கிணறு இருக்கிறது. எட்டி பார்க்கிறார், அதில் கொஞ்சம் தண்ணீர். நேராக தன்னுடைய ஆடைகளை எல்லாம் அவிழ்த்து அதையெல்லாம் ஒரு விதமாக ஏற்பாடு செய்து இலைகளை எல்லாம் கட்டி அந்த கயிற்றை கிணற்றுக்குள் போட்டார். தண்ணீர் வந்தது. எடுத்து குடிப்பதற்குள் போதும் என்றாகிவிட்டது. அவ்வளவு சிரமப்பட்டார். ஆனால் 5 வேளை தொழக்கூடியவர், இறைவன் தவிர்த்து வேறு எண்ணங்கள் இல்லாதவர். அவர் பாடுபட்டுதான் தண்ணீர் குடித்தார். சரி என்று அவர் ஒரு இடத்தில் உட்கார்கிறார். ஒரு மான் கூட்டம் வருகிறது. அவர் இருந்தால் மான்கள் கலைந்து போய்விடுமே என்பதற்காக போய் மறைவிடத்திலே உட்கார்ந்து கொள்கிறார். மான் கூட்டம் வருகிறது. தாகம் அந்த மான் கூட்டத்திற்கு. அதில் ஒரே ஒரு மான் மட்டும் அந்த கூட்டத்தில் இருந்து வருகிறது. நம்முடைய சத்குரு அம்மா போல வருகிறது. அந்த கிணற்றில் உள்ளே எட்டி பார்க்கிறது. மேலே பார்த்தபடி அமைதியாக நிற்கிறது. தண்ணீர் மேலே வருகிறது. அதுவும் குடிக்க, கூட்டமும் குடித்து விட்டு போய்விடும். கஞ்சலருக்கு கோபம். நான் 5 வேளை தொழக்கூடிய ஆன்மீக பயணத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு பெரியவர், என்னை இவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்படுத்தி தண்ணீர் கொடுத்தாய். அந்த மான் உன்னை ஏதேனும் உன் காரியங்களை ஏதேனும் செய்கிறதா? அது நேராக வந்தது, எட்டி பார்த்தது, மேலே என்னமோ பார்த்தது, உடனே தண்ணீர் குடிக்கிறாயே, நான் மானை விட கேவலமானவனா என்று சொன்னவுடன் அவருக்கு பதில் வருகிறது. நீ உன் செயலின் மீது நம்பிக்கை வைத்துக் கொண்டு சில வேலைகளை செய்தாய். அது என் மீது நம்பிக்கை வைத்து என்னை பார்த்தது, அதனால் நான் அதற்கு கொடுத்தேன் என்று ஈமான் குறித்த ஒரு கருத்தை என்னுடைய தாயார் சொன்னார். சமீபத்தில் நான் ஒரு ஜென் தத்துவத்தை படித்தேன். ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமா இருந்தது. Sit quietly, do nothing, spring comes and the grass grows. பாரதி இப்படி சொல்கிறார், மானிடர்கள் நான் சொல்வதை கேள்வி, பாடுபடல் வேண்டாம், உணவு இயற்கை கொடுக்கும், நும் பணி அன்பு செய்தல் கண்டீர் என்கிறார். இது பாரதி எனக்கு கொடுக்கின்ற சொற்களாக இருக்கிறது. நான் யோசித்து பார்க்கிறேன், சும்மா இருத்தல் என்கின்ற சொல்லுக்கு என்ன பொருள்? சும்மா இருந்து விட முடியுமா? சில பேர், சுவாமிஜி நாங்கெல்லாம் காலேஜ்ல வேலை செய்யறோம், இந்த வேலை ஒன்றும் வெளியில போகாதவங்க போய் நீங்க இன்டர்வியூ எடுத்து பாருங்களேன், இல்ல டேட்டா கலெக்ஷனுக்கே போங்களேன். உங்க வீட்டுக்காரர் என்ன பண்றார்? வேலை செய்யறார். நீங்க என்ன செய்றீங்க? வீட்டுல சும்மாதான். எந்த பெண்ணுமாவது சும்மா இருக்க முடியும்? அவர்கள் சும்மா இருத்தல் என்று சொல்கிறார்கள். சும்மா இருந்து விட முடியுமா? அதுதானே அக்காரியா. சும்மா இருத்தல் என்றால் என்ன? ஆன்ம ஞானம் அடைந்தவருக்கு கர்மம் தேவையில்லை என்கிறது கீதை. என்றால் ஆன்ம ஞானம் என்பது என்ன? அது வேணும். அதை தேடித்தானே போகிறோம். பெரியவர் வந்து அப்படியே சாஷ்டாங்கமாக கீழே விழுந்து வணங்குகிறாரு. என்ன ஞானத்தை தேடிதானே. வாழ்க்கையை புரிந்து கொள்வது எப்படி என்கின்ற தேடல் தானே கடைசி வரைக்கும். என்கிட்ட என்னுடைய குருநாதரிடத்தில் நான் காலை விழுந்த பொழுது ஒண்ணுதான் அவர் சொன்னார், பர்வீன் சுல்தானா, இஃப் யூ டச் எனிதிங் அண்டர் தி ஸ்கை இட் ஹேஸ் இட்ஸ் ஓன் பிரைஸ் டாக். பயமா இருக்குது. அப்படி என்றால் சும்மா இருத்தல் என்பது மிக முக்கியம். எதையும் தொட்டுடக்கூடாதுல்ல. இந்த சும்மா இருத்தலுக்கான ஆன்ம ஞானம் நமக்கு கிடைக்குமா? சும்மா இரு. அருணகிரிநாதரை தேடி போறேன். அருணகிரிநாதர் இப்படி சொல்கிறார், சும்மா இரு என்கின்ற அறச்சொல் என்றதுமே, அம்மா பொருள் ஒன்றும் அறிந்திலேனே, எனக்கு பொருள் புரியலையே, சும்மா இருப்பதற்கான பொருள் புரியலைங்கிறார் அருணகிரிநாதர். இப்படி யோசித்தால் பலன் வரும் என்று நான் கருதுகிறேன். தேடல் தானே வாழ்க்கை. தேடி தேடி பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது சில சொற்களில் நானே சிக்கிக் கொள்வது உண்டு. உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் தெரிந்த ஒரு பாடலை நான் சொல்கிறேன். ஆனால் 2 சொற்களுக்கான விளக்கம் பேராசிரியர்களும் இந்த அவையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பெருமக்களும் தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அதற்கான அர்த்தம் தெரிந்தால் பதிவு செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள், பதிவு செய்து விடுங்கள். நான் அந்த பாடலை சொல்கிறேன். நாம் எத்தனை பேருக்கும் தெரிந்த பாட்டுதான். நட்ட கல்லை சுற்றி வந்து 4 புஷ்பம் சாத்திய முட்ட முட்ட முணுமுணுத்து ஓதும் மந்திரம் ஏனடா, நட்ட கல்லும் பேசுமோ நாதன் உள்ளிருக்கையில், சுட்ட சட்டி சத்துவம் கரிச்சுவை அறியுமோ அப்படின்னு. சட்டிக்கு சோறு நாம் அருமை தெரியாது, நாதன் உள்ளிருக்கிறானே, நான் நட்டக்கல்லை என்னவா சுற்றுகிறேன் என்கிறார். உள்ளிருக்கின்ற நாதனை நான் எப்படி கண்டுபிடிப்பது? சரி, நான் திருமூலரை போகிறேன். திருமூலன் சொல்கிறானா? எல்லோருக்கும் அறிந்த பாடல் தான், நான் சொல்கிறேன், நினைவுபடுத்திக் கொள்ளுங்கள். நான் இதை குழந்தைகளுக்கு சொல்லுவது வழக்கம், எனக்கு நானே சொல்லிக் கொள்வது வழக்கம். உள்ளம் பெரும் கோவில், ஊனுடம்பு ஆலயம். எனக்கு பல நாட்களா புரியாதது 45 வயதுல புரியுது. உள்ளம் தாயா கோவில். உள்ளம் கோவில் என்றால் அந்த உள்ளத்திலே சில தேவையற்ற கர்மாக்களை நாம் சேர்த்துக் கொள்ள மாட்டேன் தானே. கோவிலில் தீபம் போல் நான் ஏற்றி வைப்பேன் தானே. அது வெளிச்சமாக தெரிகின்ற அளவிற்கு நான் ஏற்றி வைப்பேன் தானே. உள்ளம் பெரும் கோவில், உடம்பு ஆலயம். இல்ல பிரகாரம் உண்டு, குளம் உண்டு, கர்ப்பகிரகம் உண்டு, வாசல் உண்டு. உள்ளம் பெரும் கோவில், உடம்பு ஆலயம். இது புரியுதுங்க. அடுத்த வரி புரியலைங்க. புரிந்த பெரியவர்கள் சொல்ல வேண்டும். பேராசிரியர்கள் எல்லாம் இருக்கிறார்கள். வள்ளல் பிரானார்க்கு வாய் கோபுர வாசல். இது புரியல எனக்கு. வாய் கோபுர வாசல் புரியுது, ஸ்தூலமா இருக்கிறதுனால புரியுது. வள்ளல் பிரான் சூட்சுமமா இருக்கேன், புரியலையே. வள்ளல் பிரானார்க்கு வாய் கோபுர வாசல். அடுத்தது தெள்ள தெளிந்தார்க்கு ஜீவனே சிவலிங்கம். ஜீவனே சிவலிங்கம் புரியுது, தெள்ள தெளிந்தார்க்கு புரியலையே. இந்த தெளிவு தெரிந்து விட்டால் காரியா அகாரியா புரிஞ்சிருங்க. தெள்ள தெளிந்தார்க்கு ஜீவனே சிவலிங்கம். அடுத்து பாருங்க, நான் இதை கண்ணீர் இல்லாமல் படிக்கவே மாட்டேன் இந்த பாட்டை மட்டும். கள்ள புலன் 5ம் காடா மணி விளக்கு. இந்த புலன்கள் இருக்குல்ல, இந்த 5ம் காடா மணி விளக்கு மாதிரி ஆயிடுமா. நம்மை நாமே அது சாட்சி சொல்லுமா, நமக்கு நாமே அது வெளிச்சமாக இருக்குமா. எப்போ? தெள்ள தெளிந்தார்க்கு ஜீவன் சிவலிங்கமாகும். வள்ளல் பிரானாருக்கு வாய் கோபுர வாசலாகும் போது, ஊன் உடம்பு ஆலயம் ஆகும் போது, உள்ளம் பெரும் கோவில் ஆகும் பொழுது, கள்ள புலன் 5ம் காடா மணி விளக்காகும். அகாரியா என்ற காரியம் எல்லோரும் செய்கிறோம். இதோ வந்தோம், பேசுறோம், போறோம், எல்லாம் செய்யறோம். காரியம் எல்லோரும் செய்கிறோம். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு இது ஒரு 20% தான். 80% அகாரியா தான். செய்யாமல் இருத்தல், சித்தத்திற்கும் பித்தத்திற்கும் இடைப்பட்ட இடைவெளி. சித்தம் என்பது ஓடிக்கொண்டே இருப்பது, பித்தம் என்பது நின்று விடுவது. ஓடிக்கொண்டே இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த ஆற்றல், அது நமக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இப்படி சொல்கிறேன், என்னுடைய சிற்றறிவுக்கு ஏற்ற வகையில் வள்ளல் பெருமானார், வடலூர் வள்ளலார் சொன்ன அந்த பாட்டு இன்று வருமோ, நாளைக்கே வருமோ, மற்றென்று வருமோ அறியேன் என் கோவே, தொன்று மலர் வெம் மாயை அற்று வெளிக்குள் வெளி கடந்து சும்மா இருக்கும் சுகம். வெளிக்குள் வெளி கடந்து எல்லாம் புரியுது, இது ஒண்ணு புரியல. சும்மா இருக்கிற சுகம் புரியுது, வெளிக்குள் வெளி கடந்து புரியல. நமக்கு ஓய்வு என்பதே தூங்குவதும் சினிமா பார்ப்பதும் டிவி பார்ப்பதும் தானே, இல்ல ஏதாவது டூர் போறது தானே. சும்மா இருக்கும் சுகம் வெளிக்குள் வெளிக்கடந்து என்கிறாள். நான் என்னுடைய நேரம் நெருங்குகிறது. இன்னும் ஒரு 2 நிமிடங்களுக்குள் நான் நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். இந்த பயணத்தில் நான் தேடிக்கொண்டே வந்த இந்த காரியா அகாரியா என்கின்ற பயணத்தில் என்னுடைய மார்க்கம் எனக்கு சொல்லுகின்ற எல்லாம் வினையாற்றுதல் தான். வினையாற்றத்தான் சொல்கிறது. சும்மா இருக்கின்ற ஒரு விஷயம் இருக்குல்ல, அது ரொம்ப பெருசுங்க. ரூமி சொல்கிறார், நான் ஒற்றை சொல்லில் சொல்கிறேன், புரிந்தவர்கள் பாக்கியசாலிகள். ரூமி சொல்கிறார், நாம் தொழுகை நிகழ்த்துகிறோம், நம் தொழுகையில் சில வினாடிகள் தொழுகை நிகழ்ந்து விடுகிறது. சாமி முன்னால போய் நிற்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம், குருவுக்கு முன்னால் நிற்கின்ற பொழுது, ஒரு நாள் என் குருநாதர் கிட்ட நான் போய் கேட்டேன், பி வித் மீ. திருப்பி ஒரு விஷயம் சொன்னார், ஐ எம் வித் யூ, யூ பி வித் மீ. அதானே முடியல. பெரியாரை துணை கோடுகிறோம், பெரியாருடன் இருக்கிறோமா? சாமியை துணை கோடுகிறோம், சாமியுடன் இருக்கிறோமா? அங்க போய் சேர்ந்ததான் சும்மா இருத்தல் என்பது சாத்தியமா? இல்லை என்றால் வினையாற்றிக் கொண்டே இருக்கும். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு ரோடு ஆக்சிடென்ட்ல ஒருத்தர் கிடந்தார், தூக்கிட்டு போனாங்க, இறந்துட்டார். டாக்டர் சொன்னாங்க தூக்கிட்டு வராம அங்கேயே கிடந்திருந்தா நாங்க வந்து காப்பாத்திருப்போம். ஏன்னா தூக்கிட்டு வந்ததுல ஆட்டோல தூக்கிட்டு வந்து ஆட்டி ஆட்டி முதுகு தண்டு உடஞ்சி செஞ்சுட்டார். ஏற்கனவே விரிசல் விட்ட முதுகு. பல நேரங்களில் சில காரியங்களை செய்யாமல் இருப்பதே மிக தேவையான ஒன்றாக இருக்கிறது. எதை செய்யாமல் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஞானம் தானே. ஒரு கண்ணில்லாத ஒரு குருடர் ஞானி ராத்திரிக்கு போறார், சூஃபி ஞானி கையில விளக்கு வச்சுக்கிட்டு போறார். ஒருத்த வந்து மோதிட்டான், கீழே விழுந்துட்டார், அவனும் விழுந்துட்டான். கண்ணு தெரியல அப்படின்னா, ஆமாயா கண்ணு தெரியல விழுந்தவர். எழுந்திருச்சவன் சொன்னா, பரவாயில்ல பரவாயில்ல போ பார்த்து போனான். இது யார பார்த்து பரவாயில்ல பார்த்து போங்க? எனக்கு கண்ணு தெரியாதுன்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். ராத்திரில உனக்கு கண்ணு தெரியாதுன்னு தெரியும் தானடா கையில வந்து விளக்கு வச்சு போதியது யார்? நாம் தான் மோதுகிறோம். எங்கிருந்து தொடங்குறது? ஜீரோல இருந்து தொடங்குறதா? மௌனத்திலிருந்து தொடங்குறதா? எங்கிருந்து தொடங்குவது? நான் இப்படி சொல்லி நான் நிறைவு செய்கிறேன் இந்த உரையை. பாரதியாரிடம் போய் சரணடைந்தேன். அகாரியாக்கு ஏதாவது சொல்லு. பாரதி எனக்கு சொன்னான், நின்னை சரணடைந்தேன் கண்ணம்மா, நின்னை சரணடைந்தேன். இந்த பாட்டுல 2 வரி மட்டும், நீங்க சினிமா பாட்டா வந்து நான் 2 ஸ்டான்ஸா மட்டும் சொல்றேன். மிடிமையும் அச்சமும் மேவி என் நெஞ்சில் குடிமை புகுந்தன. அடிமையும் அச்சமும் மேவி என் நெஞ்சில் குடி புகுந்தன இல்ல, குடிமை புகுந்தன. இமிகிரேஷன் ஆயிடுச்சு, இமிகிரேட் ஆகி குடியேற்றம் வந்துருச்சு, சட்டப்படி வந்து உட்கார்ந்துருச்சு. அச்சமும் மிடிமையும் மேவி, மேவி என்றால் பரவி, என் நெஞ்சில் குடிமை புகுந்தன, கொன்று அவை போக்கு என்று நின்னை சரணடைந்தேன். அடுத்த வார்த்தை நம்ம இதை நினைச்சாலே நான் நினைக்கிறேன் ஓரளவு என் பேச்சு நிறைவுறும்னு. தன் செயல் எண்ணி தவிப்பது தீர்ந்து, தன் செயல் எண்ணி தவிப்பது தீர்ந்து, இங்கு நின் செயல் செய்து நிறைவு பெறும் வண்ணம் என்னை சரணடைந்தேன். அடுத்து, துன்பம் இனி இல்லை, சோர்வில்லை, சோர்வில்லை தோற்பில்லை, நல்லது தீயது நாம் அறியோம், அன்பு நெறிகள் அறங்கள் வளர்ந்திட நல்லது நாட்டுக, தீமையை ஓட்டுக, நின்னை சரணம். நாம் நம்மை முழுமையாக சரண் கொடுக்கின்ற பொழுது காரியாவும் அகாரியாவும் எது என்கின்ற ஞான வெளியில் நம்மை வழிநடத்துகின்ற அந்த சக்தி நிலை நம்மை வந்து சேரும். நான் அறிந்த வாக்கில் சொல்கிறேன், உங்களை விட சிறிய பெண் நான், வேற்று மார்க்கத்தில் இருந்து வருகிறேன். என்னுடைய புரிதலின் அடிப்படையில் சொல்கிறேன், நாம் குருமார்களை தேடி போக வேண்டாம். நாம் தயாராக இருந்தால் குரு வந்து சேர்வார்.
சும்மாயிரு சொல்லற என்றதுமே சும்மாயிரு சொல்லற என்றதுமே அம்மா பொருள் ஒன்று மறிந்தில்லை. இதை எல்லாருமே என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா, சாதாரணமா சொல்றது தப்புன்னு சொல்லல, வழக்கத்துல வருது. அம்மா பொருள் ஒன்று மறிந்தில்லைன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அப்படி இல்லை,
அம்மா வெளி
அம்மா பொருள் ஒன்று மறிந்தில்லை, சும்மா இரு சொல்லற. ஏன்னா எனக்கு நான் வந்த பொழுது பார்த்து நான் இதை தப்பா சொன்னேன். அதுக்கு ஒன்றும் தெரியாது நினைச்சிருந்தா எல்லாரும். அவர் சொன்ன குழந்தை அப்படி இல்லடா, அம்மா பொருள் ஒன்று மறிந்தில்லை, சும்மா இரு சொல்லற. இது ரெண்டும் போயிட்டுன்னா அடுத்தது உனக்கு சான்ஸ் இது, அதை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது தான், வேற ஒன்றும் வேலையே கிடையாது அப்படின்னு சொன்ன. அதை மாத்திரம் சொல்லலான்னு நினைச்சேன். மற்றபடி நீங்க மற்றபடி நான் தமிழ் ரொம்ப பிரியப்பட்டேன், அது தெரியும். ரொம்ப அழகா சொல்லிட்டு அதை தவிர வேற எது கிடையாது. பிரியா பிரியா எல்லாமே ரொம்ப அழகா சொல்லி.
Thank you. So we'll count the last two.
Just a small announcement. There is a black car number 5176. Anybody's car is that it's blocking, it's parked on the in front of the neighbors. 5176 black car.
So we will open both the papers together for discussion, but as ma'am has gone out for some work, so we will start with the final paper discussion. And I will have to say that I lack knowledge of Tamil, so I didn't understand, and whatever I understood from the translation of the abstract. And my thanks goes to Sri Ramdalji for that. But what I could get from both the papers that they were talking about, first paper was definitely talking about not about a good action or about bad action, but more about the actions that will turn into non-action by performing them without any attachment for the fruit of action. And the second paper also, so far as I could gather, was about activities or non-actions, then actions because they have got motives or intentions behind, and inactivity, which also turns into action because that inactivity also has intentions or motives for fruit of that inactivity. The papers are open for discussion. We will start over with the final paper. And I would like the comments and the questions to be short. Thank you.
Okay, there's a question over there. Okay. So I think Dr. Parveena's paper and presentation, I was also suffering from a lack of knowledge, but what was wonderful about it is that I am listening to Sufi teachings in Tamil for the very first time. And my love for Rumi and my love for all the folk tales and the stories that are told in the Sufi lines. I have read in English, little bit of translation from Persian, Arabic, etc. But listening to them in Tamil is like another layer of meaning opening up. So this is a very pleasurable moment for me. And to marry that concept with Bhagavad Gita and bring it into the Indian traditions and to be able to talk about it so simply and with so much pleasure and so much conviction and ownership is something that I aspire towards, and I look forward to being able to say things with so much clarity and so much surrender and so much love for the language, for the concept, for the surrender, for the love of Guru, and all of those things coming together so beautifully. It's a marvel to listen to you speak. I think that's why Uncle is also feeling so emotional. I also remembered my Guru, how he used to teach. And I think by saying so many things, you've really brought forward the point how you can say nothing about nothing, yet say everything. Yeah. You know, it's beautiful. The poetry in your words is beautiful. Thank you so much.
We'll have to take your word for it because we don't have chat GPT telling us simultaneously what she said. But I'm sure from her body language, I could discern that it must be extremely beautiful.
When she gives the paper, there'll be a translation.
Please, please, thank you.
செயல்களை வந்து வழி நடத்துறது எதுன்றது நம்ம தமிழ் இலக்கியங்கள்ல நிறைய பேசப்பட்டு நம்ம கம்பராமாயணம் இன்னும் பல பெரிய படம் எல்லாத்துலையுமே அது பெரும்பாலும் நம்மளுடைய செயல்கள் வந்து புலன்களால பயப்பட்டு ஆனா அறிவு பயப்பட்டு நாம செயல்படுறோமான்றது ஒரு பெரிய கேள்விக்குறியாது. ஒண்ணு வந்து புலன்கள் எடுத்துட்டு போயிடுது நம்ம செயல்களை, இல்லைன்னா மனம் வந்து ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட நிலையில இல்லை, அது போயிட்டு அது எங்கெங்கயோ போயிட்டு இருக்கு, அதை நிலைப்படுத்த முடியல. அதனால வந்து அறிவு பயத்தை கொண்டு வரும். மனதோ புலன்களோ அறிவு வயப்படுத்தணும். அதுக்கான ஒரு வழிமுறைகளை தான் நம்ம எப்படி அறிவு வழிக்கு கொண்டு வரணும். புலன்களை புத்தி மனசுன்னுவாங்க, புத்தி வயப்பட்ட புலன்கள் சொல்லுவாங்க. அது இல்லைன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? சரியா வயப்படலை, அறிவு வயப்படலை, மனமோ புலன்கள் அறிவு படாம இருந்ததுன்னா அகாரியம், நான் சொல்றேன் அகாரியம், அது ஏற்படும். அதனால நம்ம வந்து தப்பிக்க முடியாது, புத்தி கொண்டு வந்து ஆகணும். இல்லைன்னா அந்த மாதிரி காரியங்கள்லாம் வந்து பயனற்ற காரியங்களா இருக்குன்னு தான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். நம்ம தமிழ் பரிவன் சுல்தானா நிறைய இலக்கியங்களும் நிறைய படிச்சிருக்காங்க, ஆழமா படிச்சிருக்காங்க. அதனால வந்து அவங்க நிறைய விஷயங்களை இதை பத்தி அவங்க எடுத்து சொல்லலாம். இந்த தலைப்புக்கு நிறைய விஷயங்களை அவங்க சொல்றதுக்கு பெரிய வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு அவங்க. அதான் என்னுடைய பதில். I translated my query in English. Our action is controlled by our emotion and our senses. Our action is controlled by senses and emotions, not by our intelligence. So what can we do this?
Can I take 1 minute? Yeah. First, I'll say a few words in Tamil and then I'll ask a question. It's not a question. Some of you may not know who Dr. Parveen Sultana is. She's a well-known Tamil scholar teaching in the SIET college. And you can see her YouTube Tamil lectures, participating in Pattimandram. So it is a great thing that she could come to our Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and gave a very beautiful lecture. But one thing I always, I should say, waiting for a chance to tell this. நிறைய பட்டிமன்றங்களை நம்ம பார்த்துருக்கோம். எல்லாருமே பெரிய ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் இருந்திருக்காங்க. ஆனா பெரும்பாலான பட்டிமன்றங்கள்ல வெறும் வரட்டு திரிப்பலகளை உண்டாக்கக்கூடிய கருத்து ஆழம் இல்லாத பெரிய பேராசிரியர்களா இருந்திருக்காங்க. அப்படிப்பட்ட பட்டிமன்றங்களா நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கு. ஆனா நான் பார்த்த வரையில் அவர்களுடைய கருத்துக்களே ஒரு சிந்தனை கருவூலத்தை நான் பார்த்திருக்கிறேன். Which means, recently also I saw one lecture in YouTube talking in a college among the students, wherein she was raising some very interesting questions and also encouraging young students. That is a remarkable aspect of Parveen Sultana. And also I was very much fascinated the way in which she developed that topic. It's very wonderful. And I was amazed to seer knowledge in Kandaranubhuti, for example, because I used to read Kandaranubhuti every day when I was school. Later, I became an atheist. I was at Periyarist, and then once again, after the influence of Sadhguru Ma, I became a disciple. They know the Purvanga story. So those days I used to read daily. I have to read Kandaranubhuti, 50 songs. கடைசியா முடிக்கணும் உருவாய் அருவாய் குலதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விஜய் குருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகதே. அது 51வது பாட்டு வரும். அந்த பாட்டு முடிச்சுதான் நான் ஸ்கூலுக்கு போனோம். அது எங்க அப்பாவுடைய கட்டளை. அதுல அந்த அந்த குரல் அந்த ஒரு வேர்ட் சொன்னாங்க சும்மா. இன்ஃபேக்ட் நான் என்னுடைய டாக்ல ஐ வாண்டட் டு டெல் தட், பட் தேர் வாஸ் நோ டைம். பட் வெரி பியூட்டிஃபுல் மேடம். ரியலி வி ஆர் அமேஸ்ட். பட் ஒன் திங் I also would like to state here that how she could present the topic action and inaction from a new perspective, because all the time from yesterday onwards we are discussing this from our own standpoint. Sharma also, she spoke about the intention of our human being, but she could relate this with the supreme. That is the uniqueness of her paper, I would like to say, because now she could see how our actions are connected to the supreme, especially when she was making a reference to Sufi saying, and also Bharati and Arunagirinath's Kandaranubhuti. All this clearly show that all our actions are decided by the supreme. This, I think, is the uniqueness of your talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've taken.
No, thank you. And if we can have a comment on Ma'am Radha Raghunandan paper, do we have any?
I already made it outside.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. So with that, we come to the end of this session.
Just, I wanted to say how, if I'm allowed, it is really a great synchronicity, because I came with a text written by the Puri Shankaracharya. Before coming to Mumbai, I put this in my bag, and I had a query about Kapila Muni and Kapila Tantra. And I almost missed your talk, but I was led to it like a deer being drawn by Todi Raga. And what you spoke resonated so beautifully. It has, of course, answered many questions that I had, but the one remains still. Yeah, if there is anybody in the gathering who has heard of a text called Kapila Tantra, which the Maharaji of Puri has quoted, talking about the allocation of deities to the elements, 5 elements, Akasha, Deepa, and Kshiti and Jala and all these things. It's a 2-line verse. I'm just looking at the context of that. So if anybody has familiarity with Kapila Tantra, I'll be very grateful. It could be conveyed to Swamiji also and to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have come to the end of this session. My thanks goes to all the presenters in this session for sharing their knowledge and scholarship with us. And my thanks also to those who have made the session interesting with their queries and the comments. Thank you so much.
I now request Ishwar Mama to hand over the mementos to all the dignitaries. Dr. Shakuntala Bora. Dr. Tyagarajan and Rajagopal. Doctor.
I can expect it to start. I've gone through this area. Now I won't talk last week.
Dr. Radha Raghunandan. And to Dr. Parveen Sultana. who is popularly known as Cholli Chelli. Dr. Sri Priya. Thank you, Ishwarama. We have gone beyond the limits of time. Transcending the time is what we have done really. So we have the next plenary session 4, which will be chaired by the Kārya and Akārya. We eagerly look forward to your taking over the session. He is a renowned journalist, senior editor and consulting columnist of Times of India. The one and only Sri Kārya and Akārya. Thank you. And joining him in this session will be Professor Srikala Nair, Director of International School for Sri Shankaracharya Studies, Professor in HOD Philosophy, Sri Shankaracharya University, Kaladi, Dr. Jahira Khatun, Research Fellow in Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi, Dr. Chittaranjan Sarpati, former IRS officer and life member of the Theosophical Society. In view of the race against time that we are right now in, I request Professor Srikala Nair, who is presently the Director International School of Sri Shankaracharya Studies and also the Head Department of Philosophy, Sri Shankaracharya University, Kaladi, to begin her talk.
During the after time, Dr. Nattarni, Senior Professors, Pranam to Swamiji, continue my topic that I have raised since yesterday. The significance of karma, karma super kartavya, as said, karma has to kartavya. So it is dharma as well, and dharma means dharma has been the forefront in every conceptual discussion in India. Think of family fights, and then immediately you quickly point out, and very often we keep quoting Bhagavan's famous pronunciation, Shreya and Swadharmo, Paradharma, Swanishthida, Swadharmo, Nidhanam Shreya, Paradharmo Bhayavaha. So the vision is that any life appropriately lived takes you to a higher level. So since spiritual goal may be sought from any kind of social situation, one is not advised to discard his station. For it is famously said, Swakarmana tamabhyarchya siddhim vindeti manava. Sanskrit is very easy to say. quickly covered a whole lot of things. One is to worship himself by doing one's own duty. So since dharma is largely dharma, which is intrinsically contextual in nature, this is what we have come to an agreement since yesterday. One will have to exert a lot to identify one's dharma. Apparently, it might look very, very easy. What is my dharma? Doing my dharma, but it is not the case, and that's what I want to bring before you. As Krishna says, "Kim karma, kim akarmeti tavayopyatra mohitaha." Something karma pravakshyami. That is why I'm going to give you a discourse on karma. Yajnatva mokshyate ashubha. So Krishna, in fact, says, if one is clear of one's dharma, there is nothing else that one needs to know further. Why is this? With this, he is not enlisting a set of karmas and karmas. We have heard Chanakya maybe and a bit of Tamil that I could understand. But this is rooted in matter. So with this, he is not enlisting a set of karmas and akarmas. You do this list and you don't do this list. Nice. Instead, he is showing us the method by which each individual can discern his own karma. So what has been commonly said is a state of affairs. As I have said, what has been commonly said is the metaphysics. What is the absolute reality and what is the phenomenal reality. And an informed ethical agent, Shastra Avadhi, has to creatively draw ethical principles from it that are best suitable for the occasion. So as Jnana Karma Adhikar says, the Shankara would call, what is the human is? Jnana Karma Adhikar. That is why he said, he focuses on human beings. Only human beings can do all this. He has the cognitive and the cognitive faculties. So they have duties that emerge from their ontological status. Hence, the primary thesis that I placed before you is that Indian philosophy, there is no ethics independent of metaphysics. So with this prior understanding, let's focus on the general principles that would guide the individual in creatively responding to the ethical situation. Now, these two requirements that I have said, to have the Shastra or the Shastra Jnanam on one, and responding to the empirical situations in terms of it creatively, they are not easy to come by. But as Krishna says, Gahana Karmana Gati. So why is it that the Gati of the Karma is so Gahana? What makes it so intricate that we find it difficult to discern our Swadharma from Paradharma? The reason is simple. To know Swadharma, you need to know three things: the nature of the absolute reality, the nature of the phenomenal self, and the ability to creatively respond to the situational challenges. In effect, a Karma Yogi should far exceed a Jnana Yogi in both the faculties, that is the cognitive and the cognitive faculties. The beauty of the Gita is that it synthesizes the metaphysics. Yesterday in Srini's paper, we have seen how he synthesizes the metaphysics and its application. I don't want to call it ethics because it's not ethics per se. It's metaphysics itself as one single unit interconnected. His synthesizing ability is amazing. No theory stands distinct and isolated in Gita. They together form a web of theory, all leading to practice. In the 16th chapter, I'm repeating, Tasmat Shastram Pramanam Kārya and Akārya Karma. So these karma, as they are called, are to be performed in such a fashion as it fulfills the individual well-being and at the same time the well-being of the world at large. So this is the paradox that we are brought to. How is it that one can perform a karma which brings individual well-being and at the same time the well-being of the world? So this is the famous, enigma, the famous theory which says that the self-interest invariably counters the interest of the other. Hence, a conflict between these two is sure to emerge. So, if you take care of self-interest by rule, you fail to take care of others' interest. Now, this is one. On the other, there is also the fact that the performance by performing this karma, what happens? Spiritually is that you're pouring oil into the burning fire. Because as you are doing karma, again you are pure vasana, and you are ever tied to the cycle, Praditya Samaspada Chakra and Buddha. So hence this route of action is not really good for the well-being, spiritual well-being of the agency. These are the two problems that we are going to confront when you promote karma theory. Let's see how Lord resolves. So now Gita comes up with an amazing formula by which every act of an individual will naturally become beneficial for the other, and such an action will not bind the individual down to the worldly person. So this technique of sacrificing the self-interest for the welfare of the larger interest of the beings around, which interestingly also opens up the way of release for one, is in case the principle of yajna. In what follows, I'll try to fix, if time permits, this principle of yajna in the Kārya Akārya. So what is the principle of yajna? You know that yajadani dhatu, that's what it literally means. We have it in the early Vedic literature and Upanishad. As Adhyatma Vidya, apply this principle for the inner modification of the self. So we have a glimpse of her in the very first mantra of the Ishavasya Upanishad, the first mantra, the third line, Tena Yaktena Bhujidhaha. Now you have the famous Shankara interpretation. Shankara interpretation is to call for a renounce, to renounce the world. That is what Shankara says. So Tena Yaktena Bhujidhaha means you should renounce the world because it's not the real one. But there could also be a plain meaning to it. What is the plain meaning? Without any agenda. It calls for enjoying the world by sacrifice. Now, this seems to be contradictory. For self-enjoyment, you should grab rather than sacrifice. This art of enjoying by sacrifice has been explained at length in Gita, borrowing the principle of yajna from the Vedic literature. In the third and the fourth chapter, Krishna goes extensively. He says, Yajna karmano nyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha tadadham karma kaunteya mukta sangha samachare. So one will have to perform every action as yajna. Yajna karmano nyatra. So what is yajna? Yajna literally means, as I have said, yajadani dhanu to give. The past essence of yajna is what we see in the first mantra of the Yajurveda, Sadhamaya Karmanaha, describes yajna as the noblest of all deeds, done for the greatest good for the greatest number. Now, this is popular and it has been mostly used. This is the mostly used sense of yajna, where you speak of collective work for the benefit of the larger community. Such works are called yajna. Even today, we employ this sense when we say Shuchi Karna Yajna, Saksharada Yajna, and so forth. Also, but when we come to the sacred literature, you have yajna, by which an ordinary man envisions a sacrificial fire and offerings made ahuti in it. But remember, this is just one form of yajna, the gross form. The fire, the sacrificial pedestal, and also the offerings can take different forms. Though even in Shruti, we speak of the subtle form of yajna, where I'll come to that. But the concept receives a meticulous philosophical analysis at the hands of Lord Krishna. According to Krishna, every action of us should be performed as a sacrifice. Even mundane routine acts like eating, Lord says, consuming the precious shlokaha, yajnashishtasanastanto, muchyante sarva silvishahi, bhunjadete dvakham bhavaha, e pachanti atma karanata. I take some food, these days I stay alone. I take some food, invariably feed someone so that otherwise it will be bhunjadete dvakham bhavaha, e pachanti atma karanata. You can't cook for yourself. So one is allowed to nourish yourself after feeding the other. That is, the cooking should be done for another, and then you can have the remaining. One should cook for primarily the other and can consume. Now, this is just an instance of eating, and this format has to be followed in every action. And wherever this format cannot be followed, it should be minimized. That's the method. So this way, you should transform every action as a kind of a yajna, sacrifice, but from selflessly and nourish yourself along with. Now, Krishna wants Arjuna and through the whole entire humanity that if actions are not performed following this principle of yajna, you will be bound by it. Yajna Shishtananda Bhujo Yamdi Brahma Sanatana. Mayam Logosya Yajna. This word is not meant for someone who is not engaged in this principle of yajna. Mayam Logosya Yajna. So, citing the significance of this principle of yajna, Krishna says, see, this very creation is rooted on the principle of yajna. He shows it extensively. The very creation was made with this principle of yajna. Sahayajna Prajakrishna Prajapati. And he goes on saying how the principle of yajna happens to be the fundamental principle upon which the whole creation happens. And further he says how the world functions with this principle of yajna. Anadbhavam Vidbhudani. These are all very persistent slokas, so I don't want to repeat. Anna Bhavandi Bhudani, Pajanya Pajanya, Anasambhava, Yan Bhavandi Pajanya, Yajna, Karma, Samudbhava. Anna happens to be from the Pajanya from the Yajna. So therefore, Yajna is the and we beings are being nourished by the food. So Yajna happens to be the very foundation of the whole process of the world. And he says, Karma Brahmodbhav Vidhi, Brahmasya Samudbhav. So even the absolute has been placed on the functional mode, even the absolute has been placed on the principle of Yajna. Evam Pravartitam Chakram Manuvarti Yadihaya, who doesn't follow the principle of the principle of Yajna, most of part is the Jivadi. She is leading a very wasteful life. So in brief, the simple principle that suppose the very existence of entities in the world is Yajna. And everybody will have to give rather than take. So giving is the principle, the fundamental principle, not begetting. So with that, we get things clear. There is absolutely no place for one's individual cravings and desires. The principle of Yajna reigns supreme, and one will have to lead a life of service. How much time? So indeed, every act of one should be converted as an Yajna. So with that, it becomes clear how the principle of Yajna evades the basic conflict between the interest of the self and the other. By the performance of all this Buddha Yajna, Manushya Yajna, Deva Yajna, and all that, these are the routine things, The call is to convert every act as an Yajna. So the Yajnas performed for the well-being of others are in fact, so the formula is very simple. When you perform mundane action, the material benefit is for the others and the spiritual benefit is for yourself. This is the formula, simple formula. And as mentioned earlier, the principle of Yajna goes subtle when it, and as it goes subtle, the more beneficial it is. And then he says there could be varieties of Yajna, Dravya Yajna, Tapo Yajna, Prana Yajna, and the Yoga Yajna, and then he culminates with Jnana Yajna, and he says that Jnana Yajna is the perfect. And also he speaks about, in Gita itself, he speaks about how the Vishayan should be done akuti into the senses into the restraint with the sensual as well as the motor organ. So this ascent towards the jnana path has to be done along with the performance. And this essential selflessness has to be the driving motive. I'll wind it. The beauty of the principle of Yajna is that you naturally take care of the well-being of the other and the world at large. That the nature has been described in a different color in Indian philosophy. Nature is a co-partner in your spiritual progress. And in Indian thought, nature is not just dumb matter. It's a participant. There is a teleological principle that is functioning. Nature has an order, it has a design, and then the best you attune. See, I have already told you that it has been put on the principle of Yajna. And you will have to tune yourself, your life, your ways of functioning, your aspiration, tune with how the nature functions, and that is how you would attain the best of your goal. You will have to tally in time, in congruence with the functioning of the nature, and all the rituals that we have are meant to get one tuned with this high. Let us bring back speculation into our soul, and let there be philosophers who speculate on what is the design of nature, so that they can envision her plans and how she performs Yajna in terms of the larger community, so that you can also fall into it. Thank you very much.
This reminds me of a line from Adishankara that Yes, karma karo, Shambho Dwara. So all karmas are to be the other, But the paradox, the other being yourself also. So this whole idea that is prevalent today of Vishwaika Kutumba is also implied in this Vishwa Yajna that we're talking. In so many facets. Any questions or comments, please? If you can keep them focused and short, request. Well, I think you have the perfect presentation, which still solve questions. So, oh, sorry, of course, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I can't question the attitude. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm afraid.
You're afraid.
I'm afraid because it's a technical thing. Okay, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Actually, we have been talking about Kārya from different perspectives. Praveen Sultana has done a beautiful presentation by showing how it could be seen from the supreme point of view. And you have shown that very nicely, that Kārya is a yajna. This is a new mode of approach. And you have also stated that in this approach, all our actions are for the well-being of the other, that is the material side, and the spiritual side will come back to you. This is a reputable presentation, I mean, approach. But what I would like to know from you is there any action which can directly bring me the result instead of sharing it with others? You get my point. That is when you say that all our actions that are performed, the material side, no, we are doing it for the well-being of the other is involved. And the spiritual side will be for my own sake. But is there any action that will be performed can bring the result to me directly instead of involving the other? Of course, as you said that the other is not the other is you. But is there any other way of looking at the action which can bring the benefit directly to the one's own self?
So the if the self is involved, then that's the phenomenal self diva. Then you will have the vasana. If the self comes in, that's why Lord said that two things that. If you have to have the spiritual benefit, what is the spiritual benefit? You distance yourself. You are not accruing the vasana. You are not pouring oil onto the burning fire. You have to start the Praditya Samupada Chakra. So you should not have the involvement of the jiva directly into the action. In that case, you are lost. Then karma will not take you ahead.
In that case, if I don't need the spiritual benefits, assume for an atheist. But I perform some action.
Yeah.
But when I perform that action, if I am not interested, if I am not a spiritualist, I don't want the benefits. So what?
I have this is one of the reasons maybe we have Chatushpad Dharma, where you have Dharmecha, Arthecha, Kamecha, Moksha. Now Dharmecha is also to govern, because your wish may be in conflict with somebody else. So then how do we follow this? What do we do? So this whole business of nihilism also is addressed there. Also selfishness of the being also addressed in the sense there has to be some invocatory authority to be able to decide what is the hierarchy of freedoms that are to be granted. So that is why the public context is always important. And this solipsism can be ultimately destructive, but it is not bad. It is not. It is also not non-normative in one sense. I think we can talk about this at later length. Yeah. So the next speaker,
Then we collect balance and then Jayara.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Jayara is also presented for that.
Yeah. Not at all. They're waiting for you eagerly. Yeah.
respected Swamiji, respected brothers and sisters. Sister Padma was reminding me that last time I was here several years ago, and I had the benefit of having the darshan of Sadhguru Ma and her blessing. So today also with her blessings, I propose to share my understanding of this subject. It's a great challenge. Nearly 20 learned speakers have spoken on the same subject. And so for me to speak on the same subject, and that too before lunch, and another speaker is waiting, so it's a really tough challenge. But I want to bring a new perspective, not very new, but slightly new to the whole issue. So I will confine myself to three things. What is a theological perspective I want to bring in? Then I want to concentrate on this concept of akarma particularly, because quite a lot has been spoken about the other point. And if time permitting, I wanted to also bring to your attention about liberation and renunciation. I think that's a very important point. So I hope you will bear with me. Now, the theological perspective is simple. As you know, at the end of every chapter of Gita, we have that, what is it called? Puspika, right? We say Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Upanishad. That means this is an Upanishad. I think we need to look at what is written there as if it is an Upanishad. It says Brahma Vidyayam and Yoga Shastra. It is a yoga book, text of yoga, and it is of course a dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna. I want to concentrate on Brahma Vidya. So it is clearly said it is Brahma Vidya. And theosophy means divine knowledge. And in most Indian languages, it is translated as Brahma Vidya. So when we look at it from a theosophical perspective, we find that Gita is a text of theosophy. So therefore, what I am going to present from a theosophical perspective is actually a Brahma Vidya perspective. So since it is a theosophical text, a lot of our renowned theosophists, Madam Blavatsky, the founder, Annie Besant, in fact, her translation of the Gita is still one of the best sellers. And she learned Sanskrit here and then translated.
And produced an idea.
Yes. And I wanted to mention Swami P. Subbarao, many of you may not be knowing. Bhagwan Das, one of the early Bharat Ratna, W.Q. Judge, and quite a few others, the theosophists, who have written on karma, and also the Mahatmas who are behind, who are the inner founders of the society. So their letters also contain very valuable material on karma. I wanted to list what all has been written, but I am skipping that. I come to this question of akarma. We have been discussing Kārya and Akārya, and many learned professors and scholars have dealt with it. And as that particular verse has been quoted again and again, Krishna saying that even the wise men are confused about karma and akarma. But I didn't see any confusion. All of them were very clear when they were talking about Kārya and Akārya and identifying it as almost as karma, akarma. There was no confusion. Everybody said good actions should be done, and everybody said the bad actions should be done. So why is Krishna saying that even the wise men are confused about it, and I want to instruct you about it so that you will be free from asubha, from sin. I think this is a point we need to look at from a spiritual point of view, because it is a yoga shastra, right? It is a Brahma with that text, and we can't just look at it from the linguistic view, the meaning of the language. And then he goes on to say, you must understand what is karma, what is akarma, and he brings in a third word, what is vikarma. If we had dealt with two and we identify with Kārya and Akārya, it was fine. It is like something for sukarma and duskarma, vikarma is used. But obviously there is a new word introduced here, and that is akarma, and it definitely has a different connotation. And that is where I want to bring in this the theosophical concept And theological concept is not a necessarily a different concept. It is a viewpoint of a spiritual seeker. So bear with me for a few minutes. And he also said, Gahana Karmana Gati. This has been understood as that karma is a difficult thing. No, he is not saying that. Karmana Gati, the way of the working of the karma, the law of karma, that is very difficult to understand. So there are three things: karma, akarma, vikarma, and also how the law of karma works. So this is what I thought. Let me just go through some of the points I listed here. Literally, karma means action, vikarma means wrong action, and akarma literally means inaction. When we write or, it could be inaction, non-action, or also sometimes the is added for opposite. But since we have a word vikarma already, so definitely akarma is not going to mean vikarma or viskarma. The list of which you open the daily newspaper, you will find what all is written there. Rape, murder, loot, corruption, all that I don't have to list what vikarma is. Okay. And the sukarma has been also explained, good karma list I will even. So therefore, not so much probably, but vikarma, good news is not news. Bad news is news, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, we are to produce report.
Okay. So Krishna enjoins that one should understand the nature of karma, nature of vikarma, and also the nature of akarma. He also hints at the nature of the law of karma when he says Gahana Karmana Gati. Mysterious is the path of action. That's what it means. One of the gems of theosophy titled Light on the Path, a text that comes from a Mahatma, has an essay on karma at the end of that book. And it echoes Krishna's words. It says the operations of the law of karma can be known by a disciple only when he has freed himself from these laws and when they no longer affect. If all of us are bound by the karma, we cannot venture to understand the law of karma. That is what it says. Those who are bound by karma cannot know the mysterious way the laws of karma works. Bondage of karma also ensures being bound to a cycle of birth and death. The goal of a spiritual seeker is therefore to be freed from the bondage. Krishna recognizes the confusion of even the learned about karma and akarma, and that is the reason he goes on to instruct about them so that one would follow the right course and be liberated. The goal can be achieved. If action binds, can non-action be the answer? This has been already talked about. That particular verse has been quoted. That nahi kinchit khelam api jatu tishtati akarma. You cannot live even for a moment without doing action. So therefore, this akarma cannot mean inaction at all, because action is imperative. No one can remain actionless even for a moment. It is further clarified in the 6th chapter that yogis and sannyasis are not those who are akriya and nirakriya. So even yogis have to do the work, they are not akriya. I think this was also mentioned. And then we were also told, but those yogis and sannyasis are those who do their ordained work without depending on the fruits of earth. And I think, Madam, you mentioned that. Anasrita karma phalam, karyam karma karoti ya. He is the yogi, not those who is akriya, right? Right. I think I won't be able to do that. Okay. Because I am trying to canvas a different perspective. I found that what I am going to say will take not more than 18 minutes, but it will be difficult, right? Just 3 things I wanted to say. I'm on the second thing. If ordinary men as well as yogis and sannyasis are required to work, then the question arises, what kind of work or action is desirable? What comes to mind as good action, sukarma, and wrong action or vikarma? Vikarma is clearly avoidable, and it is common belief that good karma or sukarma is desirable. According to tradition, the former takes one to narka, hell, and the later to swarga or heaven. So this is to be understood. Sukarma, good karma takes you to swarga, right? In theosophical parlance, the former results in longer stay in the astral world, and the later takes on to Devachar. Good karma, however, does not entitle one to permanently stay in the heaven world. As the Gita itself says, having enjoyed the heaven world, with the good deeds exhausted, one comes back to the world. Hine punye matta lokam visanti. So therefore, what we have been discussing over the last 2 days, good karma, that is not the answer. Because you go to Swarga, but you have to come back here. So therefore, Krishna is definitely saying something more, which we need to find out. Good action and wrong action both have consequences, both cause bondage, and both lead to further birth and death again and again. From a theosophical point of view, action is not confined to mere physical action. Speech is also action, as also what we do on the emotional and mental plane. I think this needs to be emphasized also. If good and wrong action of all kinds are binding, what would get one freedom from bondage? In this context, one needs to understand the concept of akarma. Though literally it means non-action, it has a deeper meaning. Mere non-action can actually constitute wrong action. While commenting on this particular thing which Madam also dealt with, karmani akarmaya pasyet akarmani cha karmani ya pasyet. Swami Subbarao gives an example. If one kills a man, it is murder. But suppose one refuses to feed one's old parents and they die in consequence of such neglect, one would certainly be responsible for such non-action. Akarma therefore does not mean either non-activity per se or refraining from what is required to be done. Ivan Mascarov, who was a member of the Theosophical Society in Spain, translates akarma as work that is silent. It is work that produces no binding effect. That only is akarma. I think that was dealt briefly by both of you, the last two speakers. It is work to which one is not attached. It is not prompted by sense desire. Sri Krishna enjoins us to do that kind of work throughout the Gita. And there are several verses, and let me just hint at a few. Your business is with work only, never with the fruits. Let not fruit of action be your motive. This is a very well-known verse, karmani eva adhikara. But this is, I think, often popularly misinterpreted, saying you keep on doing good work without bothering about the result. The result will come automatically. Sorry, that is not what Krishna is saying. Krishna is saying, it is made clear that you have no right in the results also. So I think that needs to be understood. Dr. Besant asks that fruits of such work belong to the Lord and the higher powers take that up and distribute to necessary ends. In verse 3.19, we are told to constantly perform action without attachment, by which one will reach the supreme. So I'm not reciting this thing, but just the gist of it. Another verse says, the ignorant act from attachment to action, but the wise act without attachment for the welfare of the world. Loka Sangraha, that is what was mentioned by the governor yesterday also. While giving examples of Janaka and others who attained perfection by action, it is emphasized that one should work for the welfare of the world. Again, Loka Sangraha was mentioned in that verse also. Are you on the third now? I am on the second. Oh, I'm trying to say what is that? Yeah. I think the suggestion Swamiji said was good. Because we have come from all the distance. I want to make a point that if you don't want to hear, I can start this. Okay. Gita also, I'm really going fast. Gita also uses another expression more than once, which is Sarva Bhuta Hite Rata in different places. Those who are constantly working for the welfare of all. So what is being said that without attachment, without looking at the fruits of action, and for the welfare of all and for the Loka Sangraha, so that kind of work is being mentioned in Gita throughout. There are many such examples of it. In the world, we see that ordinary men and women are driven to action by sense desires, selfish motives, wishing for fruits of action. On the other hand, Theosophy and Gita speak of action without attachment, without desire, without selfish motive, and for the welfare of the world. Krishna further says there is another strain of verses. He says all actions should be renounced in him. intent on his service, perform all action for myself, that is Krishna, and renounce all fruits of action. Then he goes on to say that renouncing fruits of action is better than meditation, acquiring wisdom, and even constant spiritual practice. This is that dhyana karma for tyaga. There is, however, no conflict in the direction to work for Krishna and to work for the welfare of the world. After all, is the Jagat not a manifestation of Jagannath? It is not called Jagat Nivasa. So there is no difference between Jagat and Jagannath. And we can work for a statue or we work for his manifestation, which is holy being. It is not described as Sahasra Tirtha comprising all the sentient beings when it is said Sahasra Tirtha Purusha. It is not that somebody having 1,000 heads. It actually means all of us combined together. We thus derive a working definition of akarma. It is not inactivity but silent action which is selfless, which is for the benefit of all, where there is no attachment and no desire for the fruits of action. And such action is non-binding and therefore it is liberating. Gita is not providing a mere theory or idle philosophy of akarma, but shows a way forward to spiritual seekers to progress on the path by performing such liberating action. I suppose all of us know there is a difference between knowing the path and walking the path. And what is required of us is walking the path. At the end of Krishna Arjuna's dialogue, Arjuna does not merely say, my delusion is gone, my awareness is back, Smruti Labdha, etc. I am firm, I am free from doubt, Gata Sandeha or something. But he also goes on to say, this is the very last phrase in the dialogue, that Karishye Bhatanam Tava. What you have explained, what you have instructed, I have understood it, but I will do it. I think for understanding Gita and the instructions, what is important is not mere understanding and writing papers, giving talks or writing books, but to follow that. Karishye Vachanam Tava. So may we also walk the path shown by Krishna. And there is the third point I want to mention it. Swamiji to permit me, because this is something very important. Before closing, may I say something about what everyone considers to be the ultimate goal? It is variously described as mukti, moksha, nirvana, liberation, salvation, etc. in different traditions. In theosophy, it is emphasized not to aspire for personal attainment, including moksha, but to serve our fellow beings. A theosophist lives for others, not for himself. Our founder, Madam Blavatsky, emphasized service as an important component of theosophical work apart from study and meditation. Dr. Wesson, service. Another theosophic gem, the voice of the silence, dwells at length on the two paths, the path of liberation and the path of renunciation. There is a similar approach in the Buddhist tradition in the form of Bodhisattva Bhav, where Nirvana is not taken by a would-be Buddha, but he continues working for the upliftment of the suffering being. A closer look at the Hindu tradition points to a similar teaching. It is said that Lord Hanuman did not agree to take moksha, but to stay on, to continually serve. Chaitanya did not ask for moksha either. He prayed for capacity for devotional service life after life. Janman. Swayang Bhima Bhavarnavang Janan Ahetuna Anyan Api Tarayanta. The Mahatmas continue to serve the humanity. Both Chaitanya and Shankaracharya use the expression Ahetuki or Ahetuna, meaning without any motive. Service without any motive is what is also implied in our understanding of akarma. The final chapter of Gita is titled as Moksha Sannyasa Yoga. Most translators have translated this as liberation by renunciation. I think Yogi Sri Krishna Prem, the saint of Uttar Vrindavan in Mirtola, has captured the true spirit of Krishna's teaching, translating it as renunciation of liberation. renouncing the bliss of liberation and continuing to work for the suffering humanity without any motive is certainly the highest ideal. I am sure in her subtle body, even Sadhguru Ma Gyananandji is also working for the benefit of mankind, including for all of us. Namaste to her and namaste to all.
Thank you. At the outset, my apologies for interventions, but I was also doing my unpleasant karma. And to compliment you for your very powerful presentation, I want to cite a beautiful Nirguni bhajan that I heard in Rajasthan. Karamana ki gati nyari nyari. But then it goes on to look at the paradoxes around. Bagle ko safed varn diya or kokila kanthakari. But that is the superficiality. I'm glad that you delved deeper into the subtle aspects of reality and gave us a light ahead. Yes. Oh, is that right? Oh, what a beautiful coincidence. And I have taken the text down for my presentation for you. Anyway, I'm very happy to invite the next speaker, who has very graciously promised to relieve me of all burden.
My humble pranam to Sri Sadhguru, respected Swamiji, Honorable Chair, and the dignitaries. The paper entitled Shankar's View on Karma, I would like to discuss the Acharya Shankar's life and his philosophy. Shankar is an example of a Karma Yogi, and his philosophy, which I would discuss here, is the notion of Atmabodh. Acharya Shankar was an ascetic philosopher and a realized soul. He was a French philosopher, a mystic, and a religious and social reformer. His personality was endowed with insight. His philosophical approach was unifying and universal. He affirmed the non-dualistic view of the world. He dedicated his life to ameliorate the human existence. In his short but significant journey of life of 32 years, he made a remarkable place in the field of philosophy and culture. He is out and out a metaphysician, but he was seriously concerned to the life and the world. He renounced his home with a firm determination to work for the humanity. He knew the mission of his life and fulfilled that mission. Acharya Shankar propounded philosophy of Advaita and emphasized on the ultimate reality, but he could not denounce the worldly existence. His Advaitism is a logical one since reconciles Jnana, Bhakti, and Karma Marg. He believed that Jnana Marg is essential for the self-realization, but he never nullified the Bhakti and the Karma Yoga. Actually, Acharya Shankar was the living embodiment of Jnana, Bhakti, and Karma Yoga. His life itself is an example of enlightenment, devotion, and altruistic service to the humanity. I'm going to skip a few paragraphs. So, life is a string of paradoxes, and an individual has to fight their own battle. There is a wide difference between that course of conduct which is prescribed for human beings and that which is pursued by us. People make mistakes despite having a choice of not making it. Actually, it's all about the spiritual status of man. By spirituality, I mean purification of mind and cultivation of values. I mean that an individual should foster some values. It is to develop inner wisdom. It starts from intuition, self-realization, or Atmabodh is its final goal. Atmabodh is not just realization of the self, but it is manifestation of the self. Jiva gets identified with the body and the senses because of ignorance, according to Shankar, and then performs actions to fulfill the need of this body. It becomes his or her central preoccupation. Very soon, Jiva includes actions that arises purely from the desire arising through their worldly existence. Attachment of sensual pleasure causes sorrow, and sorrow conceals the intellect and creates delusion. Because of delusion, an individual loses vivek or ability to discriminate. Shankar says in Gita Bhashya that it is the body-mind complex which is a product of the nature that does all the actions in all the ways. The person who is deluded identifies himself or herself with the body and mind and thinks that I am the doer. All this is because actions are rooted in ignorance and also governed by ignorance. Atmabodh develops insight into every aspect of life. It guides mankind to lead a life with enlightened wisdom and karma on the basis of vivek. The person who has Atmabodh can discriminate between Kārya and Akārya. Shankar is a pragmatic philosopher and his pragmatism depends upon sadhan chatushta, as man has discussed earlier. Sadhan chatushta is the fourfold way of inner purification, which includes vivek, vairagya, satsampatti, and mumuksha. These are the series of mental purification which leads towards equanimity. While dealing with the philosophy of Karma Yoga, I understood that karma for Acharya Shankar is a process of equanimity. Shankar adheres that karma must be performed in the state of equanimity. An ignorant being gets affected at the phase of misery or suffering. Rag, shok, moh are the causes of suffering. Attachment causes sorrow, and sorrow conceals the intellect and creates delusion. Because of delusion, an individual loses his vivek and jiva perceives phenomena as true or real and feels himself or herself as agent and enjoyer. Karya must be regulated by vivek. Actually, vivek is the ability to discern the existence and non-existence. It is the ability to recognize right from wrong, proper from improper, and the permanent from impermanent. When Shankar uses the term vivek, that has got ontological connotation which prepares the ground for higher experience. There are two aspects of vivek. One is preparatory and another is discriminatory. Vivek has a significant role in preparing the ground for self-realization. I'm skipping few more.
That's the signal.
Okay. So one should always remember the impermanence of the world. Then gradually takes place a detachment from the impermanent entities and move towards that which is permanent source of happiness. This is the discriminative understanding known as Nitya Vastu Vivek. Shankar speaks in Manisha Panchakam that Shashvat Nashwaram Ev Vishwa Akhinam Nishchitva Chavuru Nityam Brahma Nirantaram Vimrishaka Nivra Shantatmana Bhutam Bhavi Chadushkritam Tadahata Samvinmaya Pavake Prarabdhaya Samarpit Pavoku Esha Iti Manishama. A man who realized under the instruction of his guru that this empirical world is perishable, the Brahman is eternal. He who contemplates on pure consciousness with equanimity, karma done by him in the past and will be done in the future, that would be born due to this discrimination. Then he put forward himself or herself to prarabdha karma. This is my conviction. The whole creation is not shashvat. It is continuously shattered. All the beings are the part of that creation. That is why they too are subject to destroy. The essence of this perishable world is supreme self. When an individual self realizes that the quintessence of the creator and the entire creation is Brahman only, his I consciousness is dissolved. He gets rid from all sort of diverse approach towards world. Contemplation upon supreme truth with a tranquil mind is the key to burn past karma. According to law of karma, the action of an individual determines his future existence. Theory of karma implies that every individual has to will to choose action to take. According to Indian philosophy, there are three kinds of karma.
Are you concluding or?
So I have 2 or 3 minutes or
Actually, you're on what is called the emergency time.
okay. Okay. So when an individual realizes his own self, own luminous self, he becomes tranquil and eternal. His self or Atman becomes like water because of the non-dual state of consciousness. All sorts of duality demolished at this point. So liberation is nothing but the removal of the wrong identification with the mind, body unification by the realization of its true nature as infinite, eternal Brahman. Bondage is not real when ignorance is removed. The self becomes Jivan Mukh. The action which are performed must yield their result, but a Jivan Mukh does not regard these results as but only as a consequence which does not responsible for further bondage. A Jivan Mukh performs karma with Sakshi Bhav. In conclusion, I have tried to understand the problem of Kārya and Akārya in the backdrop of Sankar philosophy. First of all, I have outlined outline the life sketch and explored his philosophical foundation. In nutshell, I have understood that Jnana is the source of Kārya and ignorance is the cause of Akārya. Shankar stipulates that Jnana dispels the ignorance and the Jnani never gets confused between Kārya and Akārya. So Atmabodh is essential in the Vyavaharik Jagata. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank you for taking this with a smile, and to apologize profusely for hurrying you, but it also gives me an opening for my concluding remarks. When we talk about the power samshuddhi, it is very important to know Mana Prasada is the beginning.
Yes.
And then Saumatma. Then also restraint. Maunam, Atma. Maunam is important, but that is not help here. Atma Nirigraha is more important because you need also have curb your impulse sort of expound, and the journalists know this most. Whoever gets the mic, is the king of the world. So with those words, I want to thank Swamiji for having given me this opportunity. Before we take questions from the audience, brief, please, and very pointed.
No question, just a proposal.
Please.
Let's look at Shankaracharya in 2023 as part of your paper. That Shankaracharya leaves, today's Shankaracharya leaves at the age of 60, saying, "Mujhe ghar baar insan nahi chahiye," and goes on a journey and finds himself in a place that is exposed to, say, drugs, medicines, corruption, crimes, this, that, and meets the real Shankaracharya has to take another avatar and probably come and meet the Shankara of today, and then walk him through all of these Kārya, Akārya, and all these concepts. I think that's a wonderful way of looking at, elaborating the. Yeah, I think let's go for it. I think it's a useful exercise to be done. But I think you did a very commendable job of summarizing such a philosophy in such a small time.
Also, if I may add, Dr. Nair also pointed out that it is also to get a proper terminologically correct perspective of what Advaita Vedanta is in this, because it tends to sort of sometimes get blurred in the context of modern discourse. Is that okay then? Yeah, we break for lunch now? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. We take it as read.
This is the request for all the speakers and guests to get assembled so that we can start the plenary session 5. Chairing this session will be Ms. Sripriya Menon, co-founder and head of HR Swari Foundation. This session is going to be packed with a lot of dignitaries and speakers of eminence. That is going to be a very wonderful session that has been packed in the plenary session 5. We have Sri Kārya, author, journalist, and practitioner of Hatha Yoga. Sri M. Keshav, Dr. C. L. Ramakrishnan, Professor Srinivasan. I request all the guests to take over the chair.
Swamiji will be here. I thought I'd keep Swamiji and then we'll start.
The post-lunch session is always a very tricky session where we will have to really fight the meal and the exhaustion. But this is Kārya, as rightly said. But this session is unfortunately not going to give you that liberty. It is going to be a very, very absorbing session, and we have eminent speakers like Sri Kārya sir, Keshav sir, CLR sir, and Professor Srinivasan. They are going to keep us on the hook all the moment in the entire session, and it's going to be a very absorbing session. I hand over the session to Shri Menon to take over.
Thank you, Ramdasji. I think without further ado, let's listen to multifaceted, very vibrant personality who I've had the good fortune of interacting with for the past two days. And he has an opinion on a diverse range of topics, and his area of expertise that he's chosen to talk about today is in the context of Hatha Yoga. So, sir, please do me honors. And I will remind you about the time. I did that.
When I got the invite from Swamiji, it started with a very it is on now. It started with a quote from Swami Vivekananda, and that immediately reminded me of what we had discussed earlier at a meeting about the opportunities that we get when we are born. That it is actually a tabula rasa or a blank slate that every child is born with. Now, write on the slate and act as you can, and then you embark upon the path of action or kriya. That is the fundamental principle. Forget about the results. That is what masters earlier have told us. Now, the key question is whether one has acted or not. Now, is that really a key question? Also, is a proposition posed by very beautifully posed by learned colleagues before me, because non-action also has been classified, and this is the domain of semantics and heuristics and linguistic theory, etc., and all that. Everything has consequences, has also been spelled out. Not only in this world of falling apples and stars, but also in the pentad of sheets, you know, the koshas that envelop and encircle the Chaitanyam that we have. Now, one of the factors that the chair Tigress, may I say, highlighted was the Hatha Yoga part of it. So I shall refrain myself from the generalities that have been spoken so far, and wonderfully so too, to a principle that Dattatreya Prabhu enunciates in his great Yoga Shastra. And he says, Kriya Yuktasya Siddhi Syat Kriyasya Katham Bhave. Now that is really the leitmotif of yoga, according to many masters, including Swatvarama, who has taken the same words in his Hatha Yoga Pradipika. What this says is, it emphasizes a dynamic or an active aspect of Kriya, and not the philosophical, semantic, questioning and re-questioning, etc. Possibly because that yoga also is the sadhana of a bodily kind, initially at least. So there you need Kriya. So he emphasizes that, like dressing like a Swami, you will not get the results that are promised, or you merely read the scriptures. This is very well known. Now, in this context, I asked Yogacharya B.K. Sayangar about this particular aspect. So he says that, his view was very electrifying. He said that all action, when it is done with focus and concentration, he says it is actually you're in living samadhi, he said. But he also said yoga is not instant copy. That you have to do something. You have to follow certain rules. You have to do yama, and you have to go through the ladder up, pratyahara and all that, and finally samadhi. But paradoxically, you can get to that state in what is called as the flow in Eastern traditions. When you become one with the action, when your chattering monkey mind probably goes to sleep and you're doing what is required, what is to be done now. And this is something that was emphasized by him, saying that, you don't worry too much, don't over intellectualize these things. But then, do I trust the Guru? Now, are there contraindications in certain actions? Like certain kriyas are not to be done by certain people. Now, this is very important in a tradition such as ours, where certain esoteric truths are not always revealed on the street side. And there is also the aspect of to who shall they be revealed? By who shall they be done? What is your station? What is your capacity? Madhyama, Adhama, Uttama, there are categories like that. So all these are aspects that need not be spelled upon to a beautiful audience as this. I want to go to the second verse that I have cited in my paper, and that is Madhupashyati Mudatma Prapatam Naiva. So you see the honeycomb, but you don't see the cliff or the waterfall as you go towards that goal, which is very attractive. So this is like a call for Adhan, Modi stopping. No? When the master comes, the chela has to stop. Not at all, not at all. It's my privilege. Yes. So this Madhupashyati Mudatma is actually a verse about karma or Kārya that is sanctioned by Dharma. versus action or inaction which is not sanctioned by ethics or tradition. This is what we could classify roughly as Akārya for the purpose of our discussion today. Now, so it is with the Mudatma that the Lord talks about in the Bhagavad Gita. You know, when he says, Prakriti Kriyamana Gunai Karmani Sarvasha, Ahankara Vimudatma Karta Amiti Manyate. So, this Ahankari bhav of saying that I am doing, has been very beautifully knocked out by the Lord, where Arjuna is actually this object who is being told that you are not doing anything, you are doing it under the influence of the Guna Pravrittis, with the context, with the background, with the love in your heart, with Abhimanyu on this side and Lakshmana on the other side, and Duryodhana here and Vrukodara here, you know. So that is all well understood. But it is what is to be highlighted is the material consciousness and the sense of falsity that we are warned about. How do we get to that state? I think Advaita Vedanta probably gives you the answer. Because by the Mahavakya tells you that you are Brahman. And then there is that story of the master climbing a tree when an elephant comes. And he says that, but you are supposed to be Brahman. He said, that was your illusion, you know, also. So we have these tricky pitfalls in our tradition, not to derail us, but really, as the governor said, to connect us. And the other, as I said in my remarks, is also you. And what is that you? Because it is the universal us who is present in everything. Not a blade of grass is devoid of it. Not a grain of dust. But does that mean I lose my sense of respect for the great Swamiji sitting here? Yesterday, somebody saw my pictures on Yoga Day, myself and my master together juxtaposed 40, 50 years ago. I was doing Pashini Mudra. They said, who's the Chela, who's the master? My instant response was, I am not equal to even the dust on his feet. Now, is that Indic failing? No. It is that sense of humility and surrender that prepares the bhumi for the rise of what Patanjali says of the Mahagyana. So you have to go through that process, not because of self-abnegation or self-hatred or wrong mithya darshan. This is where the marriage of Vishoka and Jyotishmati takes place. This is the working title I had given. What is Vishoka or Jyotishmati? Vishoka is absence of shoka that Patanjali talks about. How do you cultivate it? Now, if it doesn't work, then visualization of inner life, Jyotishmati Vidya. Even if that doesn't work on your dukkha and dharmanasya, then looking at exemplars who have conquered Vitaragavaya as our models. And then from them, even if you don't get that, there is this most magical verse in the Yoga Sutras. In your Swapna and Nidra, you will get Bodha. Now, this is something where I expect the Indic tradition to follow its own path with no consideration with the chattering nabobs of negativity, as Vice President Spiro Agnew said from the West, who are saying it is not possible. I have experienced it and I have tasted it, and I must also say that I am on the path of yoga for over 5 decades. And these magical miracles still happen. And this Tangoshti is a wonderful example where so many synchronicities I have experienced personally. With that, I would like to end my presentation. And thank you once again for giving me this beautiful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I think you were summarizing already. You were very brief and to the point, and you quoted everybody that you wanted to quote. At least I think you covered everything. So good job. If there are any questions and comments, let's please take them within the next 5 minutes so that we can move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
if I may, I must say that this beautiful child had association with my late wife, who was her guru at Tata Institute of Social Science. So that is why she's so kind.
If I can ask the question,
Please, please.
not about what you just said.
Yeah.
So my question is, now yoga is going all over the world thanks to the Prime Minister and his passion. A lot of people practice it at the body level.
Yeah.
Some of them get to the mind level. Very few of them, I think, get to the intellect level where they, connect with the spirit. Do you see that as a natural evolution that the whole world has to go through this process he's the instrument for making it popular, but do you see it as something that the whole planet has to really start connecting, making yoga more Kārya than Akārya?
Yeah.
Right? Because otherwise it was used only by a few to make some money or make a living.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to quote Kalidasa to you in answer. And that is not my insight, it is my mother's insight. When I posed this question to her as a struggling neophyte, it is Sharira Madhyam Khalu Sadhana. So if you are not going to start from the body, unless you are a AI chat bot, you have to begin in the body. And all the kleshas and the doshas and the sheaths and all that. So I think the yoga tradition recognizes the limitations, but it does not stop you from. So they say that, you do the Chitta Shuddhi, you do the Kaya Shuddhi, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Dhyana, Dharana, Pratyahara, and Samadhi. As I said, you might short circuit it if you are so lucky. But you cannot run away from the body, is my humble submission.
Any other questions or comments for the speaker? Please ask.
May I add one line, sir?
Please.
Now in Tamil, we have got a statement. That is, substratum should be there, then only you can have a building.
Yes.
So naturally, Sharira Madhyam Dharma Sadhanam is the basic thing.
And this is what a beautiful reiteration. Patanjali refers to the ground which needs to be prepared first. When he talks about abhyasa, and long term it has to be done. Yes.
And this body might divide is not Patanjali Indian philosophy.
Yes.
So this is your So the popular body mind divide that we see in the West, where the body is just extended, inert, non-thinking entity, and the mind is non-extended but thinking entity. So this divide is not present in Indian philosophy.
Absolutely.
We have a conscious body. Consciousness at the lower level. Thank you.
Absolutely. There is this beautiful book by an American neurologist called A Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat, Oliver Sacks. Strange things can happen when you get deficits or excesses or strokes or other things in the brain, including you can lose connection with your own image. You cannot recognize yourself. So that doesn't mean that the sense of self that arises from the neural matrix is unreal in that sense. And the Cartesian divide is physiologically negated by the corpus callosum that joins the two halves of the emotion and the reason divide that we talk so glibly about. It's not possible to do that physically and physiologically is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And yeah, I think we are ready to move on to the next speaker.
We now invite Sri M. Keshav, founder and CEO of Mantra. We are very eager to listen to you, sir. Kindly.
The use of light changer, of course. Shramat can. Hari Om Narayana. Frustration through Sadguru Jnanananda.
to my own personal guru, with whom I had the privilege of spending many years, Swami Shirvananda, Swami Shri Hari Prasad, and all the people present here for appreciation. It's always an honor to be invited to speak. My cousin often says, we will pay you to shut up at home, right? Because one tends to talk too much. But when somebody puts a value to what you say and invites you, I think it's a great privilege, it's an honor, and always it is with a lot of humility when it comes from a spiritual sphere. In fact, apart from Swamiji sitting on our dais, there was another Karma Yogi on my other side, Shri Ramakrishnan Ji, whom I consider the great Karma Yogi. He was very close to Swami Chinmayananda also. And he used to come for the lectures, and I was a young volunteer at that time. I still am young, and so is he, because we are spiritually connected. So the good thing about life is you learn to move from Akārya to Kārya. But by the time you are ready, there's very little life left. If you're able to pass it on to other people and tell them that this is the path, you are lucky. You know, I always say that when I was 20 years old, I used to watch people bring up children. And I had 6 different theories how to bring up children. Today I have 6 children, but no more theories. But don't look at me like that. I have only one daughter. Right? What I'm trying to drive home is, even philosophy is all about theory, about concept, which you have to try out and practice. And from the preceptor, we learn, but unless we become practitioners, it becomes a very futile journey in, in philosophy. So I think today we are here to talk about a very fascinating subject. As the governor mentioned yesterday, so many speakers have said, we know about, when you know the Gita, you know about Kārya and Akārya as word. But when you focus the microscope or the magnifying glass on 2 words, then it really adds a lot of dimension to the word. And according to me, there are 2 other words which are very important in the study of the scripture. And that likens very much to these 2 words, Shreyas and prayer. Very often we don't realize that we practice this all our lives. Shreyas, when we work hard for a long-term happiness in life, and we put in a lot of effort to have a fulfilling life. And prayers when we want pleasure, very simple. Right? We all have gone through both. Sometimes we want an ice cream, we want to see a film as soon as it is released. And sometimes the mind gets pushed to do that. And we know that it is prayer. And when you fight that, sometimes the doubt comes in your mind. Should you have done it at least for your children? Should you have gone for the movie? Okay, you think you are spiritual, you think you are, and you want to avoid a movie. But your child and your wife wants to see the movie. Now, do you play along? Because it is a big world and it's all a game we are playing. Do you normally align with it and go with it? Do you allow that to leave a residue in your mind so that it affects you? Or do you just go through the process? That is something that we have to look at. And there are some people, not to take a decision is also a decision. Right? So some people push. Procrastination is a habit that comes from pushing what you need to do because you're afraid to do it. We even have a prime minister, one of the best politicians we have had in our country, polyglot, who knew many languages, very refined person, who I'm talking about, Narasimha Rao Ji, right? And he developed a reputation for a person who didn't want to take decisions, but actually he was taking decisions, and he was deciding not to decide, and he was deciding that it need not be done now. And those are things that we have to face. When you do it with faith and with courage, then it is Kārya. But when you do it out of fear and running away from the problem, then it becomes Akārya. So it is not in the doing that there is a problem, it is in the attitude. And that is the entire premise on which my talk is going to be. The choice is yours, meaning the choice is ours as a world, because we are creating you. Every little child we are creating, as the speaker preceding me mentioned, right from your childhood, we develop a personality. And in that, sometimes we blame the world that, we were treated badly, that's why we became what we are. The world blames us. You didn't do what you should have done, right? The world, I mean, it always says, look, the market is there. It's up to you to buy it. It's up to you not to buy it. But it is a consumer world. So we have to believe in both. And therefore, I said, my topic, and I'm very happy Swamiji chose this topic when I presented it. The choice is ours, but actually the choice is yours. Each one of us should look within to see why we are bickering on certain decisions we take. So actually, I would say this is a conference on ethics and morality, more than just about taking decisions. It's about being ethical. It's about creating a very ethical world where your decisions don't align or don't make you align with the wrong force. So if you can take that, you are a successful person. So I don't know how this goes. I'm going to try that.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope it works. Yes. So I want to tell you, according to me, there are 3 pillars of learning which goes on endlessly in our life. Right? We probably are not aware. In fact, sorry if I'm being a little irreverent, right? But I believe I'm going to give you a very practical example of a practicing professional or a manager. I speak from my experience as a management trainer and coach with many companies. And when we talk to young managers, they come to realize that at the end of our workshop, at least, we hope they realize there are 3 things that are going on constantly in our mind that we learn from. One is about ourselves. Are we aware of ourselves? So self-awareness. The second thing is our social awareness. Do we know where we are working, what we are doing, who we are meeting, right? Socially, what is the society we are creating? And the third most important thing is situational awareness. In each situation, I should be able to take the right decision. The situations change. And today it's a very convenient argument. Whenever you ask somebody, do you think this is right or wrong? It depends. That's the standard answer. Right? Nobody wants to say it is right or wrong. They say it depends. Do you do that? Yes, it depends. So we are aware that situations change, and we cannot judge people by the decisions they have taken in a particular situation. This may change next time. And I use Swami Chinmayananda as my personal model because I was lucky to live with him, to learn from him, and to serve him at his feet for many years. And Swamiji knows that, so that's one of the reasons we have a strong bond between us. And I found that even as a sannyasi, he practiced many things that we householders should learn from such people, some great rishi. The first was, he used something called, I don't think you can see the word, grooming. I think we choose the wrong color. So grooming is about taking care of yourself. They call it self-care today, right? Do you take care of yourself? Yoga is one example. Dressing, so many things are important. I mean, you need not wear the most expensive clothes in town. You can certainly afford to wear the cleanest clothes in town. If you have to wear them, they have to be clean. So shaucham, all of that, all the 22 values, amanutvam, madambatvam, all of those values are important if you go into them personally. That is for personal grooming. And the third one, of course, for situational grooming, we want the proper communication, the art of right contact with people and situations. Are you able to communicate what you want, and are you able to understand what people are trying to communicate with you? So if you do that, you probably will get your decision right. I had a very powerful program on decision making when I started out. Nobody joined because they couldn't decide whether they should attend. Right? Because the people who needed it couldn't decide, but those who could decide didn't need the program. Right? So they never attended. So this is what happens when you don't communicate the right things to right people. And again, going back to the Bhagavad Gita, every action of yours, every karma of yours is bound by 3 factors. Prayatnam, you have to put in the effort. Kala, it has to be at the right time. Right? You almost every time you write your exam, and when you come home after the examination, all the answers come to your mind because your mind is stress-free, which you learned the previous day, but you didn't remember during the exam. And suddenly it's a wrong time to remember all your answers. So Kalam, Prayatnam, Kalam, and Devam. Devam we think is God, and we of course should pray for our own, I mean, we should worship for our own growth. But Devam actually is another word for circumstances. If you get the right, circumstances, if all the things fall into place, then you say, oh, God is with me. But when they don't, you say, oh, God is against me. But God is neutral, right? It is up to you to decide that the circumstances were not right. So if they come together, then you have what we see there, the ECG, ethical, grooming, and communication. If you get all of that right, then you know how your heart beats, right? Normal ECG. Of course, if it goes up and down, you know something is wrong. So you should know exactly how much you are connected to your decision making. Sometimes your pulse rate goes up when you take decisions under stress. Very ordinary for all of us. When we have to decide something, if your heart starts pounding, if you put, as somebody said earlier, and the governor mentioned it yesterday, never put too much stress on the results of what you do. Right? And the MS Dhoni is the best example as a cricketer. He keeps saying, don't worry about the result, focus on the process. Keep a cool head, take the decision. If it's right, you win. Otherwise, go back and learn what you could have done better. Don't worry too much about the result. And that itself is a great example of Nishkama Karma. Right? If you take the desire out of the equation, right? Because the desire for the result is what is destroying your potential. So if you remove that, automatically you're able to focus better, act better. And that is why I think, I just thought this was really your, I don't know why it was moved. So that is what I call the ABC of ECG. What is ECG? Etiquette, right? How do you, what do you expect from other people? How we live in society, that is etiquette. Communication, how do you act in a situation? How do you behave in a situation? And of course, grooming, how do you take care of yourself so that you can value the life in you till the very end, right? You should take care of yourself simply because self-care is the highest form, or rather discipline is the highest form of self-care. If you really care for yourself, be disciplined, right? And that is why again, we know yoga is important. So I like to quote again Swami Chidananda very often. We are not at war, and yet we are not out of war. We are not in famine, but the world is famished. There is peace, and yet we are torn into pieces. There is material prosperity all around, but there is spiritual poverty that we want. I'm sure all of you realize when we grow spiritually, that we use the wealth we have generated much better. But when we don't grow spiritually, even the wealth we have is a waste for the world, because some of us don't even know how much wealth we have in our family. What will happen to it when we die? We don't want to take those decisions now, thinking that, our children, how can we talk about death? But there are families all over the world which plan even their own end very peacefully. And they do it so with so much dignity that the whole family feels it's a celebration of a life rather than a loss of a life. So that is how we should look at spiritual, growth and prosperity. So this hoarding that happens in our mind from our childhood is what really creates a problem. Material hoarding and mental hoarding. And that we, it becomes a habit. And then it is daunting to clear. Later, you can't even think about clearing up your mind because it's got so much dirt in it. We all have a bath every day, hopefully, right? Most of us have water problems, but hopefully we do. But very few of us bathe our minds every day. Very few of us delete what is unnecessary, like we delete on the mobile, we don't delete it from our mind. Oh, we still carry it over, he talked to me like that, how dare he talk to me? There's no point, because you are starting a new day every morning, you start with a fresh slate, as again was mentioned earlier. So all I can say at the end is we come and we go, but the world goes on. You don't have a choice, right? The only thing that we have, we can choose to use this world to either devolve, revolve, or evolve. Now that choice is ours. That is what I meant when I said the choice is yours. Right? Do you want to evolve into a better person? It's in our hands. But if you want to revolve, you keep saying, I'm doing so much, but I'm not feeling peace of mind. I go to the temple every day, but I don't get any peace of mind. I've done whatever my children want, but I'm not happy. They're not taking care of me. That means I'm just revolving around the same problem. I'm not moving. And of course, the worst is when I get angry and I divorce. I lose my self-respect. People shout. At the end, I feel guilty. I feel ashamed. I feel so many emotions that I don't need to feel. Simply because I don't want to evolve into a better person. The other two options are really no option. Unfortunately, revolving and devolving are not options, but we practice it on a daily basis. So can we get out of that? Swami Chinmayananda came up with the BMI chart. I'm sure many of us remember that. And, I think that is why I mentioned it. You can see yourself as three personalities, your body, your mind, and your intellect, and how to deal with it. You would feel a lot more courage when you are facing the world, because the body has its problems, the mind has its problems, and of course the head, the heart, and the hand have to combine. So this is where I can share this. Somebody is trying to take a picture. I'll share it with anybody who wants it. I'll leave it with Shyam. So what do we need at the end? More enthusiasm to live. I'd like to actually ask a question. How many feel that sometimes we lack enthusiasm on a daily basis? Obviously, spiritual seekers will. Now that is the first time that it is more Akārya than Kārya. People who go to the temple, do their prayers every day, and still worry that their daughter is not married, still worry that their son might not get. You don't really trust God. You don't come here and fall at their feet and still go back wondering why my daughter is not getting married. You really have to let go and say, you will take care of it. It changed my life when I did that. When the master was with me, I never had the guts to do all of this. Today, now it makes sense, looking back, the squares are joining, and then you say, oh, they are getting connected, and you say, oh, this is what he meant when he said this. So this is the big change. How many feel that we need to be more self-aware? I'd like your hands up, because very often it's the mind that thinks that I know me, right? And you have to really let go, and it's like a pole vault. If you're hanging on to the pole, you will never cross. If you want to cross, you have to let go of the pole. So where does that happen is where you are actually seeking God. Yes, I'm not going into all of this, but I would have liked a little more time to go into it. But basically, yourself is about working more on your strengths and working on removing your weaknesses. And of course, your strengths become your opportunities and your weaknesses become your threat. So it's as simple as that. If you make a matrix of all your problems, almost all of us can solve them on a daily basis. But the point is, we complicate them, we bring in a lot of emotion into it, and we can't take decisions. So those who are good at something, you know what you're doing, and you can do it better. Let me just skip through these slides and come to the end. If you want, I can always share them with you through Shyam or anybody. I'll leave it with Swamiji. But what I think we need to look, and I think the governor mentioned this yesterday, is that we need a win-win world. That is what I meant by Kārya. If I win and the world wins, if I win and everyone else wins, then it's a Kārya. Akārya is when I think I am winning, and that is what I call a there. I'll have to, I don't know where I should use that, I think, Shyam. I got it. I forgot that. I'm now pointing to the wrong area. He actually showed us, and I'm still on this that. So what we can try to be is more assertive. Right? How many feel that's an area you will work on? A little more assertiveness in your own personal life. Right? I'm sure it is true for many of us. What about a win-lose world? Sometimes you are aggressive because you respect yourself more than you respect others. Right? Or you are submissive. If you're married, I don't need to explain. Right? Most of the time, you're either giving up or letting the other person give up for us. So it is a question of respecting yourself and respecting others, and not respecting the other. But I think there's a fourth corner that I talk about, and that is the sad part in most of our relationships. That there is at least one or two relationships in your life that are lose-lose. Right? You will go down, but you will put the other man down. You're so upset by that person that right? That kind of attitude is really the antagonistic attitude that we call. And I think we call it antagonism. Yeah. So that's a loose. Now, having said all this, I'm sure she's staring at me very carefully. I'll give you just two. So this is what I call the three attitudes, the three qualities that I mentioned: self-awareness, enthusiasm, and assertiveness. It's a model that we at Mantra are spreading in the corporate world. We call it the C, because the C is unexpected. It keeps talking about there's good weather, bad weather, and our life is also like that. Pretty much, it's like the sea. So this is why we thought these three qualities are all that we need. And so, like Swami Vivekananda said, heart is a very good fertilizer. Anything we plant, love, hate, fear, hope, revenge, jealousy, surely grows and bears fruit. Right? So if you really want a positive world, then you have to start putting seeds, not weeds. And just a bit of Japanese wisdom that I like a lot. If it's not yours, don't take it. If it's not right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it. And if you don't know, just be quiet. Why talk about it? So I think it's as simple as that. And it's not that all Japanese are like that, but the fact is they want to be like that. And that is what matters. All of us must want to be better people. All our wisdom traditions have the perfect answers. We don't follow them. There are two types of happiness, even according to Aristotle. Right? Hedonia, which we all know. We use the word hedonistic. He's hedonistic. Right? We want pleasure. We want power. We want narcissism. We want to feel we are the greatest in the world. But the better part is a lesser known word called you. Yes, if you can read it from there, I don't think so. You don't know, eudaimonia. Okay, eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is what we call Shreya. They have long-term happiness. And that is why there are some steps that you can take, simple steps that you can take towards deep-rooted happiness in your life, which all points out to Kārya, not Akārya. So I would end by saying that what are the 5 things that we need to change? Okay. Okay. This one, sorry. That's my last line. So what we really need to do is an MBA, mind-body alignment. Okay. And what does that MBA do? It helps you to get an MBA managed by anticipation. So how do you manage by anticipation? Just align your mind and body first. And who can align that? Your head can, the intellect. So in the BMI, the B and the M should come under the control of the I. And that would come from the vasanas you have, which we call the values in life. And that ultimately teaches you to reach and respect life. Once you respect life, then you realize that we should move from Akārya to Kārya, from adharma to dharma, from prayer to Shreya. I mentioned that. These two fought by fancy, from harm to harmony. Stop harming yourself and others, move to more towards harmony, and that would be more Kārya. And from convenience to correctness. A lot of us break rules just for convenience. We take the wrong road, we cut across the signal, we push people away simply because it's convenient for us. And that takes us from instinct to intuition. A quiet mind moves away from the instinct that we were born with to a level of intuition where we can actually know what we are doing and do it well. So the last slide is reminded me of what Sanjaya said at the end of the Bhagavad Gita. If you go to chapter 18, verse 78, whatever, you know that we all know this verse because we always talk about Yeshua Krishna, right? It's very simple to remember that wherever there is Krishna, right, the master of mystic, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, they can only be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and of course, the most important thing, morality. So I think I'll leave you with that thought. If we align ourselves, we can create a better world. Thank you so much, Swami. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And sorry to be playing that role of leading, but I've had the good fortune of sharing the dais with you and Srinivas sir and Ramakrishna sir as well, because I am a product of Chinmaya Vidyalaya. And so Hari Om. And One of the best things about Gurudev is that he gives children respect that people otherwise do not. So he used to say, children are not vessels, they're lamps to be lit. And we used to always take teachers' cases by saying that, Gurudev is on our side, you cannot torture us anymore like this. So beautiful, beautiful words from you. I will definitely carry on with the comments at the end of the session. We can move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
We now have Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan. He's no stranger to the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Ashram, and he has had the greatest fortune of receiving blessings from Sri Sadguru and Swamiji, and we will now look forward to his lecture on Kārya and Akārya, the glimpses from scriptures. Over to you, sir.
Respects to Sadhguru, respects to Swamiji. My regards to all in the audience and members of the group attending the wonderful seminar, which is on the face of it controversial to see. And it's something like what Shakespeare said. Thank you. I'm using it as a walking stick, old man. What Shakespeare used to say, to be or not to be is the question. So what Shakespeare said. There is something like our karma and akarma. So a few glimpses from the scriptures I am trying to present. And I don't know, I may be repeating what earlier speakers have said. Although the subject is same, approach may be slightly different, that's all. And I generally remember a speaker said in one of the meetings, person who speaks first, very easy for him to say, others will speak about it. And the person who speaks last, easier to say, all what I want to say has been said. So I am perhaps in that position today. We have heard yesterday and today very brilliant presentations on this subject. I will try to make what little contribution I can make. And if it is that is going to be useful to you, well, all credit will go to Sadhguru and Swamiji. So I start with the prayer, which all of us are familiar, we do it here. There is one thing I am saying, Ajnana, Timirandasya, Jnana, Janasrika, Sadagaya, Chakshuru Nilidam Jena, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Now we go to the next one. Pranams to Sadhguru, pranams to Swamiji. Warm greetings to all scholars and members of the audience and all co-devotees of Sri Pita. Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts. Important topic of immense contemporary relevance. This is what is the problem today. Earlier we did not have, maybe 100 years back, there is nothing, no problem like that. Elders were there, gurus were there, implicit obedience to what they said. But today it is not so. Maybe, I don't say it is wrong. Questioning is good, but then questioning should not be the extent of overpowering by mere logic, because there is something beyond logic also. There are certain things logic cannot explain. So that comes by experience and by perhaps inspirational institution. Next one. The word Kārya, I understand like this. Karaniyam ide adava kartum yogyam niru. What should be done? Obligation. And what is fit to be done? There is an obligation I may not do. But what is fit, I may not be obliged to do. So both are there. Obligation is there. That is what is karaniyam. And what is fit to be done? Kartum yogyam. And the opposite will be akaraniyam and also na kartum yogyam. Or in legal language they say injunctions and prohibition. Or morning, Dr. Tyagarajan was saying, what is prescription and what is proscription? So, do's and don'ts generally. Next. This sloka has been repeatedly quoted, but it's worth quoting any number of times. Tasma Shastra Pramanande Kārya and Akārya Vyavasthitam. Jnatva Shastra Videnoktam Karma Kartum Iha Arhasi. That is the anchoring point here. Now, Shastra. So therefore, let the scriptures be your authority in deciding what ought to be done, what ought not to be done. And having known what is said in the ordinance of the scriptures, you should act. Next. Now, what is the meaning of Shastra? In English, generally, they translate as science. Shastra means science. Sanskrit, we don't do that. Shastra means Shasana, Tranana, Shastra. Shasana means an instruction. The instruction can be either do or don't do. So it can be an order or a prohibition, injunction or prohibition. So Vedas are the base for that. Because the entire Vedic literature can be divided into two. What is called Vidhi, what should be done, and other is called Nisheda, or what should not be done. So we can take like this, that what is karma or dharma, or what is akarma or adharma. So these are eternal, not today or yesterday or tomorrow, eternal and for all, and in all places and all time. That's the beauty of that. It is not temporary, it is not for a period, it is not for a group of people. This is common for all time, all people, all places, therefore remains eternal. That is what the Vedic injunction is. Next one. There's a convocation address in the Taittiriya Upanishad. This gives this. The teacher, after completion of all the courses, tells the students, something like our convocation address, Vedavanuchyacharyo ande vasana manishasti, satyam vada, dharmam chaka. Then, Madhadevo bhava, Putradevo bhava, Acharya devo bhava, Atithi devo bhava. Up to that is okay. Now comes what is the do's and don'ts. Yani anavadhyani karmani, thanitvayopasyani, no hitarani. Actually, that no hitarani appears to be a superfluous thing. But it's emphasized. Yani anavadhyani karmani, what is not condemnable, don't do that. Or what is acceptable, only do. That's enough. No hitarani, nothing more. That is, includes both. And again, yani asmakam sucharitani, thanitvayopasyani, no hitarani. Because gurus are models for us. Whatever they do, that's why earlier also it was quoted. The leader is a model, and Lord himself shows that in the Gita. Next one. Manusmriti says this, Yenasti Pidaro Yadaha, Yenayada Pidamaha, Tenayayat Satam Margam. It's adjective there, not any margam. Because they are seniors to me, superiors to me, whatever they do, I can't copy that. Provided they are good, Satam Margam. This is described today in our official language as precedent or model content. What is the precedent? Precedent can also be only good precedent. A wrong thing can never be quoted as a precedent. That's why you go, when there are no rules or procedures are not very clear, what we do? What was the way in which my senior has dealt with in similar case? We take that. Provided it is good. Wrong precedent we can't. Somebody does something wrong, I can't quote that and do it. He has done it, therefore I am doing. We can't do. That's why Yena Asya Pitalo Yadaha, Yena Yada Pidamaha. It gives that line. Tena Yadu provided Sadam Margam. Then what will happen? You will not get into any trouble. It is a Manusmriti. Next. Bhagavad Gita speaks about today's topic in 3 chapters. At least there are others. They are strewn all over, but chapter 4, Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga. Chapter 16, Devasya Sampat Vibhaga Yoga, and chapter 17, Siddharthra Vibhaga Yoga. You find both there, positive and the negative aspects. Some examples I will show. Next one. 17, Sloka chapter 4. Lord says you must understand the nature of all 3 obligatory action, wrong action, and no action. Now, there's a very interesting point. Inaction is sometimes used in translation. Inaction is not correct. Because when it comes to obligatory action, inaction will run counter. Inaction is not the word to use. No action. Similarly, it may appear to be same, inaction and no action. No. Inaction and no action are different. No action is not taking any action. Inaction is remaining neutral. I'll give the example next. That's why here, no, previous one. You must understand the nature of all three: obligatory, wrong, and no action. The truth about this is profound. Difficult to understand. Already it has been mentioned here. The karmano garihi gahana. Very, very difficult. You should understand all the three. Karmanaha, bodhavyam, vikarmanaha, akarmanasya bodhavyam. There are 3 times. Not merely action and no action. There is something called action and inaction. Something called no action also. Next. Speaking about the philosophy of action, the Lord says that even sages are perplexed as to what to do. What is wrong action and what is no action or not inaction. Bhagavad Gita gives a commentary on that. Sarvatra cha prasastam bodhavyam cha kartavyam eva cha. Na nisprayojanam bodhavyam tichyate. Now these commentaries themselves are great, but they require sub-commentaries to understand. There are certain nuances in these things. Next one. Karma refers to what scriptures describe as auspicious. Vidhi or obligation. You can't escape from there. Then it results in karma lobha. Karma lobha means it will bring you bad results. Vikarma is harmful. That is nisheda, avoidance. Details are explained in detail in chapter 16 and 17 of the Gita. We quote Gita always because Bhagavad Gita says in the introduction of his Gita Vashya, Idam Gita Shastram Sagara Vedanta Shastra Sangraha Bodham. There's no need for you to read any other book. Read only Gita. Idam Gita Shastra. The word Shastra is there. Sagara Vedanta Shastra Sangraha. But he adds one small condition there. Durvignaya Artham. It is not easy to understand also. It requires somebody to tell you. Commentaries are there, gurus are there. So akarma is, as I said, inaction, not the answer, which will run counter to obligatory duty. It is therefore state of no action. How to understand that? It is similar to the null point in magnetic field. You will see that physics and philosophy are very close in human matters because both deal with matter and spirit only. You got the magnetic field, magnetometer is there. At some point of the placement of that, you will find a positive deflection of the needle. In another point, you find a negative reflection. Some point, there is a null point. This is actually not inaction, no action. Action is there in either way. This is called no action. That's what I wanted to give as an example. Otherwise, it's difficult to understand the difference between inaction and no action. Appear to be same, they are not same. Inaction will create problem. No action will not create problem. So, question detachment. There's an attachment but detachment. That is the difference between inaction and no action. Next. The following sloga in Vishnu Purana would also adopt Tat karma yenna bandhaya savidya ya vimuktaye. What is called karma? That karma will bind. Karmana bhatyate jatu is the rule. So that is karma which will bind you. Tat karma yet nabandhaya. That should be the action. These are the first 6 chapters of Bhagavad Gita. Madhusudana Saraswati in his Gudatha Deepika, commentary on Bhagavad Gita, summarizes the entire Bhagavad Gita in 3 sentences. Tattva Pradame Gande, Karma Tatyagavatmana, Tvapadartha Vishuddhatma, Sobhavati Nirupyate. Tattvamasi, Samaveda, Mahavakya. He is interpreting like that. Bhagavad Gita is actually expansion, explanation of Tattvamasi. How first 6 chapters deals with Tvam Padartha, second 6 deal with Tat Padartha, and the third one the non-difference or abheda between Tattva and Tvam. Tattva Bhagavad Gitayam Pratame Kande. He likens Bhagavad Gita to Vedas. Here we call as yoga, Kanda is generally said in Vedas only. Karma Kanda, Upasana Kanda, Ajnana Kanda. So, Tatradu Bhagavad Gitayam, Pratame Kande, Karma Tatyagavatmana, that is Karma Yoga. Karma Tatyagavatmana, Tvampadartho Vishuddhatma, Swabhavatir Nirupyate. Didiyetu Bhagavat Bhakti Nishta Varnanavatmana, Tatpadartho Avadaryate. Tridiyetu Tayoho Aikyam, Vakyartho Varnyate Sputam. Bhagavad Gita commentary is over 3 lines. Of course, he comments, but that is the essence, or rather the quintessence of what is there in the Bhagavad Gita. So that is how it starts. And here Vishnu Purana supports this by Tat Karma Yenna Bandhaya. That is action which is not bind you. That means what? Karma Yoga. In Karma Yoga, one has to do the job. If you don't do what is given to you as the classified citizen or a person. Chadurvurni Maya Siktam sloga, generally people interpret wrongly, many of them, as caste. There's nothing called caste. Earlier, sir was giving about Shankara, I have no jadi veda. There's nothing called caste. Class is there. One should not confuse caste and class. There are 4 classes only. You can see Vajra Suchika Upanishad, which gives this. Brahmana Brahmana, Brahmana Kshatriya, Brahmana Vaishya, Brahmana Sudra. Like that, all the 3. And again, there's a misconception about the word Sudra. They don't understand the meaning. And they say it's a derogatory reference. No. Sudra means Sucham Prati Yasya Hridayaha Dravati. When somebody is in trouble, we will run to him to help. He is a Sudra. That's why I always say Nandanani is the highest of them. It's not the Krishna birth. Because there is another argument for that, Janmanajayate Sudra. And also by studying of Vedas and how they become Vipra. And by doing all these disciplines, he becomes a little more higher than that. And Brahmana becomes only by Brahmajnana. Brahmajnana or Brahmana. So that is evolution and not by birth. You can say like this, by birth it is expected they will do it. That you can say, but not to be labeled because of birth. So the point here is, Tyaktva karma vilasangam, nityadutu ninasyaha karmani abhipravrittubi naivavidit karosata. This is action in inaction and inaction in action. Earlier also that was quoted. Whoever sees action in action and inaction in action, it's a very complicated sloka. That's why Bhagavad Gita says Durvijnayartham, not easy to understand Gita. The Sanskrit knowledge on how the literary translation will not help us. There is something much more than that. It's only an indicator. Having cast off attachment to the fruit of action, even though fully engaged in action, he does not do it. This I have taken from Mada Amrita Manana Gita, book published by them on Gita. I have taken. Next one. A mundane example can be seen how action is not there in an action, or inaction is there in an action. We can see this here. A messenger delivers the communication of the address. It may be good news or bad news, but the messenger is not affected by it, since he is not. Swami Siddharananda's commentary on the The wise man engages in action, but is firm belief that it is in adoration of the Lord. Very much always spread or stressed on this earlier speakers also. All we do is, that's why at the end of every ritual we say Paramarpana. We don't want to have any effect of that. But we should not have adverse effect of not doing also. Very interesting point. Do it, but not having the effect of that. If you don't do it, it is bad. If you do it, you will get the result of that. I don't want that, but I want to do karma also. It's a very, very tricky situation, but this is how it is explained. The first 6 chapters of Gita entitled Karma Yoga summarized in 2 places. Performing Vihita or Nishita karmas as adoration to God. That's called Bhakti Yoga or Karma Yoga, whatever. Yoga itself is defined in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra as Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Chittasya vrittehe or parinamasya nirodha yadi tat yoga iti uchyate. In other way, it can be said, all the sense organs do not function at all. That's why they say, manasa shrunoti, manasa pashyati. It's the mind that matters. If all these sense organs are functioning, that person also should be able to see, or should be able to hear. He has got eyes. But that person's eyes, when fitted on somebody else by an operation, that blind man is able to see. Or there are windows and doors. Windows can't see. Doors cannot make people come in and go. People see through the window, or people come and go out of the door. So there are only windows and doors. So the sense organs do not function at all. This is what Patanjali says. So chitta vritti nirodha. So there is stoppage of action of the mind. Mind functions. Next. I don't also have to much detail in this scholastic audience, but it is my anxiety and the blessings of students on the I come make some presentation. Maybe 100 mistakes in this, but the Lord pardon me for that. I'm still a student, very humble student of all this. I try to complete as quick as possible. So this I have covered already. Next one, sir. 16 and 17, lot of things are there, what should be done, what should not be done. I think I leave it in the audience to, not that you don't know, or further detailed study. One slogan, this is what should be the quality. Fearlessness, purity of heart, steadfastness, yoga, alms giving, control over senses, yajna, study of scriptures, etc., etc. This is what is Kārya. Next one. Arjavam is explained by Vidyavinya. A very long statement. Swamiji asked me to specially speak on that. Anyway, I just touch that. What is Arjavam? Sattadaneshu, Srodrishu, Swajnana, Artha, Asangopan. Straightforward. That is the simple meaning. But this is the definition given by Vidyavinya. Next one. No, Sattadaneshu, Srodrishu. So the Gana is a person who is interested in listening and all that. So listeners and all that. Swajnana Artha Sangovana. What is the correct meaning in this is not covered. It is revealed to nobody. Nobody keeps reserved anything with him. He makes completely what he knows. He wants to be student. Straightforwardness is completely translated. But deeper meaning you want to be that. Sorry. Sorry. So this is that practice in position. Anyway, I regret having been there in the 30 years of the I should have come to line and be your disciple. Anyway, next one. So this is ahimsa. So ahimsa is an interesting word. Ahimsa doesn't mean non-violence. Normally it's translated like that. Himsa is necessary, so I'll show you that. Now these are the plus points which are called Kārya. I think most of it you know, otherwise you can read it and find out. Next one. Now this is again the bad quality, which is akarma or adharma. Next one. Deals with type of food, the austerity, worship and all that, what should be done, what should not be done, do's and don'ts, or enjoined and prohibited action. This is a collection of Shankara's commentary on Prasthanatraya by Swami Kirtananda. I have taken all these from those commentaries. Next one. The Om Tat Sat, how is explained? What are the things to be done? What are things to be avoided? The Kārya and Akārya will come in this three simple words. Om Tat Sat. Next. Vedanta is what we talk. Vedanta doesn't mean normally not end of Veda, because Vedas have no end at all. Ananta Avi Veda. What you have got only is fragment of what really is the original Veda. people are being discovering where it is there, still there. So Vedanta means Vedasya Yadu Parama Tatparyam. That is why we find philosophical statements made at the end. We call it Vedanta. Karma Kanda we say, Upasana Kanda we say, Jnana Kanda we say. Jnana Kanda is supposed to be Vedanta. Not the end of Veda, but it is purport of Veda. What Veda intends. They are the very steps. There must be Sattva Shuddhi or the Chitta Shuddhi. Then there must be filling it with devotion and worship of God or Guru. Both are on terms, as Shvedasa Upanishad will say. And finally leads to the state of realizing the essential nature of oneself. So these are the three steps. So Vedanta means ultimate result of doing all these things. Next one. Now I stop here, except one beautiful slogan which I always quote in any meeting, whether relevant or not. This is Pushpadanda's Shiva Mahimna Stotra, daily recited in Kedarnath temple. It will answer this also, this point also. Whatever path you are following, let it be Advaita, let it be Vishita Advaita, let it be Veda, Veda, it is Dvaita, doesn't matter. What is the point in doing that? Ultimately, you reach the final aim of human existence. So, Adita Kandanam Kapta Mihima Vang Manasayoho Adat Vyavritya Chagirmavite Sudibagi Vijinam Vajityade Riju Kudila Nana Padasham Trinam Ego Gamyaha Twamasi How Payasam Arnaviva. So it's a prayer to Lord Shiva that whatever people follow, whatever path they follow, ultimately the target is reaching you. How? Example, all roads are there. There some are going east, west, some are west, east, north, south, and all that. Ultimately, where do they find their refuge? Ocean. So that is what. So this is what the prayer of all system. We have no difference at all. Advaiti never despises other system. But they say this is for certain ideas, this is better. It is up to you to accept or not. Finally, also it was mentioned what Bhagavad Gita ends like that. I have told you, Vijay Jnanamakyadam. This is what the correct thing I have told you. But it is up to you to accept after examining thoroughly. Not simply because I say, you apply yourself. That's why the whole Gita is, all people are like Arjuna only. That's why they say, why Gita was there? It is considering the normal person, Lord has brought down all this knowledge, the guise of Arjuna. Artham Uddishya Shastra Avataranam Kridam. That is what Gita is. So there are so many other things where also you can find the do's and don'ts and all. But Gita is considered to be, as I mentioned earlier, as Shankara says, essence of all Vedanta. I think you stay there is good enough. So from there, I've taken some examples to the extent I can understand. I have a small presentation. If there are mistakes, please pardon me and pray for my getting better. If it is correct, thanks for some Thank you very much. I can't, I don't know why.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation, patience, and also forbearance in having all these interruptions in between. I would like to call the next speaker to the dais so that they get more time, and maybe we'll take the questions in the end.
I have no question.
You want to ask immediately?
No, after.
Anybody has any immediate urgent questions which cannot wait until the end, then please feel free. Thanks.
Now I request Professor K. Srinivasan, who has been a part of us, part of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, and he has been a mentor all through, having been blessed by Sri Sadguru and the Swamiji. He will be talking on the idea of Kārya and Akārya in Mimamsa system. Over to you.
Sri Sadguru Vijayade Jnanananda Saraswati Swami Brahmaika Vinyaha Padayo Pranata Vayam. I offer my salutations to Sadguru Ma and Swamiji and all the people here. And my topic is in Kārya and Akārya asset in the system of Mimamsa philosophy. As has been said by Professor Paneer Selvam in the morning while commenting on Professor Parveen Sultana's lecture, there are different perspectives. One perspective is from Supreme, and then from Jivatma perspective and social perspective, like that Kārya and Akārya are looked at from different perspectives. And the perspective which I would like to take it from philosophical, there is different systems of philosophy. Say, for example, when we take the Darsanas, Astika Darsanas, Nyaya, Vaiseshika, Sankhya, Yoga, Mimamsa, and Vedanta, like that. Each philosophy has got its own perspective. For example, just let us take, when we perform what is called pujas, etc. Generally, we have this particular sankalpa, Mamopata, Samasta Durdakshay Dwara, Sri Parameshwara Prityartham. I do this particular puja. That is for all the removal of all the past acquired sins. Mama Upata Samasta Durdakshay Dwara. Durita means sins. For what is called obliterating all the acquired sins, I am doing this particular puja. But even though all of us say same thing, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Kutch to Kamaru, all the people will utter this particular thing. But the meaning will be from each and every perspective. Say, essentially in South India, we are Vedantins. So since we are Vedantins, we have got one particular common idea. But if you go to Kerala, the idea of Mimamsa is more there. The Mimamsa manuscripts have been preserved in Kerala more. And if you go to Bengal, and if you go to Benares and things like that, their Sankhya philosophy is more prevalent. And if you go to West, there the Vallabha Vaishnavism and other Vaishnavisms are more prevalent. Like that, different areas, different philosophies are prevalent, and accordingly different concepts are there. So what will be Mimamsa concept? Mimamsa concept will be Mama Upata Durdakshay Dwara is itself is entirely a different concept. They don't take it simply as Vedantins accept. But anyway, according to the concepts, these Kārya and Akārya also will vary. So now let us see, all the people cannot have the same thing. Jayanta in his Nyaya Manjari says, if we Nayayikas also were to discuss like Atma, Ishvara, etc., then what would be the difference for us between Adhyatmic view of Upanishads? So the Upanishad, with its Adhyatmic perspective, it deals with that particular idea of Atma, Jivatma, Paramatma, etc., etc. We do touch upon that particular thing. That is, we Nayayikas do touch upon those things, but we touch upon those things from Pramana perspective, from epistemological perspective, not directly from the Atma, Jivatma, Paramatma perspective, etc. So the fundamental categories of Nayayikas are Pramana, Prameya, Samshaya, Vipariya, Tarka, etc. They go into totally different types of categories at all, not as presented in what is called the Upanishadic Vedantic perspective. And Mimamsa also says like that. Mimamsa, what is the Mimamsa view? Mimamsa has not simply, this has been stated by Kumarila Bhatta in the Shloka Vartika. Shloka Vartika is the commentary on the first pada of the Sarvabhashya, and it has got many topics. And there is one topic called Atmavada. And this Atmavada has got an important point there. What is the essence of Mimamsa? What does Jaimini and what does Chabara want to state by explaining, by presenting this Mimamsa system? That is the question. And there is a Vedic quotation. Sa yesha yajnayudhi purushaha yajnayudhihi swargam lokam yati. That is a man who is dead. Incidentally, I would like to say these things. The word Kārya has got many meanings. The Tamil meaning Kāryamna enna arthana yara poitu valukku pandra kaariya irukku paaruங்க. Adukku peru dhaan kaariyamnu peru. Kāryamna obscure rights anyway. But incidentally, because when this quotation I have given, that word has come to my mind. So Sayesha, that is the important thing. Yesha is the nearest, that is the pronoun referring to the nearest object. Sayesha yajnayudhi purushaha. This man, with all the sacrificial utensils and implements, he directly goes to Swarga. That is the Vedic mantra. Then the Charvaka says the word Yesha, which refers to the physically proximate thing that must be referring to the physical body, and then Veda also subscribes to Sharira, that is Deha alone is Atma. And he also says in the Maitreyi Brahmana, he quotes Charvaka quotes, Tanyeva Bhutebhya sa Vijnanaganaha Tanyeva Bhutebhyo Uttaya Anuintanyanu Vinashyati. That is, the Atma rises from the Panchabhutas. So this Maitreyi Brahmana as well as this particular Yesha mantra, these two refers to the body alone as the soul. That is Chaitanya Visishta Kayaha Atma, Charvaka. So this is the view of the Charvaka. And then what happens? In order to reject that particular view, Mimamsa has come into existence. So the last sloka of Atmavada that says, Ityaha nastikya nirakarishnuho Atma stitam bhashya kridatra yuktya. One of the very, very important verses in the Shloka Vartika, that is Nastikya nirakarishnuhu. In order to reject the atheistic viewpoints, Ityaha nastikya nirakarishnuho Atma stitam bhashya krit. That is Shabara. He has spoken about the existence of Atma. Dridhatvam etat vishayasya bodaha. If people want any strong views, strong ideas about Atma, etc., Prayati Vedanta Nishavanena, and let them get it by studying Vedanta. That Mimamsa is not the subject for them. Mimamsa, just what speaks, means this importance. That is, in one of the sutras, Jaimini has written, Shabda Pramanya Yajnayidatvam Gunatve Devatanam Syat. So, Shabda Pramanya, this is Shabda is the predominant thing, and when Shabda communicates something, when the Shabda communicates something, what Shabda can communicate. This is what Professor Panir Sulma has dealt with yesterday, and I would like to touch upon, since he has dealt with, I thank him for what is called covering some of the areas, as has been said by Professor C.L. Ramakrishnan, that has been covered already. Say, this is exclusive domains. Anadhigatam Pramanam. The Pramanam is not that which has not been covered. This is Advaitins and Advaitins and Vimamsakas prefer the epistemology like this. That is, whatever is the source of knowledge, that should be primarily and originally communicating it. It should not be secondary or repetitive one. When it is a secondary or repetitive one, it should be depending upon something else for its subsidiary nature, and it cannot be originally contributing to it. So that which has not been known through some other source of knowledge, that alone can be what is called the source of knowledge. So Anadhigatam Pramanam. So what can be the primary area of Pratyaksha? What can be the primary area of Anumana? What can be the primary area of Shabda? So Pratyaksha and Anumana, they can speak of Siddha Vastu, the existing or what is the existing factors. So they cannot speak of something coming into existence. Pratyaksha can show you what is existing. That is, it is called that is Asatva Padaka Ajnana, Adhana Padaka Ajnana. They speak of two types of ignorances. One is vividly presenting something, and another one just gives you an idea of what is in existence or not. So Pratyaksha vividly presents what is presented to our eye. So Pratyaksha can give only the present. Pratyaksha cannot give something past. Pratyaksha cannot something give you future. So past and future are not within the domain of Pratyaksha. The domain of Pratyaksha covers only the present. That being the case, Pratyaksha covers exclusively the present and here and present. Anumana gives you past and future also. Because Seshavat Purva, from Kārya and Akārya relationship, the past and future, both of them. But both Pratyaksha and Anumana cover what is Siddha. But what is to be brought into existence, Pratyaksha and Anumana cannot speak of. So what is to be brought into existence is spoken of by Sadhya. That is, Sadhya becomes the product, Sadhya becomes the object of knowledge of Mimamsa. Hence, Mimamsa speaks of that. So Kārya becomes, so that's why, since Siddha, that is the preterite sentence or assertive sentence, etc., becomes the domain of what is being communicated by Pratyaksha, and Kārya, imperative, potential, alone becomes the subject matter of Veda. So that becomes, because Brahman being the Siddha Vastu, yet they say it is Vedantic, Prayati Vedanta Nishavanena. That is by Vedanta. Vedanta does not mean Upanishad alone. Vedanta also mean, because during that there are already some Vedantins who were in existence before the period of Kumarila. So Prayadi Vedanta Nishevanena is Adhyatmic subjects also. So Mimamsa deals with Karya. Karya means that which is to be brought into existence or what is to be proved. And when it comes what is to be proved, or sorry, what is to be achieved. So what is Karya and what is not Karya? There should be some standard. Unless you keep a standard, what is Karya cannot be, you cannot decide what is Karya. Then if you say something is Karya, something is not Karya, that may become arbitrary. Anybody can say this is Karya, this is not Karya. That becomes personal predilections. Brahma, Pramada, Vipralipsa, these three fallacies can be there. Brahma means false notion, that is misunderstanding. Pramada, inattentiveness, and Vipralipsa, desire to cheat. These three are considered to be the essential characteristic of the human beings. So that's why we say Veda is the Apaurushaya. They are not tainted by these three fallacies. So these are instead of avoiding, in order to avoid Brahma, Pramada, Vipralipsa, these three doshas, there should be a standard, and that standard happens to be Dharma. They decide Dharma. What is Dharma? Dharma means Driyate iti Dharma, Driyate anena iti Dharma. That which bears us, that which sustains us, that which sustains the whole universe. It is not we, it is not I, it is not the world. It is sustains the whole universe, as said by Professor Ramakrishnan, the whole what is called eternal values. So that which will be able to sustain eternally something, that is called Dharma. Driyate iti Dharma, sustainable value, sustainable thing, that which sustains everyone. So Dharma is meant as standard. So Dharma becomes standard, and what can be communicated? That cannot be communicated by Brahma, Pramada, Vipralipsa, Yukta Purusha. So that should be by only by Apaurushaya Veda. That's why Veda is considered to be Apaurushaya, Veda is considered to be Sashwata, eternal, and Chodana Lakshana. Chodana means dictates, Chodana means injunctions. So that is communicated by injunction. So Karya becomes injunctive statements, that which can be communicated by such injunctions. Then you can ask prohibition. What about prohibition? Pratishedas. Pratishedas, there are no in general pratisheda. Pratisheda means praptasya pratishedaha. What is praptasya pratisheda? There is something which is ragata prapta. That is, say for example, some worldly things. We have got our own innate desires. When the innate desires are there, pravritti resha bhutana. Normally, we intend enjoying certain things, but it may be pratishidha. It may be prohibited. When our desire, I want to do something, it is legally what is called taboo. When something is legally taboo, what happens? I try to do it surreptitiously, secretly, without the knowledge of others. If as long as I am not found out, I have enjoyed it. But now what happens? If my doing such a thing is known to others, if they lodge a complaint, then I am in suit. Okay. That is, if they lodge a complaint, if I am found out, but I am also given a chance to defend myself, all those things are there everywhere. If the government has punished me, remember, I am free from the punishment of the Lord. There is no two punishment for the same crime. If the government has punished it, no hell. I can just, if I enjoy the local hell, that is planetary hell, no heavenly hell. Only if I escape the planetary hell, then there is a universal hell. That is another matter. So a person cannot suffer twice for the same punishment. So the law also, that is, the government law also is accepted as spiritual law and religious law. Shruti, Smriti, Achara, and Rajagnya. Rajagnya also is accepted within the domain, within the Mimamsa and Dharmasastra. They accept the domain, whereas Kautilya say there is a relative prominence. The relative prominence means the Rajagnya, that is Shruti takes in the spiritual and religious realm, Shruti takes predominance, whereas in the secular realm, that is Kautilya, in the Arthasastra, he speaks Rajagnya as the predominant one, the other things lower Pramana. And remember, Apastamba says, Dharma dharmo na akase charataha aham dharmo aham adharma iti. Dharma and adharma are not going in the flying in the area, saying I am dharma, I am dharma. They don't communicate I am dharma, I am adharma. Yam Aryaha prasamsanti sa dharmaha, Yam Aryaha garganti sa dharmaha. What generally sisters, acceptable people, the people who are held as model by the world, when such people say this is dharma, that is the dharma to be followed by everybody. And when such people say this is not a good thing, then it should be declared as adharma. So dharma and adharma are derived from achara. Sarvagamana, this is said in Mahabharata also. Sarvagamana acharaha pratamam parikalpate achara prabhavo dharmaha. Dharma, even in the modern jurisprudence, constitution is derived from the social conventions. This is how Mimamsa also goes, and they also have got Yathashakti Nyaya and so many things. Yathashakti Nyaya means sometimes, because I can experience it, I can enjoy it. That is, I have become older, I'm becoming older, I'm becoming what is called, because of old age, what happens? Then our Sharira also, Sarvendriyanam Charayanti Tejaha, as Nachiketa said, we are not able to perform certain rituals in a perfect way, as I would have performed in my younger days, or I would expect myself to perform. So, some sort of concession I have to take. Then Mimamsa, Dharmasastra, yes, you are eligible to take concession. Do as much as possible, do as you can. But when you do it as a kamya karma, I mean, when it is a duty, you can take concessions. But when it is volitional act, expecting a result, then no concession at all. Perfectly as it is prescribed, you have to do it. In this way, what should be what is called prohibition, and where prohibition is to be followed, where prohibition is not to be followed, and where duty is to be followed, etc. They have discussed the philosophy. This is the philosophy of Kārya and Akārya according to Mimamsa system. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any immediate questions for this speaker or the previous speaker? Please ask, please comment. Any questions for Ramakrishnan sir, Srinivasan sir? We've had, okay, Shikha.
I have a question for you. You can say. Is it possible to not think of results and continue doing action in everyday life?
I didn't get the question. What is that? Is it possible?
To continue, to not think of the results and continue doing our action.
That is suppose what the Gita is saying.
Yeah, but then in everyday life, is it possible? Because
It
then
is
we
possible.
have.
Otherwise, what will happen? When you expect result, what will happen is you will work for the result. Famous slogan, sometimes you repeat it here. What is that? Karma Nevari came Mahabaleshwara, Ma Karma Balehetu Gu, Ma Desan Gu Sagarmani.
But then.
And Yogasta Purudharmani, Sangan Dikwa Nanjaya, Siddha Siddhyo Samo Bhutva, Sabatum Yoga Vichade. So that answer, you have to do, if you don't do what will happen, Karma Yoga. If you do what will happen, result of action. You don't want both. That is, you take the middle course, not going here for plus or minus. This is what Karma Yoga is. So Karma Yoga is not Karma Tyaga, Karma Phala Tyaga. Yes.
Then we start business and then we have strategists, but they calculate, estimate the profit or the outcome of.
All legally okay. Anything illegal is not okay. Law is nothing other than that. Law only speaks about what to be done or not. It defines offense as anything contrary to law. And what is the universal law? Our Vedas are the universal. All these man-made laws are derived from their own, because they are not permanent. Vedas are permanent. Vedo, you know, Dharma Putam. Dharma is Sanskrit word for law also. Therefore, go by what it says. That is why I said criteria. Whatever has been done by us, as modern, do that. Whatever not done by us, go the right way. That is done. So you have to practice. Any practice which is going to be later on good is going to be troublesome also. So you have to do that. No shortcut.
Thank you for responding to the questions, sir. Can we have Keshav sir back on the panel in case there are any questions? Is Vikhal sir around?
Actually, I have a point or something.
Yes, please. Please take the mic, sir.
I had mentioned that we have.
Yeah, we have this person here.
I had mentioned that we should move from convenience to correctness. So when you do things conveniently, then it is not possible. If somebody is pushing you towards corruption, for example, right? If you find it convenient to submit, then you are actually in the third window that I talked about, where you are giving up your self-respect, doing something that someone else wants. You respect the other person, so you are being submissive.
So if it is for the Lok Sangra, then it is allowed.
Yeah.
We can estimate the result, we can calculate the outcome.
Yes.
All right.
It is possible. And the second part is, even if you're doing it under pressure, your father tells you to pay a bribe to get things done, say the corporation. You actually hand over the bribe. So the karma is yours. You are handing over the money. But it was not with the intention to bribe. It was because he is doing it and I am only a messenger. As he mentioned rightly, the messenger is not responsible.
You are not at fault.
You are not so much at fault.
But you are at
You will get 5%, maybe not 95%. But if you don't do it, then that is akarma. You say, I will not do it, then you must pay for that. So you have to pay for everything you do and everything you don't do. Either you pay good or you pay bad. Which one is up?
the choice is yours at the end of.
Thank you. No,
Yeah, please wait for the mic until it comes so that everybody can hear you.
The point of this conference is to understand what is Kārya and Akārya. There have been a lot of people who have spoken excellently, and then we had an opportunity to listen to all of them. But I just wanted to particularly point out this session, and particularly two people who are a lot elder to many people like us who are very younger. Inspirational talk to listen to these two people, the ones who just presented. That itself shows what is Kārya. Like even in that age, to be excellent orator and also to communicate the content, so keeping the command over the audience and command over their subject and being precise to the point and not going here and there, and also at the same time so substantial. It had a lot of substance. So that itself is like, this is Kārya, and the contrary is Akārya. So that I just wanted to share with you.
Thank you for your comment. Just a second, as chair, let me just. Yes, please. Please take the floor. You don't bring.
He's not feeling guilty as charged. Now, Sriniji, I spoke about yoga and Hatha Yoga especially, and you have touched upon a point that somehow I excluded in my hurry to. And that was mentioned by enthusiasm who talked very, yes, Utsaha, and this quality is emphasized very greatly in the Yoga Shastra. Without it, your practice does not succeed. That was one point. And the second point that came to my mind, just like it did come to you, was when I was listening to these masters. And that is a verse from Svatvarama's Hatha Yoga Pradipika, where he says, Yuva Vruddha, Ati Vruddha, Vyadito Ati Durbala. All these categories will get success if they behave like these masters. That is walking the talk and doing the Kārya and following the rules. And then what is the paradox of it? They have learned the rules and they have also learned how to break them with their exemplary conduct. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think we've had an investigative journalistic perspective. We've had a management and training perspective. We've had philosophy, reasoning, experience at the helm speaking for itself. And we've had sustainable and strategic thinking as well. So I think this panel has been very, very rich, and the audience has been very engaged, very communicative. My job was easily done. I don't have any comments to make. Thank you so much for a vibrant session. we'll move over to the next one, and hopefully Rata sir will tell us what to do next. Thank you.
Pranam Sushi Sadhguru, Pranam to Swamiji. What an exemplary session this has been with a galaxy of speakers. And I really thank Swamiji and Sri Sadhguru for giving us this wonderful session now. Now it's the time to thank all the speakers with mementos. I request Ishwar Mama to hand over the memento to Sri Vittal Nadkarni, who was the chairperson of the earlier session. Dr. Srikala Nair.
Medium bit also. So that everything else. Yeah. There.
Dr. Jahira Khatun. Dr. Srikala Nair.
Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Jahira Khatun. Once again, Mr. Vittal Nadkarni for the current session. Once again. Sorry. Once again, you'll have to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Action review.
Action review. Yes. Or stop. Right.
Shri Priya Menon. Shri M. Keshav. Dr. C. L. Ramakrishnan. Professor Srinivasan. The next session is also going to be quite an engaging session, which will be chaired by Professor Paneer Selvam. And we have Dr. Shakuntala Bora, Janab Muhammad Faisal Poonam Ustad, and Godavari Shah, Dr. Godavari Shah. May I request Professor Paneer Selvam to take the chair. It is just like Dhoni walking into Chepauk Stadium. Professor Paneer Selvam is, it is his stadium. So you can have a lot of sixers coming in this session. May I also request Dr. Shakuntala Bora to join the chair. Janab Muhammad Faizi, Poonam Ustad, and Dr. Godavari Shah.
Great.
Yes. Now, I now request Professor Pandit Sharma, who is the former professor and HOD philosophy, University of Madras, to take over the session and take us through the plenary section 6. Thank you.
Friends, will start the session immediately. Now I request Professor Shakuntala ji to make a presentation.
Everybody can go and cover. So, I don't know that this will not be included in your time.
We'll take a short break for tea. In 10 minutes, we'll again start the session, please. Thank you.
Okay.
naturally the work becomes excellent. Excellent work shall produce excellent results. We cheat ourselves from our successes by our unintelligent dissipation of the mind in our over-anxiety for the fruits thereof. Krishna is giving a tip to Arjuna. Here is a wonderful field for you to achieve. And in achieving, do your duty. Fight out the battle. Let every arrow go and hit the point that you want to hit. Don't worry about the future. Don't evaluate that their army is larger than our army. Don't dissipate and distract your mind. Keep your mind calm and serene. Your anxiety must be excellence, is the goal. Learn to work thus with your mind where your hands are working. We don't do it. We work with our hand, our mind is wandering all over. So the hand that is working is a mindless hand. Mindless hand cannot afford to expect any great results. Think. Keep your mind where your hands are functioning. Be here now and act. We are never here. We are everywhere, but not here. See? Either we are wandering in the past, I should not have done it, I don't know why I did it. Or you are in the future, will I get the result, etc. You are never here and now. Think. Learn to be here and now. Bring all your mind and your attention and awareness there where the hand is doing a job. The performance will become excellent. Excellent performance will always give you excellent results. Here is a tip for how to achieve excellent results with your work. Continue.
Respected Chairman, sir, the dignitary is present, the August gathering. So I will be speaking on what ought I to do. The Mahabharata's perspective, and I have chosen the book of Sanat Suchatya for that. So since we have been talking about what ought I to do, That is basically not what should be done. It is about what I should do. And the paper will be concentrating on what is it that actually determines what we should do. In life, what I do is determined by what I set as a goal of my life. In other words, what I want from life determines what I consider as it should be done. Thus the question, what ought I to do, may be answered only with reference to what is considered as purpose of one's life. In this light, the issue that remains important for morality is what should be considered as a significant in human life. For that alone, Sanat Sujatya recognizes two sets of people, depending on the purpose of life. One kind considers attainment of self as the goal, and the other wants to achieve heaven. For the first kind, it is acquisition of knowledge which is important, while for the second, it is actions that will bring heaven to them. It is attainment of self, which is actually important in Sanat Sujatya. We see it as Sanat Sujatya advocates knowledge. The reason for its advocacy is that knowledge of the self is the one that makes one overcome death. That Sanat Sujatya opposes actions for result is clear from the fact that it declares that action for fruit will not be able to make us go over death. Sanat Sujatya is against a desire for fruit of action itself, as it identifies desire with death, desire with its effect of wrath and delusion. Now the question is, what happens when we get the knowledge of the self? Sanat Sujatya says that by following the right path, we become the Supreme Self. So that is why it actually suggested that we should have knowledge of the self. Then we will become the Supreme Self. It considers that the Supreme Self cannot be found anywhere except in the man of high vows. Quote, "It dwells not in art, nor in the sky, nor does it bear a body in this ocean-like world. It is not to be seen in Rik, nor in Yajus, nor in Atharvan, nor in the pure Samad, nor yet, O king, in the Rathantara or Brihadrata hymns. It is to be found only in the self of high vows." Unquote. Sanat Sujatya thus identifies Supreme Self with Brahman, on which the world rests, and says that it is through understanding of this that one becomes immortal. However, this Brahman appears to be capable of being understood only with the help of self. It has been observed that Brahman, that is identified as the Supreme Self, is regarded as the foundation of the universe. Now, Sanat Sujatya considers truth also as the foundation of the universe. And it also says that immortality depends on truth. In other words, Sanat Sujatya is identifying Supreme Self with the truth. It holds the truth to be only one. It says that it is lack of knowledge of that one, because of which multifariousness emerges. Quote, "Through ignorance of the one Veda, the one truth, O King of Kings, numerous Veda came into existence." Unquote. Sanat Sujatya says that it is only adherence to truth, the Brahman, that makes one a Brahman. So by implication, one who is dedicated to many cannot be a Brahmana. And because truth is one, therefore, when we know truth, it is said that we are omniscient. According to Sanasujatya, there are no things apart from the Supreme Self. It can consider going out in search of enjoyment of object as delusional. So it is only because we do not think that there is one, that we do not know that there is only one, we go out in search of enjoyment. But the Supreme Self is considered as a not different from self itself by Sanasujatya, for it says that enjoyment of object is sought by one who has not understood the identity of self and the Supreme. In other words, it has now identified the self with the Supreme. Therefore, the knowledge of the self is so important. Thus, Sanasujatya can say that the one whose self is contaminated by the unreals actually deliberates on the object. Only when we are attached with the unreals, we start thinking about the objects. Quote, having his inner self contaminated by contact with unreal entities, he devotes himself to objects of sense on all sides, pondering only them. Unquote. According to Sanasujatya, it is the contemplation of on the objects that leads to desires for them, which, when not fulfilled, gives rise to wrath. And it is desire and wrath which, in fact, are considered as causes of death. So the more we think, the desire we have not fulfilled, we have wrath, and they cause us death. Now it appears to be identifying death with transmigration. On one hand, it says that it is with the unreal objects that there is the development of desire, which ends up in death. On the other hand, it is saying that contact with unreal entities make one migrate. So we can identify death, transmigration, and desire. The reason for an identification of death and migration may be attributed to the fact that transmigration implies repeated death. In fact, it is only when one understands that transmigration as a death that one can really appreciate desire and death being identified. As one desires, one needs to continue for fulfillment of desires, birth after birth. This is transmigration, involving repeated deaths and simply death. Sanasujatya is clear that it is desire which is to be gotten rid of, as it is desire wherein death or destruction lies. Quote, the being who pursues desires is destroyed in pursuing after desires, but casting over desires, a being gets rid of all taint whatsoever. Unquote. In fact, the answer to the question, why Sanasujatya regards knowledge as desirable, lies in the very fact of undesirableness of desire. Sanasujatya says that it is contemplation on self that helps us from not thinking about objects. Further, in knowledge, as one comes to realize itself to be not different from Supreme Self, which is the only real, one comprehends that there are no other objects for desiring. This leads to ending of desire and consequently of death. Thus it is declared that it is in knowledge that there is no death. Quote, he who, pondering on self, destroys the fugitive objects of sense, not even thinking of them, through contempt for them, and who, being possessed of knowledge, destroys desires in this way, becomes, as it were, death of death, and swallows it up. But the knowledge we are talking about is not knowledge in the ordinary sense, in Sanasujatya. First, This knowledge of Supreme cannot be gained by knowledge of objects, though knowing it makes us know the objects. So it cannot be gained by knowing objects. Second, it cannot even be gained by learning the Vedas. Supreme Self for Brahman is not in the field of words, language, thought. However, Saraswati recognizes the role of the Vedas in attainment of knowledge. It says that, though the Vedas cannot give knowledge of the real, they do help to reach the knowledge by being pointer to the truth. To have the knowledge of Brahman, or rather for the Brahman to reveal itself, one has to contemplate on it after hearing about it. So that is how Vedas help us to gain the knowledge of the Supreme. One who stays faithful to Brahman can use the Vedas for the purpose of gaining knowledge of Brahman and can in fact achieve that knowledge. Thirdly, and most importantly probably, is that such a knowledge requires a mind that has gotten over attachment and aversion. That is why we see knowledge of Brahman being not merely theoretical knowledge, practice remains an integral part of this knowledge. The question that remains to be answered is what one is supposed to do and not to do to attain that knowledge. The answer is the answer to the question, what ought I to do? Saraswati says that sin can be destroyed by piety, dharma. It says that the one who does not boast about his piety becomes a way of gaining knowledge. And such a person is the one who becomes free from suffering. So dharma becomes a way of gaining knowledge, but one cannot be boastful about performing dharma. A Brahmana makes no effort to earn respect, and in fact is not bothered about or is indifferent towards respect or disrespect. A man of piety should regard such human conduct as reflex activities of man. Man will do, they will respect or they will disrespect out of their nature. As self and the world are different, Saraswati says the trying for attainment of knowledge and desire for recognition do not go together. Saraswati holds that while recognition rests on worldly wealth, the Brahmic wealth requires knowledge. Regarding what is required to attain it, Saraswati declares 6 features which are impediments to recognition. So when they are talking about attainment, still they are talking more about what becomes an impediment to recognition. Truth, straightforwardness, modesty, restraint of senses, purity, knowledge, which are the 6 impediments in the way of respect and delusion. So rather than for dharma, they are saying that they are impediments to recognition and delusion. Saraswati appears to be identifying piety, dharma with penance. It suggests that penance and sacrifice can help in destruction of sin, which in turn helps emergence of knowledge. Quote, for that, the Brahman, that is to say, for attaining to it, are this penance and sacrifice prescribed. The penance Saraswati talks of as leading one to knowledge is not the penance of ordinary kind. It says that it is the penance of Brahmana alone to be that kind which can be further developed. So not all penance, certain kind of penance. Saraswati calls this penance as pure And it is with this penance that immortality can be attained. In defining and explaining pure penance, Sanasujata speaks out of attributes and qualities to be avoided. It tells of 12 qualities and 7 cruelties to be avoided. And then it will give us 12 excellences. What we see in Indian philosophy is that it hardly talks about how to bring good. It's good. What we are supposed to do is to negate the negated. That is what we are supposed to do. So basically, we will always see we are what we are not supposed to do. The 12 qualities, I will skip. There are 7 cruelties. And these are not said that we are supposed to attain it. It rather says that they are the characteristic features. Sanasujata declares that there are 3 traits of self-restraint: dhamma, abandonment, tyaga, and freedom from heedlessness, apramada, out of which owning even one can lead a man to emancipation. However, of all, truth, which is a characteristic of freedom from heedlessness, is regarded as foundational. Sanasujata declares a self-restraint as having 18 defects. And who is self-restrained? The one who does not have the defects. So this is what we see, that we are shown the defect and we are not supposed to have them. That is all. We cannot bring the good. 6 kinds of abandonment have been announced as good by Sanasujata. Out of that, it considers the 3rd to be such that by it alone we can have self-knowledge. Sanasujata elaborates on kinds of abandonment. The first is the giving away of sons and wealth to a deserving man who asks for them. Second is gift at Vedic ceremonies and gift at ceremonies laid down in Smritis. Abandonment of desire, or king of kings, by means of indifference to worldly object is laid down as the 3rd. So it is to be abandoned. Sanasujata says that it is abandonment that leads to freedom from heedlessness, or pramada. Pramada. And this freedom from heedlessness has 8 characteristics. Freedom from heedlessness includes in it also avoidance of problems of self-restraint. In fact, freedom from defect of self-restraint is freedom from heedlessness. We are asked to become free. Knowledge of Supreme Self, says Sanasujata, is thus gained only by living. We have to live the life. We cannot simply theorize. And such a living is the living of a brahmachari. For learning to live life as required to be a brahmachari, Sanasujata considers living under a preceptor as necessary. So finally then, what do we see? That it is knowledge which is considered as a desirable. How to gain it? Practice penance under the guidance of a preceptor. And this is what we are supposed to do. This is what is the answer to what I ought to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shakuntala ji, for your very nice presentation. The main focus of your paper is on, or was on, what I ought to do. And very beautifully you point out the significance of the knowledge of the Supreme, and also you have said that the knowledge of Brahman cannot be communicated by language. And I'm sure that we'll have a wonderful discussion on this paper. Can we take all the papers? Yeah, we'll have all the papers over there then. So now we'll move on to the next paper to be presented by another eminent scholar, Janab Muhammad Ustad is a General Secretary, Shamsita, Ernakulam. You were oh. Would you like to sit and talk? Okay, please.
I am very confused to deliver in such of this type of audience and this type of scholars, because it's an excellent speeches I heard about Kārya and Akārya, and so I am very confused to speak about my perspective about Kārya and Akārya, and also I am not fluent in English, so even though I am an orator in Malayalam, but I'm not fluent in English. I expect C.L. Ramachandran to translate my speech in Malayalam. May അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ലേ? I'm speaking in Malayalam. So you can translate. You can translate. I know you are well person. But yeah. സത്യത്തിൽ ഞാൻ ഈ പ്രബന്ധം ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ തന്നെയാണ് എഴുതി വെച്ചത്, പക്ഷേ
I have written this actually in English. Please send it to me later.
ഞാനിപ്പോഴും മലയാളം വളരെയേറെ സുഖകരമായി പറയാൻ കഴിയുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് കുറച്ചുകൂടി നല്ലത് മലയാളത്തിൽ തന്നെ സംസാരിക്കലാണെന്ന് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നു.
He was thinking that because he is more fluent in Malayalam, it is better to deliver the lecture in Malayalam itself.
വളരെ പണ്ഡിതോചിതമായ ചില പ്രസംഗങ്ങളാണ്, ചില പ്രബന്ധ അവതരണങ്ങളാണ് നമ്മൾ കേട്ടത്.
We have heard very scholarly presentations during yesterday and today.
കഴിഞ്ഞ 3 വർഷങ്ങളായി ഞാൻ അഭിനന്ദനായ സ്വാമിജിയുടെ ക്ഷണപ്രകാരം ഞാനിവിടെ വരാറുണ്ട്.
For the last 3 years, I have been coming here on the invitation of Swamiji.
ഭാഗ്യവശാൽ ഒരിക്കൽ ഞാൻ ലെമറിഡിയനിലെ ഒരു പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുത്ത് സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് അദ്ദേഹം അതിനുശേഷം ഈ പരിപാടികളിലേക്കൊക്കെ ക്ഷണിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
Some time back, when I met him in one of the functions, he was kind enough to ask me to come here and talk. So from there, I have been coming here and making presentations.
സാധാരണ പലപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ സൗഹൃദ സംഗമങ്ങളിൽ, കമ്മ്യൂണൽ ഹാർമണിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള സൗഹൃദ സംഗമങ്ങളിൽ കൂടിച്ചേരുമ്പോൾ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് എറണാകുളത്തെ ലേമറിഡിയനിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഒക്കെ ചെയർമാൻ കൂടിയായ ബഹുമാന്യനായ ഡോക്ടർ ടി മുഹമ്മദ് അലി സാഹിബിന്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള സംഗമങ്ങൾ നടക്കാറുണ്ട്.
There used to be conclaves on the direction of the head of Muhammad Ali Sahab. So regarding communal harmony, and that I have been taking part.
ഈ പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത് സത്യത്തിൽ പണ്ഡിതോചിതമായ യോഗ്യനാണ് എന്ന ബോധ്യത്തിലല്ല, മറിച്ച്
I am not doing it because of my feeling that I am scholarly in these subjects.
ഇത്തരം പരിപാടികളിലൂടെ നമുക്കിടയിൽ ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ട അനിവാര്യമായ സംവേദനങ്ങൾ, അതുണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കുന്ന പ്രയോജനങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള ബോധ്യമാണ് എന്നെ ഇവിടെ ഈ സമയങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ക്ഷണിക്കപ്പെടുമ്പോഴൊക്കെ എത്തിച്ചേരാൻ ഞാൻ പ്രേരിപ്പിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത്.
I am being enthused to come here and tempted to come here only to see that there is a unity and understanding of all sorts of diverse views it can create.
കാര്യാകാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വളരെ പണ്ഡിതോചിതമായി ഈ വിഷയ സംബന്ധമായൊക്കെ സംസാരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ കാണുന്ന ഒരു വീക്ഷണം, എല്ലാ മതഗ്രന്ഥങ്ങളെയും സ്വാഭാവികമായി ഇന്ത്യയുടെ തത്വചിന്തയും ഇതു സംബന്ധമായി വളരെ കൃത്യമായ എന്തു ചെയ്യണം എന്തു ചെയ്യരുത് എന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള കൃത്യമായ ദർശനങ്ങൾ നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Though a number of talks have been made on regarding Kārya and Akārya by scholars, I have seen that on the documents available and the literature on this, there have been instructions of what to do, what not to do in our own texts.
എന്നെ വല്ലാതെ ശ്രദ്ധിപ്പിച്ച ഒരു കാര്യം, ഇവിടെ നേരത്തെ പ്രസംഗിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഈ കാര്യാകാര്യങ്ങൾ, അതായത് എന്തു വേണമെന്നും വേണ്ടെന്നും പറയേണ്ടത്, നമ്മളാരും മനുഷ്യരല്ല എന്ന ഒരു വലിയ മനോഹരമായ ഒരു സന്ദേശം പറയുകയുണ്ടായി.
There was a fine message that was passed when we were discussing what to do, what not to do, that we are not only men or human beings, there is something more than that. That should connect everyone.
കാരണം അതിന്റെ അധികാരം പലപ്പോഴും അതിനേക്കാളും അപ്പുറത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന ജ്ഞാനമേഖലയുടേതാണ് എന്ന ബോധ്യം അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ പ്രഭാഷണത്തിൽ ഞാൻ കൃത്യമായി മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിരുന്നു.
I have understood that there is something that needs the knowledge to understand what should be the interaction between people so that there can be amity in society.
സത്യത്തിൽ അവിടെ ആ പ്രഭാഷണം കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ എന്റെ മനസ്സിൽ ഓർമ്മ വന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം, മഹാഭാരതത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും മനോഹരമായ അതിന്റെ വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കണ്ടന്റ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം, ധർമ്മസ്യ തത്വം നിഹിതം ഗുഹായ
മഹാനോ യേന ഗതഃ. There is one thing that I have seen, a very wonderful statement in the Mahabharata, that it is very difficult to understand the concept of dharma because it is really deep. Dharmasya tattvam nihidam guhayam. So what to do is mahajano yena gadasapanta. What we should do is what the great people have done. We follow their footsteps.
എന്റെ പരിഭാഷകൻ വളരെ പ്രഗത്ഭനായ, എല്ലാത്തിലും പണ്ഡിതനായ ഒരാളായി എന്നത് എന്റെ പ്രസംഗത്തെ പോലും സങ്കീർണമാക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞു വന്നൊരു പ്രധാന കാര്യം, ഈ ധർമാധർമ്മങ്ങളുടെ വിവേചനം യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ പൗരുഷേയമായ ഒന്നല്ല എന്ന ബോധ്യം മതങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു സന്ദേശമായി കാണേണ്ട ഒന്നാണ്.
It is not merely only human effort, there must also be some divine grace to get into the understanding of what is Kārya, what is Akārya, so that the societal peace will be maintained.
സത്യത്തിൽ അത് ശ്രുതമാണ്, കേൾക്കപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് അറബിയിൽ പറയുമ്പോൾ വഹി അഥവാ റിവലേഷനാണ്. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ മറ്റൊരു ജ്ഞാനമേഖലയിൽ നിന്ന് മനുഷ്യന് കൃത്യമായി എന്താണ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്നും എന്താണ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ലാത്തതെന്നും ആ രീതിയിൽ ധർമാധർമ്മങ്ങളുടെ വിവേചനം ശരിക്കും കൃത്യമായി പഠിപ്പിക്കപ്പെടുമ്പോൾ മാത്രമേ മനുഷ്യനെ ആ വഴിയിലൂടെ യാത്ര ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്നുള്ളൂ എന്ന ബോധ്യം ഇവിടെ നമുക്ക് കൃത്യമായി മനസ്സിലാക്കാനാവും.
It must be possible to form understanding very clearly what should be the path we should take, and this does not come only from here. There is some external agency that also gives you regarding what should be done and what should not be done. Unless we understand that, it may not be possible for us to deliver the goods.
ഈ ധർമാധർമ്മങ്ങളാണ് നമ്മുടെ സാമൂഹിക ജീവിതത്തെ ശരിയായ അർത്ഥത്തിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകേണ്ടത്. അതിന് വേണ്ടത്
It is necessary to lead our social life or our community life in the right direction. Only when we know what should be done, what should not be done.
അതിനേറ്റവും അനിവാര്യം ശരിയായ മൂല്യവത്തായ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, മൂല്യവത്തായ ബോധനങ്ങൾ നൽകപ്പെടുക എന്നതാണ്.
Basic moral education or education that will sustain this sort of a thought is what is very necessary for achieving this aim.
സത്യത്തിൽ വേദങ്ങളിലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പുരാണങ്ങളിലും ഒക്കെ കാണുന്നത് പോലെ നല്ല ഗുരു, ഗുരു എന്ന പ്രയോഗത്തിന് തന്നെ നൽകപ്പെടുന്ന അർത്ഥം പ്രകാശത്തെ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്നവനെന്നാണ്. അന്ധകാരമില്ലായ്മ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകാശിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന വിധത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ജീവിതമാണ് ഗുരുവിന്റെ ജീവിതം. ഗുരുകാരസ്ഥ അന്ധകാര ആ ഗുരു മനുഷ്യനെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സമൂഹങ്ങളെ, സംസ്കാരങ്ങളെ ശരിയായ വഴിയിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോകേണ്ടവരാണ്. അതാണ് നേരത്തെ ഞാൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചതുപോലെ മഹാജനങ്ങൾ, മഹാഗുരുക്കളാണ്. അവർ ജീവിതങ്ങളെ, ജനപഥങ്ങളെ സംസ്കാരത്തിന്റെയും നന്മയുടെയും വഴിയെ കൊണ്ടുപോകേണ്ടവരാണ് എന്നതുകൊണ്ടാണ്.
Why I referred to Mahajana earlier, when that word was used, it actually indicates Guru, and the definition of Guru was given as removal of darkness, not external darkness for which lights are enough. It is internal darkness, mental darkness, or in other words, avidya or ajnana. That is why Guru is etymologically derived from Gu and Ru. Gu indicates darkness, internal darkness, and Ru indicates remover of the darkness. Gugaraha antakarasya, Dugaraha nivartakaha, andakara nivartitva Guru iti abhidiyate. That is the definition of Guru, not merely a teacher.
ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒട്ടേറെ ഉദാഹരണങ്ങളിലൂടെ നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ കഴിയും. ഒന്ന്, ഗുരു അങ്ങനെ ആയിരിക്കണമെന്ന് സൂചിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഗുരു പ്രകാശത്തിന്റെ ഉടമയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പരിശുദ്ധ ഖുർആൻ പ്രവാചകനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുന്നിടത്തും സിറാജ് എന്നൊരു പ്രയോഗം നടത്താറ്. സിറാജ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ലൈറ്റ് എന്നാണ്.
Siraj is a word that is used in Arabic, which means light. Actually, people are valuing in darkness about not understanding the essential nature of oneself. That is darkness, or avidya or andhakara in philosophy. One who throws light into that and removes the darkness is Guru. So that is why we have to follow, and we must have a Guru. That is the parampara that creates knowledge in that lineage of Gurus.
അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഗുരു ശരിയായ ദർശകൻ കൂടിയായിട്ട്, അതായത് പലപ്പോഴും ആചാര്യന്മാരായി സ്വയം വേഷമണിഞ്ഞ പലപ്പോഴും ആ അർത്ഥത്തിലുള്ള പ്രകാശത്തെ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്തവരായി മാറുന്നു എന്ന് കൂടിയാണ് പുതിയ കാലത്തെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ദുരന്തമായി ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്.
It's a tragedy of recent times that people who move out the garb of Gurus are not really Gurus, in the sense they are not able to convert people who are in darkness to come out to light. Light here means knowledge, and darkness means ignorance about oneself or the absolute reality.
നാരായണ ഗുരു അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ആത്മോപദേശ ശതകത്തിൽ വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം ഈ രീതിയിൽ സൂചിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് കാണാം.
You can find this mentioned by Sri Narayana Guru in his text, where he brings out this aspect very clearly.
ത്രിഭുവന സീമ കടന്നു തിങ്ങി നിന്നോ, തിന്നു തെളിഞ്ഞിടുന്ന ദീപം കപടയതിക്ക് കരസ്ഥമാകുകയില്ലെന്ന ഉപനിഷദുക്തി രഹസ്യമോർത്തിടേണം എന്ന് നാരായണ ഗുരു അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ആത്മോപദേശ ശതകത്തിൽ സൂചിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ്. അതായത്
The Guru is one who should not have only show. Kabadayadi means misleading people. Kabada means giving misconception. One should not be like that, Kabadayadi. But a person will realize also. He has got the same
ഇതേ വിഷയം ഭഗവത്ഗീതയിലും സൂചിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് കാണാൻ. കർമ്മേന്ദ്രിയാദി സംയമ്യ
I think I need not give any translation. He is more learned than me. I am not going to talk about this next chapter. Yes.
That's mean Kapadayadi.
Kapadam Acharati Kabadi. Pretends to be or a mockery or perhaps a mimicry of a
Yes, കർമ്മേന്ദ്രിയങ്ങളെ സംയോഗിച്ച്
controlling all the activities, the instruments of action.
അങ്ങനെ ഭാഗ്യലോകങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാ ബോധങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും മാറിയിരിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ ഇരുന്നിട്ട് തന്നെ ഈ ഇന്ദ്രിയ സുഖങ്ങളിലേക്ക് വ്യാപരിക്കുന്ന അർത്ഥത്തിലുള്ളതാരോ അയാളാണ് മിഥ്യാചാര, അയാളാണ് കല്ല സന്യാസി എന്നാണ്.
A person who appears like that as if he is withdrawn from the world but still in the world, he is not the Samyak Nyasa, Asamanda Nyasa. That is the definition given for sannyasis. Nyasa means deposit, or what they call as pledge in English, Nyasa. And sannyasi means the mind is completely pledged to God, nothing else. And Samyak, Asamanda, without any defect anywhere, deficiency anywhere.
ഇതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെയും കാണാനോ ഗുരോരവി അവലിപ്തസ്യ കാര്യകാര്യമജാനത ഉത്പദം പ്രതിപന്നസ്യ കാര്യം ഭവതി ശാസ്ത്രം.
If a person is not Gurori Avaliptasya, a person who is not following the correct rule, Kārya Majanada, and is not able to distinguish between what should be done or not to be done, Guru is considered on par with God, because there is no difference between God and Guru for us in our belief. Guru Avinno Devaha, that is what we say. But a person who's like that and who does not know the discrimination between the right and wrong, do's and don'ts and all that, even though he is like that, then he is not use that language, but very strongly said, he deserves punishment, is what he said.
Punishment. He
should not mention that, but the text goes like this.
തത്തുല്യമായി അതേ രീതിയിൽ വളരെ മനോഹരമായ ചില ഉപദേശങ്ങൾ ഒരു കോൺവെക്കേഷണൽ സ്പീച്ച് പോലെ നമുക്ക് തൈത്തിരീയ ഉപദേശത്തിലും കാണാൻ സാധിക്കും. സത്യം വദ, ധർമ്മം വദ.
He mentions the Taittiriya Upanishad saying, Veda Manuchyacharyo Ante Vase Manushas Satyam Vada Dharmam Jara Vadhyayan Prabhudah Acharyaya Priyam Dhamakritya Prajatandum Ma Vivachesi Mahadadevo Bhava Pitradevo Bhava Acharya Devo Bhava Atiti Devo Bhava Yanyasmanam Swarirani Anittoyo Vasyani Nojitarani Yanyasmanam
Swarirani Yanyasmagam Sujaridani
Idarani. Mentioned earlier.
Guru തന്നെ തെറ്റിയാലും ശിഷ്യൻ അതിനെ പിന്തുടരേണ്ടതില്ല.
Point is, even though the Guroho Abhi Avaliptasya Karyakarya Majanata, even when the Guru is not doing the right thing, the Shishya need not follow that. Then in the Manusmriti also there was mentioned earlier.
അപ്പോ ഞാൻ ഈ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച കാര്യം പ്രധാനമായും ഞാൻ എന്റെ പോയിന്റിലേക്ക് വരുന്നത് ശരിയായ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിലൂടെ, ശരിയായ ധാർമ്മിക വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിലൂടെയാണ് സമൂഹത്തെ ഈ രീതിയിൽ ബോധവൽക്കരിക്കാൻ സാധ്യമാവും എന്നതാണ്.
The point is that a guru or a guide has to lead the society in this right path so that there can be prosperity for one and all.
സ്വാമി വിവേകാനന്ദൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പോലെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം ഇപ്പോ നമ്മളെല്ലാം കാണുന്നത് അതൊരു ആഭാസകരമായ ഒരു വിദ്യയായി മാറിയ കാലത്താണ്.
Vivekananda says that today's education system has not had the proper aim or destination, but has gone into wrong track.
അദ്ദേഹം പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, education is not the amount of information that is put to your brain and runs right there and digested all your life. വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം എന്നത് കേവലം കുറെ വിവരങ്ങൾ.
You read in English, that's enough. I think can proceed further.
അപ്പോ ആ രീതി വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തെ അങ്ങനെ കേവലം അറിവുകളുടെ സംഘാതമാക്കി മാറ്റിയെടുത്താണ്.
Kevalam in Tamil means bad. Kevalam in Sanskrit, Malayalam means only.
I am speaking in Malayalam.
Audience should not understand. Kevalam is actually a debasing word in Tamil. So you should not understand. Nari, for example, in Malayalam, in Tamil is Kuli in Malayalam. So these are some.
I don't want to go in controversy.
No. The example, the explanation is necessary. That's why. Because Kevalam should not be misunderstood. Kevalam means pure. Kaivalyam. Kevalam pure. But in Tamil, Kevalam means it has got a bad meaning. That's why you want to like it. Yes, sir.
അതുകൊണ്ട് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, ബോധവൽക്കരണം, ശരിയായ ജ്ഞാനത്തിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രവേശനം, അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായി നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിലെ ഇത്തരത്തിൽ പുതിയ കാലത്തൊക്കെ സംഭവിക്കുന്ന ഈ ധാർമ്മികമായ അവസ്ഥിതിയുടെ പരിഹാരമായി നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ കഴിയുക.
What a language he is using. It's all Sanskrit, sir. He says it is Malayalam. Beautiful way. So today's education system is trying to derive the right path one should take in the dharmic way. It's copying maybe said to education minister. Yeah. Okay.
Give an exclusive interview.
Yes, sir.
അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് ഇതില്. കാരണം അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ മുമ്പിൽ ഇരുന്ന് ഞാനിങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയുകയാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നതും ഞാനിപ്പോ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നതും ഈ തരത്തിലുള്ള ബോധവൽക്കരണങ്ങളാണ്. നമുക്കിന്ന് സത്യത്തിൽ സംഭവിച്ചു പോയൊരു ദുരന്തം, മതത്തെ കേവലം അക്ഷരങ്ങളിലൂടെ വായിക്കുകയും അതിന്റെ ആത്മസത്തയിലേക്കുള്ള യാത്രയിൽ പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ പരാജയപ്പെടുകയും ചെയ്തു എന്നതാണ്.
Today the danger is that a religion is taken in literal sense and not which it implies or imposes. We don't go the levels lower than mere understanding of the text. What is the implication in that, or what is the meaning in that, or what is the intended meaning in that? That we are not able to do, or we are not doing. So that is the problem for all this. All the conflicts, all the misunderstandings, or accusations, allegations, all that come because of that only. Because ultimately everything is basically the same.
ആത്മജ്ഞാനജന്യമായി നിൽക്കേണ്ട കൃത്യമായ ഒരു ആത്മപ്രകാശത്തിന്റെ ഭാവമായി മതത്തെ കാണാൻ കഴിയുമ്പോഴാണ് ഈ ധർമാധർമ്മങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള ശരിയായ ബോധ്യം നമുക്കുണ്ടാവുന്നത്.
Only when education is directed towards knowing what is the internal intent of this religious teaching, then only the question of the Kriya or Akriya or what should be done, what should not be done will be understood. Otherwise, it is very simple. In our philology also, when any sentence is there, there are three types of meaning given. One is the literary meaning, second is the intended meaning, third is the suggested meaning. Three meanings are there for any text. If you simply know only what, suppose he is a lion, a person makes a statement, he doesn't look like a lion. It only indicates that he has got the Shaurya and Kraurya of a lion. So like that, meanings have to be understood. So very big science, understanding meaning of the language itself. Not merely the alphabets you know, words you know, or literally you can understand. That's not the intention, especially in text like that. In some ordinary stories and all is okay. No damage is done. Here, damage will be done if we do not know what is the intention of the author. That is the problem.
That's also, yeah. ശരിക്കും അതിനെ, അതായത് ആശയങ്ങളുടെ ആന്തരിക അർത്ഥങ്ങളിലേക്കുള്ള യാത്ര നമുക്ക് പലപ്പോഴും സംഭവിക്കാതെ പോകുന്നു എന്നതും നാം ഈ മതത്തെ ബാഹ്യമായി മാത്രം കാണുന്നു എന്നതുമാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളായി ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്.
Today's problems are we only externally know the cover but not the contents. The cover we know, covers are sometimes good, bad and all, but content is what matters. That we don't know. So that is what is required.
മതത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരിക്കൽ പ്രവാചകനോട് ഇങ്ങനെ ചോദിക്കപ്പെടുന്നു, എന്താണ് മതം എന്ന ചോദ്യം. പ്രവാചകൻ അപ്പോ പറഞ്ഞ മറുപടി ഇങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു, മതം എന്നാൽ ഉത്കൃഷ്ടമായ സ്വഭാവം, ഗുഡ് ഹാബിറ്റ്സ്.
Madam in Sanskrit means opinion also.
Yeah.
That is one meaning, madam. But not madam, soft. Madam means arrogance. Madam. So there the point is, what is the opinion? And all rishis and sages and all that, your opinion is always good only. So that the internal meaning or the implied meaning or suggested meaning to that has to be understood, not merely the text. That's why there is an interesting slogan in this. Even a person may read 100 times a book, unless he goes into that and why and to what extent it is practicable, possible, should be made possible. Otherwise, because what is that slogan? There is one thing called the Dharma Shastram Anekasaha. Dharma Shastras they read many times and many Shastras they read. But what is the effect? Dharvi Pakarasam Yatha. When you are cooking, there is a ladle which you are using for stirring and all that. This ladle will not know the taste of the food. So unless somebody tells you that, you are only like a ladle. What is there, you are transferring. That's all. There's no use.
There's a Hindi word for it called chamcha.
So, chamcha. Yes. No, that is used in another word also.
പരിഭാഷപ്പെടുത്തുകയല്ല എന്റെ പ്രസംഗത്തെ വല്ലാതെ വ്യാഖ്യാനിച്ച് മറ്റൊരു വിശദീകരണത്തിലേക്ക് പോവുകയാണ്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ റിലീജിയൻ മതം എന്നതിനെ ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ പറയാൻ കാരണം പലപ്പോഴും ഇത്തരം മതത്തിന്റെ ആശയപരമായ അതിന്റെ ഉള്ളടക്കത്തിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് ചെല്ലാൻ കഴിയാതെ പോകും. അത് പലപ്പോഴും കേവല ബാഹ്യമായ വിഷയങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇതിനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ സാധാരണ കൈവല്യപ്രാപ്തി എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നത് പോലെ മതത്തിന്റെ ഒരു അടിസ്ഥാന ധർമ്മം നമ്മൾ കാണേണ്ടത് ആനന്ദം, ദൈവത്തെ തിരിച്ചറിയുമ്പോഴുള്ള ആനന്ദം.
All religions for that matter is finally end up only there. All roads lead to Rome, they say. Or here we say like Purushottam's this thing, all rivers finally merge with the ocean. So like that we don't understand. We see only the external factors of that, even including some functions and festivals and all that. But that is not the intention of that. What is intended is to have the real knowledge or the info, how to reach the ultimate good in a religion. That is not understood.
അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇസ്ലാമിക സൂഫിസത്തിലെ വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു പ്രശസ്തയായ ഒരു സൂഫി സെയിന്റായിരുന്നു റാബിയത്തുൽ അദവിയ എന്ന ഈജിപ്ഷ്യൻകാരിയായിരുന്ന. അവർ പലപ്പോഴും ഇങ്ങനെ പറയാറുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഞാൻ നരകത്തിലോ സ്വർഗത്തിലോ പോകാം, പക്ഷെ ഒറ്റ കാര്യം, നിന്റെ ദിവ്യമായ സ്നേഹം എനിക്ക് നിഷേധിക്കപ്പെടരുത്.
Sufis are very close to Advaita Vedanta.
Yeah.
Sufism is very close to Advaita. So that saint or lady saint, whatever you call, he was saying that whatever I go, I don't mind whether heaven or hell and all that, but I should not lose sight of the connection and the affection. So that is the prayer. So that is what exactly the essence of Bhakti Yoga. We call in this strain Bhakti Yoga, that's all.
Anandam, kaivalya.
Anandam is Anando Brahme Divya Janad. This is what the Upanishad says also. Not the worldly thing. That Anandam means Sat, Chit, Anandam. That is the Surupa Lakshana of the Brahman given, not the Tadastha Lakshana. Tadastha Lakshana is indirectly saying Yerovai Mani Budani Jayinde, Yena Jagani Jivandi, Yeprindi, Yesalpandi. Tadnitikaswa Tadbudmindi, this Upanishad says. Directly, Sat Chitananda, Satchitananda. That Ananda is not happiness, it's bliss.
ഞാനിങ്ങനെ ഈ ആനന്ദത്തെ കുറിച്ച് പറയാൻ കാരണം പലപ്പോഴും ഈ ക്രമവും അക്രമവും, അതായത് ഈ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഇന്നത് ചെയ്യണം ചെയ്യണ്ട എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പലപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഭാരമായി തോന്നുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം. ഇന്നതേ ചെയ്യാവൂ, ഇന്നത് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പലപ്പോഴും. അതേസമയം നമ്മളൊരു ആനന്ദത്തിൽ അങ്ങ് ലയിച്ചു ചേരുമ്പോൾ പിന്നെ ചെയ്യുന്നതും ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ലാത്തതും തമ്മിലുള്ള വിവേചനങ്ങൾ അറിയാതെ പോകുന്നതിനും ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് മാത്രം ചെയ്തു പോകുന്ന ഒരു പ്രത്യേകമായ ഒരു സവിശേഷമായ ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് അയാൾ എത്തുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നതാണ് പ്രധാനം.
When you realize that that is the state, Ananda is the state, then the question of doing, not doing and all that, which is a confusion in the earlier stage, finally merges into everything and you do only what is right. Because what you experience, you would like others also. The same thing as empathy, they say in English.
സാധാരണ ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം പറയാറുണ്ട്. അതായത് ഞാൻ ആദ്യം ഡ്രൈവിംഗ് പഠിച്ച സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ ആ കാർ എന്റെ തലയിൽ വെച്ച് നടക്കുന്നത് പോലെയാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയത്. പക്ഷേ പിന്നീട് ഞാൻ ആ കാര്യത്തിൽ സാമാന്യേന നല്ല ധാരണയിലെത്തുന്നതോടുകൂടെ പിന്നെ കാർ ഡ്രൈവിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഒരു പ്രശ്നമാവാത്തത് പോലെ തന്നെയാണ്. മനുഷ്യ ജീവിതത്തിലെ ഈ ധർമാധർമ്മ വിവേചനങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു വളരെ ക്ലിഷ്ടവും സങ്കീർണവുമായ വഴിയിലൂടെയുള്ള യാത്രക്കിടയിൽ ആനന്ദം അനുഭവിക്കാത്തവരെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം അത് സങ്കീർണമായി മാറുന്നു എന്നത് നമുക്ക് പഠിക്കാനാവും.
Then I started learning driving. Early I found that it was difficult and things like that. Later on, I started enjoying and I knew the difference between what it is. That state one should come by going through all these processes which the religions are prescribing. What is the ultimate is for getting the state of Ananda.
Anandam yatharthathile vijnanam.
Anandam also is known as Anantam. Both are used alternatively. Anantam is Anandam. Ananto by Ananda. Because when the end only there is a problem. When no end, there is no problem at all. That is, philosophy also speaks about basic same. Anandam, Anandam.
Anandam തന്നെയാണ് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിലെ വിജ്ഞാനം. അങ്ങനെ ആ അറിവിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്നതോടുകൂടെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ വിവേചനങ്ങളുടെ സങ്കീർണതകൾ മാറിക്കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് ആരും എത്തുന്നു എന്നതാണ് പ്രശ്നം. അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോ ഇവിടെ ബഹുമാന്യനായ രാമേന്ദ്രൻ സാർ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പോലെ തന്നെ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് എല്ലാ വിവേചനങ്ങളും അവസാനിക്കുന്നതും വിജ്ഞാനത്തിൽ നിന്ന്. എല്ലാ വിജ്ഞാനവും എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുള്ള വിവേചനങ്ങളെയും അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒന്നായി മാറുന്നു എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ആത്മവിദ്യയുള്ളത് പണ്ഡിതൻ സമദർശിയാണ് എന്ന് ഗീത പഠിക്കാൻ കാരണം.
Samadarshanam is a very concept for the realized soul. Vidya Vinaya Sambandhya Brahmanya Sridijaya Svabhagya Pandita Samadarshana. Samadarshana ityukte Tatodashana ityata. That is the action I given there. It's exactly what he is saying. So finally all these things to lead to that state of Samadarshana. There's no problem at all. Because one would not like to injure himself. So it's very simple to do. But to that extent, one has to come by hard work, Guru's grace, God's grace, efforts, and things like that. So that is the purpose of all. But we don't understand that.
ഈ ആനന്ദം ലഭിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ ഗുരുക്കന്മാരാവണം എന്നില്ല. മറിച്ച് അതിന്റെ പ്രകാശത്തിന്റെ ഒരു അംശമെങ്കിലും സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു മാനസികാവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് എത്തുമ്പോൾ ഈ വിവേചനങ്ങളില്ലാത്ത സമൂഹത്തെ കാണാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധ്യമാണ്.
The point is, it is not very necessary. You should have 100% Guru with you. Because even if there is a spark from him, Guru spark, that is enough. Why do you find Shankara's Samudra Lagari, Shivananda Lagari, all these things are there. So that is enough for us to be taken to the right path so that we will reach the target.
ഞാൻ എന്റെ പ്രഭാഷണം അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുക മറ്റൊന്നും കൊണ്ടല്ല, ആശയപരമായി ഇനിയും സമ്മതിക്കാൻ തോന്നുന്ന വിധം എന്നെ പ്രചോദിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ് ഈ സദസ്സും ഈ ഒപ്പം ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന പണ്ഡിതന്മാരായ പ്രഗത്ഭരായ പ്രഭാഷകരും എന്നതോടൊപ്പം ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകളെ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് ഒന്നാമത് എൻ്റെ ഈ ഒരു തരത്തിലുള്ള പ്രസംഗം അതിനേക്കാളും വളരെ വ്യക്തമായി വിശദമായി പണ്ഡിതോചിതമായി വ്യാഖ്യാനിച്ച് പറയുന്ന ഒരു മഹാസാന്നിധ്യമാണ് എൻ്റെ പരിഭാഷകൻ എന്നതോടൊപ്പം ഇനിയും സങ്കീർണമാക്കാതെ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകളെ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്.
He says he does not want to elongate, elongation. I don't want to do that. I want to come to a closure of that. And among this learned audience, what is there, a sense of that, I will try to say. And incidentally, he makes a compliment to me. I don't want that. I am not deserving. All Gurus and such.
No, you must be a faithful translator. Yeah.
Swamiji says something, there is nothing but that is most greatest. I should not use that language. Supreme Court.
He is not only a translator.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commentator.
Beautiful. You are honored.
അല്ല വേണ്ട ഞാൻ
So what he said is that he's not merely done a translation, he's done a commentary and explanation of what he is saying. He's extended everything. It's beautiful, we can sense it.
All this credit goes to Swamiji. I have nothing in this.
There is a council for community cooperation and Cochin. And Ustad and myself are members of the working committee.
Yeah. നേരത്തെ ഞാൻ ശ്ലോകത്തിലൂടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പോലെ ആ വിദ്യാവിനയ സമ്പന്നനായ ഒരു പണ്ഡിതനും ബ്രാഹ്മണനുമാണ് എന്റെ മുമ്പിലുള്ളത്.
Thank you. Sripriya has got a question.
So we'll take all the papers first. Thank you, Janabi, for that. And also Dr. Atiela sir for your kind translation. Nice. Thank you.
Sir, I thought it was like a Jugalbandi. Both of them excelling each other in the interpretation of Kārya and Akārya. It was a wonderful session. Now I request Godavari.
Our third paper by another eminent scholar, well-known scholar, Professor T. Mishra. We call him on Godavari scholar,
Thank you very much.
ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्ति भेद विभागिने व्योमवत् व्याप्त देहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः. Most esteemed Swamiji, Professor Bhatt, Professor Panneerselvam, Professor Paranjape, and all others, Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan, my informal guru, I must say, such a great scholar here, and all others who have assembled here in this seminar. Instead of going to the philosophy of Kārya and Akārya, I would like to start today with some stories. As the background of this Kārya and Akārya, which is being discussed in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. The first story is a story from Ramayana. The story goes like this. When Ravana is losing a lot of his commanders, he is convening a council of his ministers as to what to do next. And he knew that ministers would say that give up Sita, leave her, like return her to her husband, then there can be reconciliation and there can be, we can bring peace. But then Ravana, thinking that that might be the basic problem, prima facie, what he does, he says, Nadeya Yadrushi Sita, Padhyuja, Padhyu Dasarathat Majo. First, these are the two conditions my ministers, council of ministers is addressing Ravana, that I would not give up Sita. And second condition, that these two sons of Dasaratha must be killed. And now you give me whatever suggestion, so council you want to give. That is number one. I will tell you little later why I am bringing this as a prelude to what I want to speak. The second story is from Mahabharata. The story is, the Bhishma is gone, Karna is gone, and Drona is gone, and Karna is gone. But the expectation of Duryodhana that he will win the war is not gone. And he says, Sanjay says, Dhritarashtra, see, king, Hate Drone, sorry, Hate Bhisme, Hate Drone, Karneja Pridibam Gate, Asha Valavati Rajan, Shalyo Jeshati Pandava. See, the time has come, the Shalya has to fight, and Duryodhana thinks that Shalya will win over the war, the battle in his favor. That is the condition that we have come. The second thing, second story. The third story is a very interesting story. I will not take much time, another 10 minutes. Yeah. Third story is from Kiratarjuna. What happens? Kiratarjuna Bharati writes that a king goes to fight a war. Those days wars were fought for a very long time, like Ukraine and Russia war now. And he has gone to the border of his country for fighting, and it has taken 15 years to fight for him to come back. And when he went, his wife was pregnant. And when he comes back, he enters into the harem and he sees that his wife is sleeping with a young man. He takes his sword and wants to kill the young man who is sleeping along with his wife. Suddenly he sees a line on the wall which was written before he left. Since Bharati was he was influenced by Bharati's scholarship, it is written, Sahasha vidadhitana kriyam. Nothing should be done in a hasty manner. Okay, so the three things, like what he does, he thought that whatever he may be, he will not be able to overpower me. Therefore, let me just wake them up and find out. When he wakes them up, the wife says that this is your son, and he says how great the line was. Okay, with these things, I want to start. What is happening in this Kārya ideal in the Gita? This Kārya and Akārya, three things are being projected here. One is Rakshasi Sampat, another is Asuri Sampat, another is Daivi. Three things, three ways of looking at Kārya and Akārya. See, one thing Shankara is doing here is like Ganga in Varanasi. It takes a turn. All through Shankara was talking in favor of Jnanam, and now he is talking in favor of Karma. See, this is a very great, important, milestone in the whole discourse of the Gita. And if we see Shankara following Gita, Shankara does two things. And if Shankara does two things, means Shankara does not do anything by himself. He takes the clue from the Gita. He takes the clue from the tradition. Two things. Number one, he says that any text, any sampradaya, any philosophy, if it does not take Veda as the pramana, that is not the sub philosophy. That is not the right philosophy. Veda has to be number one. This is my reading of the Bhashya, but this is what it is. Second, if the Sankhya theory of causation cannot be the theory of causation. Two things. In and through the Bhashya, these two things are repeatedly proved, established, that Sankhya matam pramanam na bhavati and Vedasya pramani. These two things. And Krishna is bringing here. See, usually there has been a debate between Shankara, vis-a-vis Madhva and Ramanuja that karma is being given up by Shankara. Like he said that one Athato Brahma Jigyasa, Atha does not require, the karma kanda, like karma kanantaram, like it is not necessary that karma kanda has to be done according to Shankara. But here, if one reads very carefully, one sees how much emphasis Shankara is giving on this particular point, and the Gita, yeah. So Gita, it has been done in a very simple but quite profound manner that karma is essential for Jnana. Karma is essential for Jnana, that is being proven, established in this Kārya Akārya Viveka. Right? What Dr. Ramakrishnan has already told, that Asura Daiva Sampat Yoga. So this is what has been taught. So as you know, everybody knows. I am not going to tell most of you know what has been. As he told that when you come at the end, you say what all has been spoken has already been spoken. Therefore, I will not take much, but so give me time. I can also talk about it. But now, whole Gita, as you know, is divided into many sections according to different traditions. One of the traditions divides it in 3 chapters, 6 chapters each. So the 2 chapters, 16th and 17th, has got a subject matter, and as I told you, there is a total shift from the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. That this discusses the goal of life related to one's way of what is the goal of life and what is way of life. And both how Krishna sells and the commentators, all commentators, like not only this. One more thing I wanted to tell you. I want, like, what is the difference between karma and karya? How karma is different from karya. There is one horse, and I know tasmat asaktaha satata karyam karma samachara asakto yacharan karma paramapnoti purusha. So this is the verse. Karyam karma and karya they are different. Karma is any action. Karya is an action which ought to be done, should be done. In that sense, Kārya and Akārya, like to act and not to act is not Kārya and Akārya. That which should be done, which should be acted, and which should not be acted is the Kārya and Akārya. That is the translation. So the Vedas consider this way of life is important for goal of life, and this Veda Purva, the karma kind of person, is equally important than as much as the jnana kind of person. So, if your mind is determined by Veda Purva, you can understand the significance of our culture only to keep your mind the way Vedanta, which talks about the goal, so the assimilation. So Krishna feels that his teaching is complete only when he talks about the complementary part. That is the Veda Purva part, which is way of life. Professor Srinivasan spoke about it in his own way as to how Mimamsa brings all these things. Therefore, the previous 3 chapters deals with the goal, and after speaking about the goal, now he's talking about the means, that is way of life. And the way of life is heavily influenced by the character, the personality, the makeup of the person, and the first classification is he gives, there are 3. The first, as I told you, Ravana, Dvesa Pradhana Sabha. I'm trying to bring the 3 stories that I told you, episodes. Dvesa Pradhana Sabha, a character in which a lot of dvesa or dislike is predominant, and it may be because of many reasons why such things happens. In Indian tradition, we explain this through Purva Janma. It may be because of the present Janma. It may be because of so many things, but this happens. And this one type of character is dominantly Dvesa Pradhana. And this is what the commentators do, like Anandagiri, Shankara, Madhusudana, Vamshidhara, all these commentaries I have taken just to show. So you in English, what exactly the essence of this particular verse, that Kārya Akārya Vyavasthito, so that is what it is. So, and this accumulated both dvesa leads to a lot of anger suppressed inside, anger against everything. So dvesa pradhana character is generally krodha pradhana character, and this leads to himsa pradhana Ravana. And a person who is highly short-tempered and all that, highly volatile, does not require anything, like he cannot tolerate people, asuya purna. So even the smallest incidents will cause an earthquake or volcano in that person. So this type of people are classed as Rakshasa Swabha. So why does the Shastra calls it the Rakshasa Swabha? Because when a person is so volatile, what will be his attitude towards other people? People will try to avoid him, and people would try to save others from him. Therefore, there is an explanation of what is Rakshasa. Rakshanti janaha asmat. People have to be saved from him, such type of people, Ravana. So avoid, escape, save. So this is what is the first thing that is being given in this Kārya Akārya Vyavastha. Kārya Akārya Vyavastha. Then comes the second one, Raga Pradhana. Raga Pradhana, that is Raga or attachment. Attachment means you don't want to put others into problem, but you want to keep the status quo. I want my throne to be saved. I want my kingdom to be saved, not to be given. Like you can understand, they have done a lot of ways also. So this is a raga pradhana. Raga is related to kama. Therefore, it is enjoyment which becomes important here. And there is those who are raga pradhana. They are not bad people, materialistic, but this group, Krishna tells them asura sabha. Therefore, the second character is character that which leads to spiritual stagnation. The first one, there is no hope for spiritual growth, fulfillment. Second, there is a spiritual stagnation. But now, not these people, not they are all on themselves. They like their name and fame. It is not that against anybody, but they never think that there is a possibility of going out from what they have. They want to sustain those things. But it is all centered around this. That is a raga. So the third is Daivi Sampat. You know, the third is that third Svabhava is Daiva Svabhava. Deva means light, enlightenment, Prakasa, and these are all three Svabhavas, that is Deva, Asura, and Daiva. So all these three people possess their own wealth in the form of these characters. And these characters are compared to wealth because Sampat means wealth. Asuri Sampat, Rakshasa Sampat, Daivi Sampat, wealth. These are all wealth. So Krishna wants to talk about Daivi Sampat, otherwise called as Daiva Svabhava. Then Asuri Sampat, Asuri Svabhava. So, and having presented the three characters of our inner growth, Krishna wants to say, why, Arjuna, if your goal is spiritual knowledge or moksha, the only conducive way is Daiva Svabhava. But Krishna says, if you value spiritual life, but if you value moksha, then the way of life is also to be aligned with your goal. The goal has to be aligned with the way of life, which is conducive to that Daiva Svabhava. Therefore, you have to take into account your way of life. Okay? Like in the previous 3 chapters, like all that is spoken is Vedanta, but here what is spoken is Veda Purva and the importance to Veda Purva. So, therefore he says, Yas Shastram Vidhim Mutsrujya Vartate Kamakarataha Nasa Siddhim Avapnoti Nasukham Na Param Gatim. This is the verse, the previous verse. On the other hand, these verses from 22nd onwards in this chapter, this is the like conclusion of the teaching that if you want moksha, spiritual knowledge, it has to be aligned with your way of life. The way of life is given so much importance at the end. So a good character does not guarantee liberation. Please remember, this is the Vedanta Prakriya. A moral or ethical life by itself will not lead to liberation, because an ethical life does not remove ignorance. Ignorance must be removed for us. Only difference is that he is an ethically ignorant person. He is ethical, but he is an ignorant person. Therefore, if ignorance has to go away, he has to pursue spiritual sadhana, and that he has to that he has said, Tato Param Gatin Yanti. He will attain Parangati Moksha after that only. The best thing is to follow the teachings that has been spoken by me, Krishna says, and this is the, if you don't follow what, like Yaha Shastra Vidhi Mutsujya, he who does not follow Shastra and does all ethical things, you know, here there is that like all ethical things are spoken by many things. Buddha speaks, Jaina, everybody speaks. But according to Gita, according to Vedanta tradition, all these things will not lead you to moksha unless you follow the path that has been charted out in the Veda Purva. So what is happening? What is all this is? There was a seminar, Swamiji, there is a seminar you did on Adhikara, right? On Adhikara, Akārya. So this is what is the main theme crux of this Kārya and Akārya, which are the Adhikari. Who is Adhikari? A person who will have Anu Bandha Chatusthaya, he will be Adhikari. So a person will be incapable of enjoying even Vishaya Sukha if he does not have Adhikara. Therefore, Krishna says, no Sukham, because he will take over to indulgence and will lose all the health and mind and everything. Even the Sukha cannot be enjoyed. Therefore, this also is gone, that also is gone. So you squander your health and in sort of wealth, and you squander. That is what Swamiji Paramarthananda used to speak about this way. So therefore the scriptures are the source of knowledge for you, and determining do's and don'ts, what has to be done and what not to be done. Having known the teachings of the scriptural injunctions, you should do your duty here. Therefore, the idea given in the previous verse is again reiterated here, that if you don't want to make use of Shastric guidance, if you don't want to make use of the Shastric manual, like using any gadgets, you will lose the gadget, you will lose the way, you will lose your purpose, the purpose will be lost. Then similarly, if you give up the Shastric guidance, you will lose the wonderful opportunity of getting moksha. Therefore, you have to connect like that. Therefore, so 2 minutes. Therefore, make use of this Vedantic teaching. Tasmat Shastram. Shastram originally is not any Shastram, Veda Shastram, and all other secondary literature, Smriti, everything, all this literature are based on the Vedas, Angas. So what Krishna says is, it is Pramanam, it is the guidance for you with regard to what? Kārya Akārya Vyavasthito, with regard to the norms of what to do and what not to do, Vyavastha. So like our Pramana Vyavastha, Kārya Akārya Vyavastha, the standard with regard to what? That is the norms, the do's and don'ts. The Karyam means do's, Akaryam means don'ts. And this is the Vidhi and Nisheta. Somebody was speaking about that. I don't have much time. I don't want to take also. And here we are talking about Vidhi Nisheta or Dharma and Dharma. And therefore the word Shastra must be translated as a Veda Purva Shastra. Okay, Dharma Shastra. And with regard to Vidhi Nisheta, we do not have to go to Vedanta. Vedanta does not deal with Dharma, Dharma. See, this is one of the peculiar things of the Vedas. This, like what to be done and what not to be done. See, Abhyata Jnataku Veda. So, therefore, with regard to the Vidhi Nisheda, we don't have to go to Vedanta because there is a lot of discussion about that. The Siddha and Sadhya, Siddha and Sadhya Vyavastha. Therefore, may you first follow the Veda Purva Dharma Shastra and prepare the mind preparation. So, Jnatva, and with regard to Dharma Shastra, mere knowledge is not enough. You have to implement what you know. Implementation is being spoken, as I told you. Here there is a turning of Krishna, having spoken so much about Jnanam. He says, Jnanam cannot be thought of unless you have the proper lifestyle. Therefore, knowledge will not bless you. If Jnana itself will bless. So, if Jnanam has to bless you, then you have to go in the path. The way of life has to be taken care of. In Karma Kanda, Jnana should be followed, Karma and Anushtana. Here, this Anushtana is a very important thing. Here, where there is, I have also written about 1 minute. So, about this, that what was lacking in Buddhism, what was there preeminently present in the non-Buddhist schools like Hinduism. I say this is not a Hinduism or Sanatana Dharma, Dr. Paranjiti. I have given a name called Arsa Dharma. It is Rishi-centric. Therefore, Buddha is a Rishi, Charvaka is also a Rishi. That I could not tell you. When you are proposing the Sanatana Dharma, I wanted to say Arsa Dharma. This Arsa Dharma is everything inclusive. Buddha is ours. Arsa. Like he may say something which is different, but he belongs to our church. He is a rishi. Dharma is also a rishi. So Krishna says, Gyatva Shastra Vidhanoktam, Shastra Vidhana Anushtana. So this Anushtana is something where whole Buddhism could not match the Brahmin so-called, I don't say that, answer for now. So Professor Panesh Prabhu might like a different opinion with me, but we had always enjoyed different opinion. But so what he said, ask learn what is right and wrong. Don't stop with learning right and wrong. Kārya. Ask to know what is Kārya and Akārya. Okay, then you have to implement that. Kartumihar hasi, you should do that. What you know, so the Lord Krishna tells how to change yourself from Asuri, Rakshasi Sampat to Daivi Sampat. How to get the real wealth and then pursue Vedanta and attain Jnanam and Moksha. One thing, 1 minute, Professor, I wanted to tell you. This idea is reflected in like Gita is the essence of the Vedanta, Upanishads. Reflected in Braharanyaka Upanishad, Yajnavalkya Maitri Samma. And Sureshwara, Dr. Bhatta, Sureshwara gives a very beautiful example of this. That what is this Vedanta and how will this Vedanta come? Then we had a book called, there is a Sambandha Bhakti. What is the relation between Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda? And at last, Sureshwara says, I quote, Maitri is telling Yajnavalkya that Nadyam Nantam cha Madhyam cha Dhanasya Yasya Vidyate Danena Nakshayam Yati Tadeva Vasudhiyata. He wanted that you take property and go. The other lady went. This lady told, oh, no, there must be something wrong with this. You are giving that means there must be something lacking in that. Give me what you are going for. Then he's telling, Nadyam, that which does not have a beginning, no middle, no end. Nadyam, Nantancha, Madhyamcha, Dhanasya, Yasya Vidyate. Danena Nakshayam Yati. However much you give, it does not diminish. It remains the same. Tadeva Vasudhiyata. Give me that property. And that is what is being spoken in this by Daivi Sampat. By cultivating that Daivi Sampat. What is Daivi Sampat? That Adhikari, Swamiji, Adhikaritva Anubandha Chatushta is Daivi Sampat. And if one follow the Adhikaritva Anubandha Chatushta, there is possibility of Jnana, Moksha. Thank you very much, Swamiji, for inviting me at the last minute. I am grateful to you, grateful to all of you.
Thank you, Professor. Sorry,
No, I'm happy that
now all the 3 papers we have a question.
Yeah.
Ustad has to leave though. Yeah, please just take this question. First we sorry, I'm your professor, but Ustad has to leave.
Imam Sahab, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am a student of Sufism. Yesterday, 3 വർഷം മുമ്പ് ഇവിടെ അജ്മീർ ഷെരീഫിന് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഷെയ്ഖ് ഷലീം ചിശ്തി സാഹിബ്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇവിടെ വന്ന് സ്വാമിജിനെ മീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് എൻ്റെ അജ്മീർ ഷെരീഫിലെ യാത്ര തുടങ്ങിയത്. അങ്ങനെ പല യാത്രകളും കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ചില സാമ്യതകളും ചില ഫിലോസഫിക്കൽ അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിങ്സും അന്വേഷിച്ചു പോയപ്പം കുറച്ച് സിമിലാരിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്. തത്വമസി എന്നുള്ളതും അനൽഹത്ത് എന്നുള്ളൊരു കോൺസെപ്റ്റിന്റെ സാമ്യം ഒന്ന് ഇമാം സാറിന്റെ പേപ്പറിൽ വായിക്കാൻ കിട്ടിയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നന്നായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പൊ സംസാരിക്കാനത് വലിയൊരു ടോപ്പിക് ആണെന്ന് അറിയാം, പക്ഷെ ആ പേപ്പർ വായിക്കാൻ കിട്ടിയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നന്നായിരുന്നു. രണ്ടാമത്തെ കാര്യം, ഈ ഹറാമും ഹലാലും എന്നുള്ളതിന് ഉപരി ഈ നമ്മുടെ അക്കാര്യത്തില് അത് എങ്ങനെ ഡിറ്റർമൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നു, എന്തായിരിക്കും ഹറാം, എന്തായിരിക്കും ഹലാൽ ഇന്നത്തെ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റില്, അതിനെ കുറിച്ച് കമന്ററീസും ഒപ്പീനിയൻസും സ്കോളർലി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒപ്പീനിയൻസും ഒരു ഇന്ത്യൻ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റില്, ബിക്കോസ് ഇന്ത്യൻ സൂഫിസത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ഫ്ലേവർ വളരെ വ്യത്യാസമുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. അപ്പൊ അതിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഒന്ന് സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയെങ്കിൽ നന്നായിരുന്നു. സംക്ഷിപ്തമായി. താങ്ക് യു.
മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയാനോ?
Not fair, you should say that in English.
I'll quickly just summarize the question in English if needed. So it's a similarity comparison between the concept of anal haq in Islam and Tatvamasi in our tradition. That is the first question.
ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത് ഈ അനൽഹക്കും അഹം ബ്രഹ്മാസ്മി ഇത് അർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഒന്നാണ്. ലിറ്ററലി മീനിങ് സെയിം, ബിക്കോസ് അനല്ലാ, ഐ ആം ദ ഗോഡ്, ഐ ആം ദ ഓൾമൈറ്റി. അഹം ബ്രഹ്മാസ്മി സെയിം മീനിങ്ങിലാണല്ലോ വരാ, അതായത് ഞാൻ ബ്രഹ്മമാകുന്നു എന്നാണ്. പക്ഷെ അവിടെ ഒരു ഫിലോസഫിക്കൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ഇസ്ലാം ഞാൻ അള്ളാഹു എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒന്നിനെ അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നില്ല. അതായത് മനുഷ്യാത്മാവ് ബ്രഹ്മം എന്നതിൻ്റെ ആ ഒരു സാധാരണ നമ്മൾ പറയാനുള്ളത്, അങ്ങനെ മനുഷ്യാത്മാവ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു പ്രത്യേക ആത്മാവ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആത്മാവ് ഇല്ല എന്നത്, മറിച്ച് ഈ ബ്രഹ്മത്തെ അതിൻ്റെ മറ്റു പല തലങ്ങളിൽ, ഇപ്പോൾ കണ്ണാടിയിൽ ഒരു പ്രതിബിംബം കാണുന്നത് പോലെ കാണുന്നു എന്നതാണല്ലോ നമ്മുടെ ഈ അദ്വൈത കൺസെപ്റ്റ്. ആ കൺസെപ്റ്റ് പ്രകാരം സ്വാഭാവികമായും അഹം ബ്രഹ്മാസ്മി എന്നുള്ളത് ഒരു ഫിലോസഫിക്കൽ എൻറ്റിറ്റിയാണ്. അതായത് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ബ്രഹ്മം തന്നെയാകും എന്നുള്ള ഒരു വിശ്വാസം തന്നെയാണ്. അതേസമയം ഇസ്ലാമിലെ സൂഫിസത്തിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ അതൊരു ഒരു എക്സ്ട്രീമിസം എന്ന് പറയാലോ, ഒരു എക്സ്റ്റസിക്കൽ മൊമെന്റ് ആണ്. ആ ഒരൊറ്റ മൊമെന്റിൽ മാത്രമാണ് ഞാൻ അള്ളാഹു എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ചിന്തയിലേക്ക് ഒരാൾ എത്തുന്നുള്ളൂ എന്നതാണ്. മറിച്ച് ഒരു എന്താ പറയാ, നമ്മളിപ്പോ കുറെ കൂടി യാഥാർത്ഥ്യ ലോകത്തേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ദൈവം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സൃഷ്ടാവ് അതൊന്നും സൃഷ്ടി മറ്റൊന്നുമാണെന്നുള്ള ബോധ്യമാണ് യഥാർത്ഥ ഇസ്ലാമിന്റെ ഒരു ഫിലോസഫിക്കൽ കൺസെപ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വരാം. അപ്പൊ ഇത് രണ്ടും തമ്മിൽ ഒരു കോൺട്രഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട് ചിലപ്പോഴൊക്കെ. അതായത് സൂഫി ജ്ഞാനവും ഇസ്ലാമിന്റെ ഇത്തരം ഒരു റിയാലിറ്റിയും തമ്മിലുള്ള ഒരു ചില കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻ വരാറുണ്ട്. അവിടെ സൂഫിയുടെ വ്യാഖ്യാനം ഇതാണ്, അതൊരു എക്സ്റ്റസിക്കൽ മൊമെന്റിൽ വന്നു പോകുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം മാത്രമാണ്, അല്ലാതെ ഒരു യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മുടെ അനുഭൂതിയുടെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേക തലത്തിലെത്തുമ്പോൾ ഞാനും അള്ളാഹുവും തമ്മിലുള്ള ബന്ധത്തിന്റെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒരു ഇരുമ്പ് തീയുമായി ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ബന്ധം വഴി സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് പച്ചിരുമ്പിനെ തീ എന്ന് നമ്മൾ വിശേഷിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ മാത്രമാണ് അവിടെ ഞാൻ അള്ളാഹു ആകുമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അത്രമേൽ ബന്ധം വരുമ്പോൾ, അത്രമേൽ അടുപ്പം വരുമ്പോൾ സംഭവിച്ചു പോകാവുന്ന ഒന്നാണ് എന്നാണ്. അതാണ് സൂഫി ജ്ഞാനത്തിന്റെ ഈ അദ്വൈത വേദാന്തവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കൃത്യമായ വ്യത്യാസം എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാണ്. പക്ഷെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സൂഫി ഞാൻ അള്ളാഹു ആകുമെന്ന് പറയാൻ പാടില്ല എന്നാണ്. അതായത് ഞാൻ അള്ളാഹു ആകുമെന്ന് പറയുന്ന വഴി ഞാനാണ് സൃഷ്ടാവ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് ഒരാൾ എത്തുന്നു എന്നത് ഇസ്ലാമിക കാഴ്ചപ്പാട് ഇസ്ലാമിന്റെ തൗഹീദ് അഥവാ ഏകത്വ വിശ്വാസത്തിനെതിരാണ് എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ പ്രമാണങ്ങൾ പറയുന്നത്. അതേസമയം സൂഫികൾ അങ്ങനെ പറയുന്നത് ഈ പറയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു എക്സ്റ്റസിക്കൽ മൊമെന്റിലാണ്. അതേസമയം മറ്റേത് സൈദ്ധാന്തികമായി, ഇത് അഹം ബ്രഹ്മാസ്മി സൈദ്ധാന്തികമായി, ഇപ്പോ ശങ്കരാചാര്യരൊക്കെ സൈദ്ധാന്തികമായി തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു വെച്ച ഒന്നാണ് അഹം ബ്രഹ്മാസ്മി. അതിന് അതായത് പിന്നെ ഈ ഈ എന്താ പറയുക പ്രാതിഭാസിക ലോകത്ത് പോലും അതല്ല സത്യം എന്ന്, മറിച്ച് ഈ ജീവനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ആത്മാവും അല്ലെ, ജീവോ ബ്രഹ്മൈവ നാപര, ജീവൻ തന്നെയാണ് ബ്രഹ്മം, മറ്റൊന്നല്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കൺസെപ്റ്റാണ് അദ്വൈതം. അതാണ് രണ്ട് വ്യത്യാസമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. പിന്നെ മറ്റെന്തൊരു കാര്യം ചോദിച്ചല്ലോ,
what is being explained is the subtle difference between Advaita and Sufism. In Advaita, it is definitely mentioned as non-difference between individual self and the universal self. You call it as Atma or Jivatma, and that is Brahman. So this is no difference. This is what Shankara says. There is Advaita concept also. That's why I quoted that introduction to Brahma Sutra Bhashya, where Shankara said, Evam Ekam Abhi Brahma, Nama Rupa Ubadi Sambandham, Tad Viparitam, Sarvobadi Vivarjinam. Yendrana Ubasyatwena, Nyayatvena, Vedandeshu Udishyate. For example, suppose, I don't know, I am not criticizing, but the Islamic worship of formless God or super Nirguna, it's not easy to get it.
Yeah.
That's why you got pratikas. Now we know that the idols have